Hey there. The day can end here. I'm Nick, and whatever you've been carrying around with you, you can put it down for tonight. Your only job now is to get comfortable and listen. I've got hours of mysterious, unsettling, and wonderfully strange stories waiting for you, with soft rain falling underneath it all. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then the rest is completely uninterrupted. If you've made this little corner part of your nights, subscribe and leave a like. And before you close your eyes, tell me where you're listening from tonight. All right, let's get into our first story. Vera's forehead rested against the passenger window, cold glass pulling heat from her skin, while her phone showed nothing where the signal bar should have been. They had been driving since Albuquerque, since leaving the house at 11 at night because Brian said the traffic would be lighter, because he said they could make Durango by breakfast if they pushed through, and Vera had agreed the way she always agreed to these plans, knowing that Brian liked the idea of night driving more than the actual experience of it, that by the time they hit the San Juan Basin, he would be regretting the decision, but would never say so out loud. The thing is, you have to understand how Brian drove on these long trips, how he filled the cab of the truck with talk, with observations about the road, about the darkness running out past the headlights, about whether they should have stopped for gas back in Cuba, even though the tank was still half full. He was a nervous driver in the way some people are nervous talkers, always needing to populate the silence with something, with the sound of his own voice making small jokes about the check engine light that had been on for 6 months, about the dented thermos rolling around by Vera's feet, the one from his brother's wedding that neither of them could bring themselves to replace, even though the lid never sealed right anymore. That was Brian at 2 a.m. on Highway 550. That was the husband Vera had been married to for 10 years. The man who tapped the gear shift twice when he was thinking, who squeezed her hand twice when he meant to say, "I love you," but his mouth was full of gas station coffee, or his attention was on the road. The high desert ran along both sides of the highway in a darkness so complete that Vera could see her own reflection in the passenger window, could see Brian's profile lit by the dashboard glow, could see the green numbers of the odometer counting off the miles between them and Cuba, between them and the rest area that turned out to be closed when they passed it. The sign saying, "Facility closed, no services," which meant another 40-odd miles before Bloomfield and the Super 8 Vera had looked up on her phone back when they still had signal. The overlook had been Brian's idea, the way he pulled onto the gravel shoulder and said he needed to stretch his legs, needed to get out of the cab for a minute and look at something that was not the white line running down the center of the highway. Largo Canyon, the sign said, scenic overlook. And Vera could see nothing beyond the reach of the headlights, except a darker quality to the darkness, the sense of open space where the ground fell away toward the canyon floor. There was no guardrail, just volcanic basalt rock forming a natural rim, and the pullout itself was nothing more than gravel and a single trash can, and the kind of silence you only get in the desert at 2 a.m. when the wind has died and there are no other cars on the road, when the only sound is the truck engine ticking as it cools and your husband opening his door and stepping out into the cold. 43 degrees, Vera thought, which was not cold enough to worry about, but cold enough to make Brian zip his jacket, cold enough to make the air smell like mineral and distance, like pinon pine and juniper scrub, and the sharp dryness of high altitude. She watched him walk toward the edge of the overlook, watched his shape move from the lit area near the truck into the pure darkness beyond. And she thought about telling him to be careful, about saying something about the lack of guardrail. But Brian was not a careless man, and she was tired, and her phone had just found a single bar of signal that vanished as soon as she tried to check her email. The sound, when it came, was wrong in a way Vera could not immediately name. a muffled scuffle in the gravel that was too brief and too sudden, and then nothing. Then a silence that pressed against her eardrums the way altitude changes do. She looked up from her phone, looked toward the darkness where Brian had been walking, and felt something cold move through her that had nothing to do with the temperature outside the truck. Something that started in her chest and spread downward into her stomach and her legs. She opened her mouth to call his name, but the silence had gotten into her throat somehow, had made the air feel too thick to push sound through. And instead she sat there with her hand on the door handle, trying to decide whether the scuffle had been Brian stumbling on the uneven ground, or whether it had been something else, something that her mind did not want to examine too closely. When the door on the driver's side opened, Vera felt the relief flood through her so completely that she almost started crying, almost said something about how he had scared her, about how she had thought for a second that he had fallen or stepped too close to the edge. But Brian did not say anything as he climbed back into the cab, did not make the small joke she expected about the cold, or the darkness, or the complete absence of anything worth looking at, and when he closed the door behind him and put the truck in gear without speaking, without looking at her, without reaching across to squeeze her hand the way he always did. After they had been apart for even a few minutes, Vera felt the relief drain out of her, and something else take its place. He was sitting wrong, she realized, sitting with a straightness to his back that Brian never had. Brian, who always slouched a little in the driver's seat, who adjusted his position every few minutes, who could not seem to find a comfortable way to hold his shoulders. This Brian, the one sitting next to her in the cab of the truck as they pulled back onto Highway 550 and continued north toward Bloomfield, held himself upright in a way that looked almost formal, performing the act of driving rather than actually driving. Vera watched him from the corner of her eye, watched the dashboard light fall across his face, across features that were absolutely Brian's features, the nose she had touched 1,000 times, the jawline she knew better than her own, the mouth that had said her name every morning for a decade. But there was something about the expression, about the complete absence of movement in the face, about the way his eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, without the small shifts of attention that Vera had learned to read, the little glances towards the rearview mirror, toward the gas gauge, toward Vera herself. She opened her mouth to say his name, to ask if he was all right, to say something about the overlook or the cold, or whether they should pull over if he was too tired to drive safely. But the words caught in her throat because some part of her that lived below conscious thought had already registered what her conscious mind was still trying to deny, had already understood that the man sitting in the driver's seat was doing something that Brian would never do, was driving in complete and total silence, was not tapping the gear shift, was not squeezing her hand, was not filling the cab with the nervous commentary that had been the soundtrack to every road trip they had ever taken together. The highway ran north through the darkness, and Brian drove, and Vera sat in the passenger seat with her phone in her lap, showing 0 bars in her hand on the door handle, and a question forming in her mind that she did not want to ask, that she did not want to voice, because voicing it would make it real, and she was not ready for it to be real, not yet, not with that distance still to go before Bloomfield, and nowhere to run, even if she wanted to run. Nowhere to go except out into the high desert darkness, where the temperature was 43 degrees and falling, and the nearest town was a distance she could not walk before the cold or something else found her. She squeezed her own hand twice, a small gesture she did not consciously decide to make, and waited for Brian to notice, to respond, to reach across, and squeeze back the way he always did. But Brian kept driving, kept his eyes on the road, and the silence in the cab grew until it felt like a third presence, like something that had climbed in at the overlook and was sitting between them now, watching Vera watch her husband, waiting to see what she would do next. The silence lasted for 20 minutes, which Vera knew because she watched the odometer count off the miles between Largo Canyon and the next marker, watched the numbers click forward while Brian drove and did not speak, and did not reach for the thermos rolling around by her feet, and did not tap the gear shift the way his hand always did when he was thinking through something difficult. 20 minutes of highway running north through the San Juan Basin, with nothing on either side except darkness and the occasional shape of a juniper tree caught in the headlights, and Vera sat in the passenger seat trying to make herself speak, trying to force the question past her lips, trying to ask Brian if he was all right, or if something had happened at the Overlook, or if he needed her to drive for a while. But the thing you have to understand is that asking the question would make it real, would give shape to the wrongness that Vera could feel growing in the cab with a physical weight. And as long as she did not ask, as long as she kept her mouth closed and her eyes on the road ahead, she could pretend that Brian was just tired, just concentrating on the drive, just working through whatever had startled him out there in the dark, beyond the headlights. She could pretend that the man sitting next to her was her husband, and not something else, something that wore his face and his jacket and his wedding ring, but had forgotten how to be Brian in all the small ways that mattered. The breathing was what she noticed first, what she could not stop herself from noticing once her attention fixed on it. His chest rising and falling with a rhythm that was too regular, too metronomic, too much counting seconds rather than drawing air into lungs like a living thing does. Vera had slept next to Brian for years, had listened to him breathe through 1,000 nights, through sleep and sickness and the familiar wheeze he got when the pollen count was high, and she knew the sound of his breathing the way she knew the sound of her own name. This was not it. This was something else, something that had learned the shape of breathing, but not the variation, not the small hitches and changes that came with being alive. She counted the breaths without meaning to, counted them the way you count telephone poles when you're trying not to think about something else, and after 30 breaths, she had to stop counting because the numbers were all the same, each cycle exactly 4.2 seconds, operating lungs from a manual that told them how breathing was supposed to work, but had never explained that real breathing does not work that way, does not follow a pattern so perfect that you could set a watch by it. Vera opened her mouth to say something about the breathing, to make a joke about how Brian sounded different, about whether he was feeling all right. But the joke died in her throat because he turned his head to look at her, and the movement was wrong too, was too fluid and too complete, was the movement of someone who had been told that humans turn their heads to look at things, but had never been shown the small imperfections in the gesture, the way the eyes move first, and the head follows, the way the shoulders shift to accommodate the turn. His eyes found hers, and for a second, Vera thought she saw something behind them, something watching her from inside his face, something that was studying her with interest but without recognition, without the small, warm spark that should have been there when Brian looked at his wife after 10 years of marriage. Then the moment passed, and he looked back at the road, and Vera told herself she had imagined it, told herself that the darkness and the hour and the strangeness of the Overlook had gotten into her head and made her see things that were not there. But she could not make herself believe it, could not make the certainty go away even when she tried to reason through it, tried to tell herself that Brian was in shock or tired or processing something traumatic that had happened out there in the dark. The wrongness was too complete, too pervasive, touched too many small details that Brian could not fake even if he wanted to, could not perform even if he was trying to play some kind of cruel joke on her. She needed to test it, needed to find a way to confirm what her body already knew but her mind was still fighting against. And so she said, keeping her voice as normal as she could manage, that she had been thinking about their honeymoon, about the motel in Sedona, where they had stayed for 3 nights, back in June of 2016. She said it casually, said it the way you say something just to fill the silence, just to hear another voice in the cab besides the sound of the engine and the tires on asphalt. And she waited to see what he would say, what he would remember, whether he would smile at the memory or groan about the leak in the bathroom or tell her again how he had tried to fix it with duct tape from the truck and made it worse. He said without looking at her, without changing his expression, without any of the warmth that should have been in his voice when he talked about their honeymoon, the Juniper Inn. Leak in bathroom ceiling. You said it was crying. The words were right, were exactly right. The same words Brian had used when he told the story to his brother at Thanksgiving 2 years ago. The same details in the same order. But the delivery was wrong, was flat and effectless and empty. Was the sound of someone reciting information from a list, rather than remembering a moment that had made them laugh. Brian had loved that joke, had laughed every time he told it, had said that Vera always had a way of making broken things sound poetic, and the laughter had been part of the memory, had been inseparable from the words themselves. This Brian did not laugh. This Brian delivered the facts without the feeling, gave Vera the data she had asked for without any of the warmth that should have surrounded it. And in that moment, Vera felt something inside her break, felt the last fragile hope that she had been holding on to splinter and fall away. She needed to know how deep it went, needed to understand how much of Brian the entity had taken. And so she asked about their first date, about the bookstore in Albuquerque, where they had met 11 years ago. The entity said without hesitation, Bookworks on Central Avenue, poetry section, Mary Oliver, Neruda, 47 minutes, cappuccino. Barista misspelled your name as Vera with 2 R's. The exactness was worse than the flatness, was the entity compressing their first meeting into a list of facts with no more weight than a serial number. And Vera asked one more question. Asked what Brian had said to her on their wedding night in Santa Fe after everyone else had gone home. You asked me if I was scared. I said I was terrified, but in a good way. You said that was the right answer. We stayed up until 4 talking about houses. You fell asleep first. I watched you sleep for 20 minutes. Word for word what Brian had told her 2 years ago when she asked if he remembered. And the entity had that memory too, had every memory Brian had ever made. And none of it meant anything except data to be deployed when the performance required it. Brian was gone, dead or taken, or consumed by whatever had been waiting at the Largo Canyon overlook. And the thing sitting in the driver's seat wearing his face was not her husband, and had never been her husband, and was only pretending to be her husband, in the same way that a recording pretends to be a voice, giving back the shape of the thing without any of the substance. Her throat closed, felt the muscles contract in a way that made swallowing impossible, and she could not speak, could not breathe right, could only sit there with her hands shaking in her lap and her vision going white at the edges while the thing that was not Brian kept driving north toward Bloomfield at exactly the speed limit, with its hands at 10 and 2, and its breathing counting off the seconds with a clockwork precision. The miles passed, and Vera tried to think, tried to force her mind to work through the panic that was flooding her system, tried to figure out what to do when you were trapped in a truck with something that had killed your husband and taken his shape. She could not fight it, could not jump from a truck moving 60 miles an hour through open desert, could not call for help with no signal and no way to explain what the man driving actually was. And then the door locks clicked. Vera looked down at the controls on her armrest, looked at the little toggle that should have been up but was now down, that should have left her door unlocked, but it somehow shifted without her touching it, without anyone touching it except the thing in the driver's seat that was watching the road and breathing and operating hands with a steadiness that no human being could maintain for 30 straight minutes. It knew, Vera realized, knew that she had figured it out, knew that the test with the honeymoon story had failed in some way it did not fully understand but recognized as significant. It had locked the doors not because it was threatened, but because it was being careful, because whatever it was had survived long enough to take shapes by being careful, by thinking ahead, by making sure that its prey could not escape before it was ready to let them go. Vera put her hand on the door handle and pulled hard enough that the mechanism clicked, but the door did not open, and the thing that was not Brian did not react, did not turn its head or change its breathing, or acknowledge that Vera had just tried to get out of the truck while it was moving at 60 miles an hour through the high desert darkness. It just kept driving, and Vera understood that it was not worried about her, was not concerned that she might try to fight or run or scream, because it had already calculated the possibilities and found them all acceptable. Vera closed her eyes, counted to 10, and made a decision. She was going to grab the wheel. She grabbed the wheel with both hands, grabbed it hard, and pulled to the right. Pulled with everything she had while her mind screamed at her that this was stupid, that this would kill them both, that a truck rolling at 60 miles an hour on a desert highway did not forgive mistakes. But Vera was not trying to survive the crash, was trying to create a crash, was trying to force the thing wearing Brian's face into a choice between letting go of the wheel and maintaining the perfect control it had shown for the last hour. And in the half-second before the entity responded, Vera felt something close to hope, felt the wheel move under her hands, felt the truck begin to drift toward the shoulder. Then the entity's right hand came off the gear shift and covered both of Vera's hands, covered them completely, and the wheel stopped moving. Vera pulled harder, pulled until her shoulders burned and her wrists bent at angles that sent white spikes of pain up her forearms. And the wheel did not move, did not shift even a fraction of an inch from center. The entity was holding the wheel steady with one hand, while Vera fought it with both, and the truck kept running straight down Highway 550 at exactly 60 miles per hour, the speedometer needle sitting perfectly still while Vera's hands shook and cramped and finally gave out. She let go, fell back against the passenger seat, with her wrists throbbing and her breathing coming in ragged gulps, and the entity moved its right hand back to the gear shift, without comment, without acknowledgement, without any sign that Vera had just tried to kill them both. Kept driving while Vera cradled her right wrist in her left hand and felt the joints starting to swell. The pain was sharp and immediate, was the kind of pain that made you want to be sick, and Vera focused on it because focusing on the pain meant not thinking about what had just happened, about the fact that the entity had restrained her with one hand while maintaining perfect speed and perfect trajectory with the other, had demonstrated a strength that Brian never had, that no human being could have without training or leverage or some mechanical advantage that the thing in the driver's seat clearly did not need. Vera looked at her wrist, at the red marks forming where the entity's fingers had pressed against bone, and realized that it could have broken her wrist if it had wanted to. Could have snapped it with casual ease, but it had not broken it because breaking it would have made her useless, and the entity needed her conscious and functional for whatever it was planning to do when they reached Bloomfield. That was when she noticed the eyes, noticed the way they were moving, and felt something new open up in her chest. Something worse than the fear of being trapped, worse than the grief of losing Brian, a vertigo feeling, the ground dropping away beneath her while she stood perfectly still. The entity was watching the mirrors, not glancing at them in the ordinary intervals of driving, not checking them at Brian's habitual rhythm, but watching them with a pattern, checking the rear view 3 seconds before a car appeared behind them in the distance, checking the passenger mirror 2 seconds before a shape resolved into a jackrabbit crossing the road ahead, checking the mirrors before anything appeared in them, before there was anything to see. It was predicting, Vera realized, was reading the landscape with senses that had nothing to do with eyes, was using the mirrors to confirm what it already knew was coming, rather than to discover what might be there. It could feel the jackrabbit moving through the scrub 100 yards away, could feel the car approaching from behind while it was still beyond visual range, could probably feel Vera's pulse hammering in her throat, and the sweat forming on her palms and every small shift in her weight as she tried to figure out what to do next. The miles passed, and Vera watched the entity watch the road, watched it check the mirrors at intervals that made no sense until the thing it was checking for appeared exactly when the checking suggested it would, and she understood that fighting it was not just futile, but pointless, that every move she made was being cataloged and analyzed and incorporated into whatever model the entity was building of how Vera would respond to the situation she was in. She tried sitting perfectly still, tried not moving at all for 5 straight minutes, and the entity checked the passenger mirror twice in that span, checked it at moments that corresponded to nothing Vera could see, and she realized that her stillness was itself a behavior, was itself something the entity could track and measure and use to refine its understanding of what she might do when stillness stopped working. Her wrist hurt worse now, was swelling enough that she could see it getting larger, could feel the joint stiffening in a way that made closing her hand difficult. Vera wanted to ask for ice, wanted to ask the entity to pull over so she could wrap her wrist in something cold, but asking meant speaking, and speaking meant acknowledging the thing sitting 3 feet away from her, meant treating it as Brian, as someone who might respond to a request with care or concern. And Vera could not do that, could not make herself pretend that the entity was anything other than what it was. Then the entity spoke. It said in Brian's voice, in the exact tone Brian used when he was worried about her, when he had noticed she was hurt or sick or upset about something, that she should put her wrist against the window, that the glass was cold and would help with the swelling. It said this without looking at her, and the voice was so perfectly Brian's voice, was so exactly the thing Brian would have said in that moment, that Vera felt her throat close up again, felt tears start to form before she forced them back. The entity was trying to help her, or was pretending to try to help her, was performing the role of concerned husband with the same rehearsed precision it had used to recite the honeymoon story, and Vera did not know which was worse. The idea that it was trying to manipulate her by mimicking care, or the idea that it was following some protocol it had learned from watching humans, from studying how people behaved when someone they loved was in pain. She did not put her wrist against the window, sat perfectly still and said nothing, and waited for the entity to give up, to stop performing concern and go back to the empty silence it had maintained for most of the drive. But it did not give up. It kept driving, kept glancing at her wrist every 30 seconds or so, kept radiating a kind of patient attention that felt wrong in the same way the breathing felt wrong, in the same way everything about it felt wrong. Vera counted the glances, counted them the way she had counted the breaths earlier, and after the 7th glance she reached out and pressed her wrist against the passenger window just to make it stop, just to end the performance of care that was somehow more horrifying than the silence had been. The glass was cold enough that it made the swelling ache in a different way, and Vera held her wrist there while the miles clicked past and the entity drove and the highway carried them north toward Bloomfield, and whatever waited there, and she tried not to think about the fact that the thing next to her had noticed she was hurt, and it offered a solution that actually helped, that looked exactly like care, but came from a place where care did not exist. She pulled her wrist away from the window after 2 minutes, pulled it away because the cold was starting to hurt more than it helped, and the entity glanced at her wrist one more time and then stopped glancing, stopped tracking it, went back to watching the road and checking the mirrors at intervals that predicted rather than responded. Vera looked out at the darkness beyond the window, looked at her own reflection in the glass, and saw that her face had changed since leaving Largo Canyon, had lost the shape it had when Brian was alive and driving, and filling the cab with the sound of his voice. She looked older, looked hollowed out, already marked by irretrievable loss, and the entity sitting next to her kept driving and did not acknowledge the change because the entity did not care about faces except as surfaces to wear, as masks to put on when it needed to pass for human. The highway ran north, and Vera sat in the passenger seat with her wrists throbbing and her mind empty of plans, empty of strategies, empty of everything except the growing certainty that she was going to die in Bloomfield, or shortly after, that the entity had kept her alive this long only because killing her now would be inconvenient, would leave evidence on a highway where someone might eventually find it, and that once they reached a place where disposal was easier, the thing wearing Brian's face would stop pretending to be Brian and would show her what it actually was. Vera pressed her forehead against the window, felt the cold glass against her skin, and in that moment realized something else, something that made the sweat on her palms go cold in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature in the cab. The entity's skin, where it had covered her hands on the wheel, had been wrong. Not wrong in texture or appearance, but wrong in temperature, in the complete absence of heat that should have been there after an hour of gripping the wheel, after sitting in an enclosed space with another living thing. Vera had felt her own hands warming the steering wheel, had felt the heat building where her palms pressed against the vinyl, but when the entity's hand had covered hers, there had been nothing. No warmth transferred, no sense of body heat bleeding through the contact. She could not remember warmth from any moment when the thing that was not Brian had touched something or held something or existed in the same enclosed space as her. Could remember only the metronomic breathing and the perfect posture and the voice delivering facts without feeling. And now she could add to that list the complete absence of body heat. The kind of absence that meant the thing next to her was not generating warmth, the way living things generate warmth, was not burning energy to maintain temperature, was something else entirely, something that looked human, but ran on principles that had nothing to do with blood or metabolism or any of the biological processes that made a body warm. Then the entity asked, in Brian's voice, in the same worried tone it had used about a wrist, what it could do to help. Vera did not answer, did not respond, because there was nothing it could do except stop being what it was, except give Brian back, except undo the fact that her husband was gone and she was trapped in a truck with something that wore his face and knew his voice and had access to every memory he had ever stored in the brain it had consumed somewhere out there in the dark at Largo Canyon. The silence stretched between them, and the entity went back to driving, went back to checking the mirrors at impossible intervals, and Vera sat in the passenger seat with her swollen wrist cradled in her lap and tried not to think about what the entity asking that question meant, what it revealed about the thing sitting 3 feet away from her. It wanted to help, or it thought it should want to help. Or it had observed that when humans saw someone in pain, they offered help, and the entity was performing that observation, was executing a protocol it had learned from studying Brian or from studying humans in general. And the fact That it had bothered to ask meant that some part of its processing had flagged Vera's injury as significant, as something that required a response. That was worse, somehow, than the silence had been, worse than the mechanical breathing and the perfect driving and all the other wrongness that Vera had cataloged over the last hour. The entity was trying to be Brian, was trying to behave the way Brian would have behaved in this situation, and it was getting close enough to make Vera want to scream. The miles passed, and Vera sat in the passenger seat and watched the darkness beyond the window and tried to figure out what the entity wanted, what it was planning to do when they reached Bloomfield, why it had kept her alive this long instead of killing her at Largo Canyon the way it had killed Brian. But she could not see the shape of the plan, could only see that the entity was driving toward a destination with purpose for a reason Vera could not access. Then the entity said, in Brian's voice, in a tone that was trying for casual and landing somewhere just left of it, "We'll be in Bloomfield soon." The words hung in the air between them, and Vera felt her stomach drop, felt something cold and final settle into her chest, because the entity had said "we," had used the plural, had included Vera in whatever was waiting in Bloomfield. And that meant it was not planning to kill her when they arrived, was planning something else, something that required her alive and functional, and capable of walking into town beside the thing wearing Brian's face. Vera looked at the entity, looked at its profile in the dashboard light, and asked what was in Bloomfield, what it was planning to do when they got there. The entity did not answer, just kept driving, just kept watching the road, just kept breathing and existing, and being wrong in all the ways it had been wrong since climbing into the truck at Largo Canyon. And Vera understood that she was not going to get an answer, that the entity was not going to explain its plan until the plan was already in motion and there was nothing Vera could do to stop it. The highway ran north, and Vera watched the miles click by on the odometer, watched the darkness beyond the window begin to thin in a way that suggested dawn was coming. Even though dawn was still hours away, watched the entity drive with perfect competence and perfect control toward whatever waited in Bloomfield. She could jump from the truck, could grab the wheel again, could scream and fight and do something, anything, to change the trajectory she was on. But her wrist hurt, and her body was exhausted, and every plan she had tried had failed, and the entity sitting next to her had already demonstrated that it was stronger and faster and more capable than Vera would ever be. Vera was going to arrive in Bloomfield, was going to walk into town next to the entity wearing Brian's face, was going to do whatever the entity needed her to do, because the alternative was dying here on Highway 550 in the dark, where no one would find her until it was too late to matter. And at least in Bloomfield there would be people. There would be witnesses. There would be some chance, however small, that someone would see that something was wrong and would intervene before the entity finished whatever it had started when it took Brian at the Overlook. The sign appeared in the headlights, white letters on green reflective backing, and Vera read it automatically, even though reading it made the certainty worse, made the trap more real. Bloomfield, 12 miles. The 12 miles passed in a silence that felt different from the silence that had filled the cab for the last hour. Felt heavier somehow, weighted with the certainty of arrival, with the knowledge that whatever the entity had been driving toward was now close enough that Vera could feel it waiting ahead of them in the darkness. She watched the mile markers count down, watched the landscape begin to change in small ways that suggested proximity to human habitation. A fence line running parallel to the highway, a dirt road cutting off into the scrub, a mailbox standing alone beside a driveway that led nowhere Vera could see. Then the lights appeared, scattered and distant at first, marking the edges of a small town in the high desert. Gas stations and motels and the orange glow of streetlights that had been burning all night, waiting for travelers to arrive and park and walk into whatever business was open at 3:30 in the morning. Bloomfield was not large, was primarily a waypoint between larger places, a place to stop for gas and coffee, and a few hours of sleep before getting back on the highway and continuing north toward Colorado or south toward Albuquerque. And as the truck carried them past the first cluster of buildings, Vera could see that most of the town was still dark, still sleeping, still unaware that something wrong had just driven in from the south and was looking for a place to stop. The entity slowed, brought the truck down to the posted speed limit as they entered the town proper, and Vera watched the buildings slide past the passenger window, watched the closed storefronts and the empty parking lots and the single intersection where a traffic light cycled through its colors for no one except them. The truck kept moving north through the center of town, past a motel with a neon vacancy sign buzzing in the pre-dawn darkness, past a gas station that was closed, past a diner that had clearly been closed for years, and Vera tried to figure out where the entity was going, what it was looking for in a town this small at an hour when nothing was open and no one was awake. Then she saw it, saw the shape of the Flying J truck, stop rising up on the right side of the highway about a quarter-mile ahead, saw the tall sign with its logo lit up against the sky, saw the parking lot full of semi-trucks, and the building itself glowing with the fluorescent brightness the truck stops maintain all night for drivers who need fuel and food and a place to rest before getting back on the road. The entity was heading for the truck stop, was aiming the truck toward the one place in Bloomfield where there would be people at 3:30 in the morning, where there would be witnesses and cameras and public space, where something wrong would stand out if it was wrong enough, and Vera felt something cold settle into her stomach because she could not understand why the entity would drive her to a place with witnesses unless the witnesses were part of the plan. The entity pulled into the parking lot, drove past the rows of semi-trucks idling in their spaces, drove past the fuel pumps where a lone driver was filling his tank, and parked in a spot near the front entrance where the light from the building spilled out across the asphalt in a bright rectangle. The entity turned off the engine, and the sudden silence in the cab was absolute, was a silence that followed the end of something that had been running for a long time. And Vera sat in the passenger seat with her hands in her lap, and her breathing too fast, and waited to see what the entity would do now that they had arrived at the place it had been driving toward for the last 70 miles. The entity sat perfectly still, waiting for something, Vera realized, running through some process or calculation that required stillness, that required a pause before the next phase of whatever it was planning. She looked at the building ahead of them, looked at the people visible through the windows, a clerk behind the counter, two drivers sitting at a table drinking coffee, a woman browsing the aisles of snacks and travel supplies, and she tried to imagine walking in there with the entity beside her, tried to imagine what she would say if she could say anything, how she would explain that the man next to her was not a man but something else, something that had taken her husband's shape, and was now planning to use that shape for purposes Vera could not see. The stillness lasted for 2 full minutes, which Vera counted by watching the dashboard clock tick forward, watching the entity maintain that perfect, motionless state, its eyes fixed on the truck stop entrance without blinking, without the small shifts of attention that living things make when they wait. Her hands were shaking in her lap, and her breathing was coming too fast, and she could not make her body settle into the empty calm that the entity had achieved. Vera understood the entity was not planning to drop the performance when they walked into the truck stop. It was planning to continue being Brian, and Vera was the proof that made the performance work. A man traveling alone at 3 in the morning was suspicious, might make a clerk look twice, but a man traveling with his wife was normal, was unremarkable, was exactly what stopped at truck stops every night across the American West. The entity had kept Vera alive because it needed her alive, needed her sitting in the passenger seat looking exhausted and real, needed her to walk into that building beside it so anyone who saw them would see a married couple and not a predator wearing stolen skin. If she ran inside screaming, the entity would follow her in and perform worry and embarrassment in exactly the right proportions, would tell the clerk his wife was having an episode, had not been sleeping well, and Vera would prove the story herself, would look exactly like someone having a breakdown, while the entity stood there looking calm and concerned and entirely reasonable. By the time anyone believed her, if they ever did, the entity would be gone. Being kept alive was not a relief. It meant being trapped indefinitely beside the thing that had killed her husband. It meant performing the role of Brian's wife, while the entity performed the role of Brian. It meant days or weeks or months, sitting in the passenger seat, or walking through towns or sleeping in motel rooms, while the entity breathed and drove and existed in Brian's shape, without ever being Brian, without ever giving back the man she had loved for 10 years. The entity moved, reached for the door handle, and Vera watched its hand close around the metal with the same deliberate control it had used for every action since climbing into the truck at Largo Canyon. If she was going to do something, it had to be now, before the entity opened the door and stepped out into the parking lot. But the entity had Brian's face and Brian's voice and Brian's driver's license, and Vera had nothing except her certainty and her fear, and certainty and fear were not evidence. The entity's hand moved on the handle, and Vera's hand moved at the same time, moved without her consciously deciding to move it, reached for her own door handle on the passenger side, and the entity's hand left the driver's door and crossed the cab faster than Vera could track, crossed the space between them and settled on top of her hand on the handle before she could pull. Through the contact, she could feel Brian's wedding ring pressing against her knuckles, could feel the white gold band with the small scratch on it that Brian had gotten 3 years ago when he caught the ring on a fence post while helping his brother move furniture. The ring was real, was Brian's ring, had been on Brian's finger when the entity took him at Largo Canyon, and now it was on the entity's finger pressing against Vera's hand with a weight that was obscene, was a violation of something sacred. The entity said, in Brian's voice, in the tone Brian used when he was trying to reassure her, when he wanted her to know that everything was going to be all right, even when it was not all right. I love you. The words that had meant safety and home and the promise that she was not alone in the world turned into a performance of love that had no love in it. The entity was still holding her hand on the door handle, was still pressing Brian's ring against her knuckles, and Vera looked down at the contact, looked at the two hands overlapping on the handle, and saw that from outside the truck it would read as affection, would read as a husband reaching over to help his wife with the door or to hold her hand in a moment of tenderness, and anyone passing by would see a married couple sitting in a truck in a parking lot at dawn and would think nothing of it, would see only what they expected to see and would never know that one of the hands belonged to something that had never loved anyone, had never felt the warmth that made love different from performance. Vera opened her mouth to scream, opened it wide, and felt her throat tighten and her lungs fill with air, and the entity's other hand moved to her face, touched her cheek with a gentleness that Brian had used when she was upset or scared or needed comfort. And the touch stopped the scream before it could form, stopped it not through force, but through the sheer wrongness of the gesture, through the horror of being touched with tenderness by something that had no capacity for tenderness. Through the window, Vera could see people walking past the truck, could see a driver heading toward his semi, could see a woman getting out of a car 3 spaces away, could see all the witnesses she had wanted earlier when she thought witnesses might save her, and none of them were looking at the truck. None of them were seeing the woman sitting in the passenger seat with a scream trapped in her throat and a thing wearing her dead husband's face touching her cheek while it told her it loved her. The entity's hand left her cheek, left her face, went back to the driver's door handle, and this time when it pulled the handle, the door opened, and the entity stepped out of the truck into the parking lot and stood there for a moment in the fluorescent light from the building. Stood there looking exactly as Brian would have looked after driving all night, tired and stiff and stretching slightly, to work out the kinks in his back. It walked around the front of the truck, opened Vera's door, and offered its hand. Vera took the entity's hand with her left, her right wrist still too swollen to grip. It helped her down. They walked into the truck stop. The fluorescent lights were bright enough to make her eyes water, bright enough that anyone looking would be able to see her face clearly, would be able to see if something was wrong. The clerk behind the counter was a man in his 50s with reading glasses on a chain around his neck, and he looked up when they walked in, his face settling into the professional half-smile of someone working the graveyard shift. "Coffee this morning?" the entity said in Brian's voice, in the exact tone Brian used when he was tired but trying to be polite. 2 coffees. Black. Long night. The clerk nodded, already turning toward the coffee station, and Vera stood there 3 feet from another human being with her mouth closed and her hands shaking and the choice happening in real time, happening in the fluorescent light with the clerk's back turned and the entity's hand resting on her lower back, the way Brian's hand had rested there before. She could open her mouth. She could say something. She could make a sound that would make the clerk turn around and see her face and ask if she was all right. The entity's hand pressed slightly against her spine. Not a threat, just a reminder. Just Brian's hand on her back, guiding her toward the coffee station, the way he had guided her through public spaces before. Vera kept her mouth closed. The clerk handed them 2 paper cups and said something about the weather, about the cold snap coming in from Colorado, and the entity responded with something appropriate, something Brian would have said, and Vera stood there holding her coffee in her left hand, her right wrist throbbing and nodding when the clerk looked at her and saying nothing, choosing nothing, watching the moment pass when she could have screamed and didn't. 15 minutes later, they were back in the truck, driving toward Durango and breakfast with Brian's parents. The entity handed her Brian's phone, his mother's contact already pulled up. Vera held the phone in her left hand, her right wrist too swollen to close around it. She understood she would call, would sit at that table and watch it hug Brian's parents, because explaining would only prove she was broken. The entity's hand settled on her left hand where it held the phone. Brian's wedding ring pressed against her knuckles. The phone lit between them, the road carrying them to breakfast. The woman's hand left no mark on the glass. Curtis noticed that in the half-second before she spoke. Noticed the way her palm pressed flat against his truck's window without leaving moisture or heat on the surface despite the rain that had soaked through her business clothes and was still falling hard enough to drum against the cab's roof. The wrongness of it registered as texture before it registered as impossible. Dry glass where there should have been condensation, cool surface where skin contact should have transferred warmth. And then her voice dropped into a register that seemed too low for a frame, and the words came out with a flatness that made them sound as though she was reading rather than composing. "You steal the way home," she said. "Every road you take belongs to the lost." 12 minutes earlier, Curtis had hooked her station wagon from the 3rd Street lot while she was half a block away, buying something she'd probably needed. The rain had started around 6, which made the asphalt gleam in a way that disguised the painted lines drivers were supposed to follow. And the woman had parked in a space that might have been legal if the white line hadn't faded to the point where it could be read as one space or two, depending on which direction you approached from. Curtis had been working lots like this for 9 years, had built steady income from jurisdictions where the permits were designed to confuse, and he'd given her exactly the interval he'd calculated would get her far enough away that she wouldn't hear the hydraulic whine when the lift engaged. The tow truck's lift had a specific pitch that changed when weight shifted during the hookup. Curtis had backed the truck to the station wagon's front end, deployed the wheel lift, and had the frame secured in under 2 minutes, which was the kind of efficiency he took satisfaction in, even though there was no one present to see it. The dog inside the wagon had lifted its head when the vehicle rose, some kind of shepherd mix or possibly a lab mix, though Curtis had learned not to care about breed distinctions, because owners always inflated the dog's value when they were trying to argue about fees. He'd been processing the paperwork, license plate number, make and model, timestamp, and location code, when the woman came running back down 3rd Street. She was still half a block away when she started shouting, and Curtis could see the exact moment she registered that her car was already lifted, that the transaction had progressed past the point where talking could reverse it. She'd lost one shoe somewhere in the run back, and the rain had soaked through her business clothes in a way that would have made him feel something approaching pity if he hadn't seen the same scene play out 200 times before with 200 different variations. She'd reached the truck and started pleading before Curtis had rolled down his window. The dog was inside the car, she kept saying, her voice breaking with panic about having parked there for 10 minutes at most, about the permit sign being illegible. Curtis had lowered the window 3 inches and explained that the car had been parked in violation of posted regulations, that the tow was legal and documented, and that she could retrieve the vehicle from the impound lot on Alameda for $400 plus a $50 processing fee. The woman had pressed both hands against his window. Curtis had heard every variation of these arguments, and he'd learned that engaging with them only extended conversations that had already reached their practical conclusion. He told her the impound lot's address and operating hours, told her she'd need cash or a card that could handle the full amount, and started to raise the window. She slapped her palm against the glass hard enough that Curtis thought for a moment it might crack. Curtis raised the window the rest of the way and put the truck in gear. The woman stepped back from the vehicle, and in his side mirror, Curtis could see her standing in the rain with one shoe on and one shoe gone, watching him drive toward the lot exit with her station wagon lifted behind him. The dog was barking inside the wagon, and Curtis could hear it even over the truck's engine and the sound of the rain against the windshield. He'd heard threats before, real threats, not the mystic nonsense the woman had delivered. And they'd never materialized into anything more than angry voicemails and occasional complaints filed with the city that went nowhere because the tows were legal, even if the lots were designed to be confusing. Curtis had built his business on understanding which regulations could be bent and which jurisdictions were worth working, and he'd developed an instinct for reading people that told him when someone was genuinely dangerous versus when they were just desperate and angry. The woman hadn't seemed dangerous. She'd seemed broken, which was a state Curtis had learned to recognize and ignore because acknowledging it made the work harder. He drove to the impound lot on Alameda through rain that was heavy enough to slow traffic, and by the time he'd backed the station wagon to an empty space and completed the intake paperwork, he'd already stopped thinking about the woman's last words or the way her hand had left no mark on his window. The dog was still barking when Curtis left the impound lot, and he could hear it from the street as he walked back to his truck. He'd learned to separate himself from the consequences of what he did to see the cars as inventory and the owners as obstacles to processing rather than as people whose days he was destroying. He'd calculated once that he made more per hour than most people with college degrees, and he'd never had to sit through a performance review or pretend to care about corporate values that meant nothing. His truck was parked under one of the lot's yellow sodium lights, and the rain made halos around the bulbs that were bright enough to hurt if he looked at them directly. Curtis climbed into the cab and sat for a moment with his hand on the gear shift, his thumb resting against the worn spot where the chrome had been polished smooth by years of use. The texture of the metal felt wrong, seemed somehow looser than it should have, though when he looked down, the shift appeared unchanged. He started the engine and pulled out onto Alameda, heading toward the next lot he'd planned to work. The rain was still falling, and the streets gleamed under the headlights in a way that made the lane markers hard to read. Curtis had driven these routes so many times that he could navigate them without conscious thought, which was why it took him longer than it should have to notice that the street signs weren't quite right, that the buildings he passed seemed familiar but arranged in an order that didn't match his memory of how Alameda connected to the downtown lots. It was the rain which could make everything look different, or exhaustion. He'd been working since 6, and it was now past 9. He drove for another 3 blocks before he noticed that the street sign ahead said Figueroa when it should have said Broadway, and by then Curtis had already started to suspect that something about the evening had gone wrong in a way his experience hadn't prepared him for. Curtis pulled over and checked the map on his phone. The screen showed him heading north on Alameda, 3 blocks from Broadway, but the street sign ahead said Figueroa, which ran parallel to Alameda and shouldn't have been reachable without turning east. The rain had stopped. His apartment was in Echo Park, northwest from the impound lot, and he'd driven that route so many times his hands knew it without thought. Now the street signs refused to match the map in ways that shouldn't have been possible unless the city had rearranged itself while he was driving. He started the truck again and turned left, which should have taken him back toward Alameda. The street he entered looked right. Same width, same pattern of parked cars and streetlights. But after 2 blocks, the cross-street sign said Temple, when it should have said First. Curtis stopped again and rechecked the map, which insisted he was still heading north on Alameda, even though every visible landmark contradicted it. There was a logical explanation. He'd misread the signs, or the rain had obscured them, or exhaustion had made him miss a turn. Curtis had built his business on being reasonable. The light stayed red. Curtis watched it for what seemed an impossible duration, though when he checked his phone, only 40 seconds had passed, according to the timestamp. There were no other cars at the intersection, which seemed wrong for downtown even at this hour, and the streetlights cast a light he couldn't quite place that made the asphalt look different from how it normally appeared. When the light finally changed, Curtis drove forward and tried to orient himself by landmarks instead of street signs. He recognized a corner store that should have been on 6th Street, which meant he'd somehow ended up 5 blocks south of where the map said he was. He turned right at the next intersection, heading toward what should have been the 101 freeway access, and after 3 blocks, found himself at a dead end he'd never seen before. The street terminated at a chain-link fence with a graffiti-tagged transformer box visible beyond it. Behind the fence was an industrial lot that looked abandoned, a space Curtis had learned to avoid when scouting new towing locations, because there was never anyone present to pay fees. The asphalt was wet, despite the rain having stopped, and there were train tracks visible at the far end of the lot, though Curtis couldn't remember any tracks running through this part of the downtown. He reversed and tried a different route. Every turn took him past buildings and intersections that felt familiar but were arranged wrong, landmarks appearing in sequences that violated his understanding of the city's layout. The corner store showed up again 4 blocks from where he'd first seen it, and the street sign beside it now read Hill when it had said Hope before. Curtis drove for 20 minutes through a downtown that resembled Los Angeles but moved wrong, as though the map had been cut into pieces and reassembled with the edges not quite matching. His phone insisted he was following the route home to Echo Park. But every time he checked his surroundings, he was somewhere that couldn't be Echo Park, couldn't be anywhere he recognized, despite containing pieces of streets he'd driven thousands of times. The dead-end lot appeared again. Curtis hadn't turned around, had been heading west for the last 5 minutes, according to his compass app. But the chain-link fence and transformer box were in front of him again, as though the city had rotated while he was driving. He stopped the truck and got out, which was something he hadn't planned to do, but which seemed necessary because sitting inside the cab had started to produce a sensation of walls closing in. The air smelled of the ocean, of salt and diesel, and something underneath that might have been creosote from desert plants, though the ocean was miles away and Curtis had been heading inland. The lot beyond the fence looked empty except for the transformer box and the tracks, and the asphalt was wet in a way that didn't match rain because there were no puddles, just a uniform dampness that reflected nothing despite the streetlights nearby. Curtis walked to the fence and gripped the chain link with both hands. The metal was cold enough to hurt, and he could feel the diamond pattern pressing into his palms in a way that seemed more acute than it should have been. Beyond the fence, the lot stretched maybe 200 feet to the train tracks, and Curtis could see broken glass scattered across the asphalt that caught the light from the transformer box and threw it back in pieces. That was when he heard the engine. It was distant, somewhere beyond the tracks, or possibly beyond the far edge of the lot, and it had a sound that was almost diesel, but deeper, with an undertone that suggested metal grinding against metal in a pattern that wasn't quite regular. Curtis had learned to identify vehicles by their engine sounds, which was useful when working lots near major streets, but this sound refused to resolve into anything he recognized. The sound grew closer, though Curtis couldn't see anything moving in the lot. The train tracks were empty, and there were no roads visible beyond them. Just more industrial spaces and dark buildings that might have been warehouses. The engine note changed pitch, seemed to circle around the perimeter of the lot, and he was tracking it by sound alone because there were no headlights visible and no vehicle that he could see. He stepped back from the fence. The sound continued to circle, and Curtis got back in his truck with the engine noise audible through the closed windows, started driving again with the understanding that whatever navigation system had governed Los Angeles had stopped functioning in ways he could predict. The traffic appeared 2 blocks from the lot, which was the first time Curtis had seen other vehicles since the curse started. There were maybe 6 cars spread across both lanes, all moving at exactly the speed limit, all maintaining perfect following distances from one another in a way that suggested coordination rather than coincidence. Curtis accelerated to pass a sedan in the right lane, pulled alongside it to merge ahead, and when he glanced through the driver's window, the cab was empty. Steering wheel turning itself through a gentle curve, turn signal clicking in perfect rhythm, headrest adjusted for someone who wasn't there. Curtis jerked his wheel right and fell back behind the sedan. He checked the car ahead of it, saw the same emptiness through its rear window, saw the driver's seat vacant, and the interior dome light glowing faintly as though waiting for an occupant who would never arrive. All 6 vehicles were driving themselves through streets that had rearranged into a geography Curtis no longer recognized. Their brake lights flaring in unison at intersections, their wheels navigating turns with a certainty that suggested purpose without destination. His truck's radio came alive without Curtis touching the controls. The dispatch scanner he kept mounted under the dash began cycling through frequencies, pulling fragments of transmission from channels that should have been silent at this hour, and what came through the speaker wasn't current dispatch traffic, but recordings that seemed to have been pulled from years past. A woman's voice, breaking with panic, calling a municipal hotline to report her car stolen from a grocery store parking lot on 3rd Street. A man explaining to a 911 operator that his daughter's insulin was locked in a vehicle that had been towed, asking whether $400 was a price someone could negotiate when the alternative was a medical emergency. Curtis reached for the radio's power knob and found it had already been turned to the off position. Had been off since he'd started the truck an hour ago, and the voices continued anyway. A teenager crying into a phone about a tow truck that had hooked his car while he was inside a store buying diapers, saying he didn't understand what the permit sign meant, saying he'd parked where the painted lines indicated parking was allowed. An elderly woman asking a dispatcher how she was supposed to get to her husband's hospice bed when her car was gone, and she didn't have money for a cab, and the tow lot was 7 miles from the hospital. The voices, layered over one another, became a chorus of desperation that filled the cab until Curtis couldn't distinguish individual words anymore. Just the collective sound of people whose navigation home had been severed by someone who calculated the intersection of confusion and urgency and had built a business model around the gap. He grabbed the radio housing and tore it from its mounting bracket, wires sparking as they separated, and the voices continued through his truck's dashboard speakers and door panels, and from the vents that normally carried heat. The street was narrowing. Curtis noticed it when his side mirror brushed against a parked car he'd thought he had clearance to pass, heard the scrape of glass on metal, and saw the row of vehicles on both sides of the lane pressing closer than they had been moments before. The road that had been wide enough for 2 lanes of traffic was compressing, the painted center line migrating toward Curtis's position, and when he checked his mirror again, the parked cars were within inches of his doors despite Curtis having changed neither his speed nor his position in the lane. Streetlights were changing as he drove. The modern streetlights that Los Angeles had installed over the past decade were being replaced, or had always been replaced, Curtis couldn't tell which, by older sodium vapor lamps that cast everything in sickly yellow radiance. The light reminded Curtis of the city from 20 years ago, from the era before municipal modernization, when downtown had still been lit by bulbs that buzzed and flickered and made the asphalt look perpetually wet. The color was leaching from Curtis's surroundings, everything resolving into that monochrome amber wash that made it impossible to distinguish new construction from old. Curtis's phone showed him still on Alameda, showed his position as a blue dot moving steadily northwest toward Echo Park, showed an estimated arrival time of 11 minutes, assuming current traffic conditions. But Curtis was driving through a version of Los Angeles that seemed to have been assembled from memory rather than from actual geography. Streetlights from one decade and building facades from another, and traffic patterns that suggested a city built for navigation that would never successfully resolve into arrival. The dead-end lot appeared ahead of him again. The chain-link fence and transformer box and wet asphalt were there waiting, and Curtis pulled to a stop before reaching the barrier and sat watching the fog begin to thicken beyond it. The engine sound was circling somewhere in that fog, and Curtis understood he was being given time to recognize the boundaries of whatever space the curse had locked him into before the thing doing the circling decided time was finished. Curtis drove until the sun came up and the fog thinned enough to see that the lot was still there, that the fence and transformer box hadn't moved despite 6 more hours of attempted navigation. He'd stopped trying to reach Echo Park sometime around 3 in the morning and had started testing whether he could reach anywhere else. The beach, the valley, Pasadena, and every route had terminated at the same chain-link boundary with the same wet asphalt beyond it. When daylight made it clear the streets weren't going to normalize, Curtis drove to the impound lot on Alameda, which was the only destination that had worked consistently through the night. The lot appeared where it should have been, the corrugated metal fence with its razor wire catching the morning light, and Curtis parked his truck in his usual spot and sat trying to decide whether this counted as evidence that the curse had limits, or proof that it wanted him to have somewhere to return to between failed escape attempts. He got out and walked toward the office building at the lot's rear perimeter, looking for his keys and logbooks and anything that might suggest a normal workday could resume if Curtis just pretended the previous 8 hours hadn't happened. The gate in the corrugated fence was where it should have been, but when Curtis pushed through it, the lot that stretched beyond wasn't the compact, half-acre space he'd walked across thousands of times. The impound lot had no end. The rows of vehicles Curtis could see extended into a distance that shouldn't have fit inside the block-and-a-half Alameda property occupied. Cars stacked in columns that receded toward a horizon Curtis couldn't locate through the yellowish haze that had replaced normal morning light. The corrugated fence he'd just passed through was visible behind him, but the fence that should have marked the lot's far boundary had vanished into the automotive graveyard that seemed to stretch for miles. Curtis walked down the first row. The vehicles were arranged in the same configuration the impound lot had always used, tagged with intake numbers, sorted by arrival date, parked in spaces marked with fading yellow paint. But there were too many of them, hundreds where there should have been dozens. And when Curtis checked the intake tags, he recognized license plate numbers from years ago, from cars he'd processed and released and forgotten about months or seasons past. The glove compartments were hanging open. Curtis noticed it first on a sedan 3 spaces down the row, saw the small rectangular cavity gaping with its contents spilled across the passenger seat. And when he checked the next vehicle, its glove box was open too, and the next one, and the one after that. Every car Curtis passed had been searched and left open, registration documents and insurance cards and owner's manuals scattered across upholstery that was starting to mildew in the damp air that should have been dry Los Angeles morning, but wasn't. The child seats were what made Curtis stop walking. There were too many of them visible through rear windows, small plastic frames in colors that were supposed to signal safety and care, all facing forward toward windshields that were filmed with condensation that shouldn't have formed in daylight. Curtis counted 6 child seats in the first 10 vehicles he passed, found himself calculating the odds that 6 separate parents had left their children's safety equipment locked in cars they couldn't afford to retrieve, and the calculation produced numbers Curtis didn't want to look at directly. He turned down a different row, hoping to find the office building or the lot's normal exit, or anything that looked less permanent than an archive of his own career. The vehicles in this row were older, were the makes and models Curtis remembered processing when he'd first started working the lots 9 years ago, and their intake tags showed dates from that first season when Curtis had still been learning which permit signs were ambiguous enough to confuse drivers without being illegal enough to void the tows. The barking started somewhere deep in the maze of stacked vehicles. It was distant, seemed to be coming from multiple directions at once, and carried a tone Curtis recognized from the station wagon back on 3rd Street. The desperate, repetitive sound of an animal locked in a space it couldn't escape from and wouldn't be retrieved from in time. Curtis turned toward the sound and found it had moved, was now coming from behind him, and when he turned again, it was somewhere to his left, always shifting position whenever Curtis tried to locate its source. Curtis walked faster, trying to find the office or the exit gate or any landmark that would suggest the lot still connected to the normal Alameda property. The rows of vehicles continued without variation. The child seats and open glove boxes and intake tags representing years of work Curtis had done without thinking about what happened. To the people whose cars disappeared while they were buying groceries or attending medical appointments or working shifts that ran 20 minutes longer than the parking permits allowed. The invoices were visible through the office window when Curtis finally found the building. They were pinned to a corkboard that covered the entire interior wall. Hundreds of unpaid impound notices arranged in columns that extended from floor to ceiling, and every invoice Curtis could read through the grimy glass bore his employee identification number in the processing field. The amounts were printed in red: $400, $450, $380, and beneath each amount was a handwritten notation Curtis didn't remember making, but which was clearly in his own writing. Diabetic supplies in trunk, wedding dress in back seat, work tools required for employment, father in hospice, expires Tuesday. Curtis had documented the urgency and then charged the same fee anyway. He'd known what was locked in the cars he towed, had made notes about medications and medical equipment and items that represented the difference between someone keeping or losing a job, and he'd built those notes into a system that let him calculate exactly how much desperation would translate into immediate payment versus how much desperation would result in abandoned vehicles he could sell for scrap value after the statutory holding period expired. The barking was louder now, was coming from somewhere inside the infinite rows of vehicles behind him, and Curtis understood he was standing in a space the curse had built specifically for him to recognize what his predatory towing had actually constructed. Every car he'd towed was here. Every fee he'd extracted was documented. Every parent and diabetic and hospice visitor whose navigation he'd severed was represented by an empty cab and an open glove box and the ghost of whatever they'd needed to retrieve before time ran out. Curtis walked back into the rows and stood listening to the barking circle through the maze of metal and glass. The curse wasn't asking him to pass a test someone else had designed. The curse was showing him what his career had built, was giving Curtis time to understand that helping people get lost had been the actual product he'd been selling, while telling himself he was just enforcing parking regulations that happened to be written in ways that were profitable to misunderstand. The woman who'd cursed him had said every road Curtis took belonged to the lost, standing in a lot that had become an infinite archive of other people's stolen access to home. Curtis understood the lost weren't a supernatural category or a mystic dimension running parallel to Los Angeles. The lost were everyone Curtis had made it harder for by design to find their way back to whatever mattered enough to make them risk parking in an ambiguously marked zone. There had to be a way to reverse it. Curtis had built a system that severed navigation, and the curse couldn't just want him to acknowledge that and then die in a fog being hunted by something he couldn't see. The pattern suggested that if Curtis could reconnect someone to home with the same care he'd used to sever those connections, if he could care about their arrival the way he'd cared about their fees, the system might release him. The condition wasn't arbitrary. Curtis needed to find someone who was genuinely lost, not confused about an address or temporarily disoriented, but actually severed from wherever they belonged, and help them find their way back without calculating what the help would cost them or what it would gain him. The help had to be the thing that mattered, not the transaction or the outcome or the curse breaking as a reward for performing the correct sequence of actions. Curtis had developed instincts for identifying desperation, and those same instincts would make it nearly impossible for him to help someone without immediately assessing vulnerability and calculating angles. But standing in a lot that had become a monument to every time he'd chosen extraction over assistance, Curtis thought he might be capable of caring about one person's way home if the alternative was permanent residence among the evidence of everyone else's. He walked back toward his truck through rows of vehicles that seemed to extend forever in the yellowish haze. The barking followed him, always distant, always moving, and Curtis got in his cab and started the engine and pulled out of the impound lot, wondering whether the curse would actually provide an opportunity, or whether he was supposed to find one himself in a version of Los Angeles where every street led back to the same dead end. The city that appeared beyond the impound lot's gates looked normal for maybe 3 blocks before the street signs started shifting again and the buildings began arranging themselves in sequences Curtis didn't recognize. He drove without trying to navigate, let the truck follow whatever route the curse wanted to provide, and after 20 minutes found himself approaching the chain-link fence in the industrial lot with the train tracks visible beyond it. Curtis parked at the dead end and sat looking at the lot through the fence. If the curse operated on the principle Curtis thought it operated on, reciprocity instead of punishment, repair instead of penance, then somewhere in this space that looked close to Los Angeles but wasn't connected to it properly, there would be another person who needed to find their way home. And if Curtis could care about that person's situation more than he cared about breaking his own curse, the roads would let him leave. The possibility seemed designed to be impossible for someone with his particular set of skills and habits, but Curtis had just walked through space that suggested the curse understood exactly who he was and what he'd built, and was offering him exactly one chance to demonstrate he was capable of being something other than that. He got out of his truck and walked to the fence, gripped the chain link with both hands, and stood waiting to see whether anyone else would appear in a lot where the only 2 occupants so far had been Curtis and whatever was hunting him. The fog came back in the afternoon, which seemed wrong because the afternoon heat should have burned it off hours ago. Curtis watched it move across the lot beyond the fence in a way that suggested wind from the east when the actual breeze was coming off the ocean. The fog ignored normal weather, moved according to rules Curtis didn't have instruments to measure. The engine sound started again around 3. It was distant at first, somewhere beyond the train tracks, and it had the same grinding undertone he'd heard the night before. But now Curtis could distinguish individual components that his experience should have let him identify immediately. There was the squeal of under-lubricated pulleys, the heavy rhythmic clinking of steel safety chains dragging across pavement, and beneath it all the pneumatic hiss of air brakes, cycling in a pattern that suggested something massive, repeatedly stopping and starting as it circled. Curtis got out of his truck and stood at the fence listening to sounds he'd produced himself thousands of times, the exact acoustic signature of industrial towing equipment operating just beyond the legal maintenance threshold, where parts started grinding against each other but hadn't yet failed completely. The sound would come from the left, from somewhere near the transformer box, and Curtis would turn his head to track it and find that it had already moved to the right, to a position near the tracks that it couldn't have reached in the time it took him to turn, and underneath the diesel engine, Curtis could hear the specific pitch his own truck's hydraulic boom made when it was under load. Curtis pressed his hands against the fence and stared into the fog, trying to see whatever was making the sound. The fog thickened in response, seemed to gather itself into shapes that suggested vehicles or buildings or structures that refused to become solid enough to verify. The engine circled closer, seemed to be just beyond the fence now, and Curtis could hear the gravel crunching under what should have been tires, except there was nothing visible that could be producing the sound. The headlights appeared without warning, sudden bright circles in the fog that made Curtis squint and step back from the fence. They were high off the ground, positioned where a truck's lights would be, and they were bright enough to cast shadows through the chain link that stretched across the asphalt behind him. Curtis watched the lights move, tracked them as they circled the lot's perimeter, and when he tried to follow them with his eyes, they vanished the moment he focused on them directly. The lights would reappear somewhere else, would emerge from the fog in a position they couldn't have reached without Curtis seeing them move. The engine sound followed the lights, circled with them, and Curtis could hear it getting closer and then farther away in patterns that didn't match any vehicle he'd ever tracked. The sound would be right in front of him, loud enough to vibrate the fence under his hands, and then it would be behind him even though nothing had passed and Curtis hadn't turned around. Curtis backed away from the fence and got in his truck, started the engine, and sat with his hands on the wheel. The headlights in the fog circled closer, seemed to be just beyond the chain link now, and when Curtis looked at them, they disappeared again and reappeared farther away. The acoustic deadness hit him without warning. One moment, he could hear the engine circling, could hear the grinding and the sound of gravel under invisible tires, and the next moment, there was nothing. A silence so complete that Curtis could hear his own breathing and the tick of his truck's cooling engine, but nothing else. The fog was thicker than it had become dense enough that Curtis couldn't see the fence anymore, even though it was less than 10 feet from his truck. The silence lasted maybe 15 seconds, maybe a minute. Curtis's sense of time had stopped working properly somewhere around the second hour of driving in circles the night before. When the engine sound came back, it was louder than before. It was close enough that Curtis should have been able to see the vehicle producing it, and the grinding suggested metal tearing rather than metal meshing. Curtis put his truck in gear and started to reverse, started to pull away from the fence and the circling lights, and the sound that was getting too close. And that was when he saw the girl. She was walking along the train tracks, moving through the fog in a way that made her visible in pieces. A torn hoodie first, then a backpack with some cartoon character on it that had faded to the point where Curtis couldn't identify which one, then sneakers that were worn through at the toe. She was maybe 16, maybe younger, and she was looking around in a way that suggested she was lost rather than just passing through. Curtis stopped the truck. The engine sound was still circling, was still somewhere in the fog close enough to make the air vibrate, but the girl either couldn't hear it or was ignoring it in favor of trying to figure out where she was. She turned in a slow circle, scanning the lot and the fence and the transformer box, and Curtis could see the moment she registered his truck, the moment her body went tight in a way that suggested she was trying to decide whether he represented help or represented another problem. This was the opportunity the infinite lot had implied. Someone genuinely lost who needed to find their way home. If Curtis could help her get there without charging her or calculating how it benefited him. If he could care about her arrival the way he'd cared about extracting fees, the roads might release him. The problem was that Curtis's first assessment had been automatic. The same assessment he'd make at any tow lot. Young enough to be scared easily, probably didn't have much money, desperate enough to accept whatever terms he offered. His instinct for reading people had produced that analysis before Curtis could stop it, and now he was supposed to help her with genuine sincerity, while those same instincts were telling him exactly how to exploit her situation. Curtis got out of his truck. The girl watched him from maybe 50 feet away, her body angled in a way that suggested she was ready to run if he moved wrong. The fog was between them. He told her his name, told her he was stuck here too, that the streets weren't working right. He could see her processing whether to believe him, whether his being trapped made him safer to trust or more dangerous. The engine sound changed again, got louder, and the girl's head snapped toward the tracks. Curtis could see fear moving across her face, could see her looking for exits and finding only the lot and the fence in his truck. He needed to get her to trust him fast, needed to convince her to get in before the thing circling in the fog came straight toward them. The calculation started automatically. What would make a scared teenage girl trust a stranger? And Curtis stopped himself because calculating how to gain trust was the opposite of what the curse would judge. Curtis opened the passenger door of his truck. The girl was still watching him, still hadn't moved closer. The engine sound was getting louder, close enough now that even Curtis was starting to feel the need to get inside something with doors. The grinding sound was directly behind the girl now, was somewhere in the fog between her and the tracks, and Curtis could see the headlights starting to emerge from the vapor in a way that suggested whatever was making them had stopped circling and had started moving in a straight line toward where the girl was standing. The girl was maybe 16, was wearing a torn hoodie and carrying a backpack that looked underpacked. Curtis could see her flinch, not just from the fog, but from something about his truck itself. The logo he'd had printed on the doors, maybe, or the commercial plating. And he looked at her and saw someone terrified and about to be run down by something neither of them could see properly. "I'll take you wherever you need," he said. "No charge, I promise." The girl looked at him for maybe 3 seconds that felt longer, and Curtis could see her processing whether his promise meant anything or whether it was just the thing someone in his position would say to get what they wanted. The headlights in the fog were getting brighter, were close enough now that Curtis could see them starting to illuminate the girl from behind. And she must have seen them too, or felt them, because she ran toward his truck in a way that suggested she'd decided trust was less dangerous than whatever was behind her. She reached for the door handle. Her hand was maybe 6 inches from the metal when Curtis heard the engine sound change one more time, heard it shift from circling to accelerating, heard the hydraulic boom extending, and the chains starting to spool out. And he knew without seeing it that whatever was out there had decided 3 seconds was all the time they were getting. The girl's fingers touched the handle. The girl got in and pulled the door shut hard enough that Curtis felt the truck rock slightly. She was breathing fast, had both hands pressed against the dashboard, as though she needed something solid to confirm she was inside something with walls. Curtis put the truck in gear and pulled away from the fence without looking back at the lot or the fog or whatever had been circling in it. The girl told him an address in a voice that was still shaking from the run. Curtis recognized the street name. It was in one of the suburban neighborhoods north of downtown, maybe 20 minutes away on normal roads. He didn't ask her how she'd ended up at the lot, didn't ask whether the address was where she lived or just where she was trying to reach. Curtis drove. The girl sat pressed against the passenger door with her backpack on her lap, watching the streets pass with an intensity that might have been someone trying to memorize a route, or might have been someone checking whether they were being taken to the right place, or might it have been something else Curtis was choosing not to examine, because examining it would mean calculating angles again. The fog was thinning. Curtis noticed it first at the edges of the lot, where the vapor that had been dense enough to hide the fence was starting to pull apart into strands that the truck's headlights could penetrate. By the time he'd driven 3 blocks, the fog had receded enough that Curtis could see street signs clearly, could read the names without having to squint at letters that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The street sign ahead said 3rd, which was wrong because Curtis should have been deeper into the lost roads where street names didn't match any part of Los Angeles he recognized. He drove past the sign and checked the next intersection, found it labeled correctly for where 3rd Street should have intersected with Broadway. Curtis's grip on the steering wheel loosened for the first time since the woman had delivered her curse. The streets were coming back. Curtis could feel it in the way the truck's tires gripped the asphalt, in the way buildings appeared in sequences that matched his memory of how downtown connected to the northern suburbs. He passed a corner store he recognized, past the gas station that should have been there, and every landmark that appeared where it was supposed to be, felt as though the city was reassembling itself around him. The girl was watching him. Curtis could feel her attention even though he was keeping his eyes on the road, could sense her trying to decide whether she'd made the right choice getting into his truck, or whether she'd just traded one danger for another. Curtis drove in silence. The fog continued to thin, until it was gone completely, until Curtis was driving through a Los Angeles that looked normal, in ways the lost roads had refused to look normal. Traffic lights worked on predictable intervals. Other cars appeared on the streets, moving in directions that made sense. The map on Curtis's phone showed him exactly where he was, and the route to the girl's address appeared as a blue line he could actually follow. The address was in a neighborhood Curtis had driven through before when scouting for new towing locations. The houses were modest, mostly single-story with small yards, the kinds of places where people parked on the street because the driveways were too narrow for multiple cars. Curtis found the right block and started checking house numbers, and when he pulled up in front of the address the girl had given him, he could see it was a beige stucco house with security bars on the windows, the heavy-gauge kind that locked from the outside, Curtis noticed, which was common enough in Los Angeles that it didn't necessarily mean anything, and a lawn that was more dirt than grass, and a mailbox that had 3 different surnames printed on peeling label tape. The girl unbuckled her seatbelt. Curtis told her to be safe, told her to get some rest, and she nodded without looking at him, in a way that might have been exhaustion, or might have been something Curtis was choosing not to examine too closely. She opened the door and got out with her backpack, and Curtis watched her walk up the short driveway to the front door with steps that seemed slower than they should have been for someone who just reached home after being lost. She didn't have keys. Curtis noticed that when she reached the door and knocked instead of letting herself in, and when he looked at the security bars again, he could see the deadbolts were on the exterior side of the door frame rather than the interior, which was backwards from how residential security usually worked, but which Curtis told himself was probably just an installation error, or a landlord's cost-cutting or something that had a reasonable explanation he didn't need to investigate, because investigating would mean he was back to reading situations for angles instead of just helping someone get where they'd asked to go. The door opened after maybe 15 seconds, opened only a crack, and Curtis could see the girl saying something to whoever was inside but couldn't hear what. No one came out to meet her. No one opened the door wider or showed any visible relief that she'd returned. And when the girl finally went inside, the door closed behind her immediately with the kind of automated timing that suggested someone pulling it shut from a position where they'd been waiting, rather than the casual swing of someone who just welcomed a resident home. Curtis sat in his truck for a moment looking at the house. The girl was inside, was at the address she'd asked to reach, and Curtis had driven her there without charging her anything and without calculating what he could extract from the situation. The security bars looked wrong, and the door had closed wrong, and the girl's steps had looked wrong, but Curtis had learned to read people for wrongness that he could monetize, and he couldn't trust those same instincts to tell him whether this particular wrongness meant something, or whether it was just his predatory training seeing vulnerability in a situation where the only thing that mattered was that he'd done what he'd promised to do. The distinction felt real. Curtis had spent the drive fighting the impulse to read the girl for information he could use, had resisted asking questions that would have told him more about her situation, and he'd done it because she'd needed help, not because he'd needed to break his curse. He'd helped someone who was lost find their way to where they needed to be, and he'd done it with something approaching genuine concern for whether she made it safely. Curtis started his truck and pulled away from the curb. The streets felt different now, felt connected to the rest of Los Angeles in ways they hadn't felt connected since the curse started. He could see the route home to Echo Park appearing on his phone's map, could see the familiar sequence of turns that would take him to his apartment. And for the first time in 2 days, the navigation seemed trustworthy. The relief was overwhelming enough that Curtis had to pull over for a moment to let it settle. He'd been trapped in a geographic loop that had made every street lead back to the same abandoned lot, had been hunted by something in fog that circled with an engine he couldn't see. And now the streets were normal again, and he could go home. He'd broken the curse. The infinite lot had shown him what his predatory towing had built. And the logic of the roads had been clear. Guide someone truly lost to their true home without payment, and with genuine sincerity. He'd done it, and the roads had released him. Curtis could feel it in the way the city felt solid again, in the way his truck's engine sounded normal, instead of being drowned out by grinding metal from vehicles that didn't exist. Curtis pulled back onto the street and headed toward Echo Park. The drive took exactly as long as it should have taken, followed streets that stayed where they were supposed to be. And when Curtis finally pulled into his apartment complex's parking lot, he sat for a moment with the engine running, just feeling the normalcy of being somewhere he'd chosen to go. He got out of his truck and walked to his building, climbed the exterior stairs to the second floor where his apartment was located. His keys were in his hand, and the door was in front of him, and everything felt ordinary in a way that made Curtis want to sleep for 12 hours and then never think about curses or lost roads again. Curtis unlocked his door and pushed it open and stepped inside. He knew the way home now. The curse was broken and he was safe, and tomorrow he could go back to working the lots that paid best without worrying about women who delivered threats that turned out to be real. He stepped through the threshold, and his foot came down on wet asphalt instead of carpet. Curtis stopped moving. His right foot was on asphalt. His left was still on the threshold that should have been leading into his apartment. And when he looked down, he could see his familiar beige carpet dissolving into wet industrial pavement, as though the apartment's interior was being erased while he watched. The walls that should have been visible through the doorway were thinning into fog, becoming translucent, and then transparent, and then gone. And Curtis could see straight through the space where his living room should have been to the wet asphalt and chain-link fence that belonged to the lot he'd thought he'd escaped from. He tried to step back, but the threshold under his left foot had changed too, had stopped being the concrete landing of his apartment complex and had become more of the same wet asphalt. And when Curtis turned around, he watched the exterior walkway and the building's stucco facade thin into vapor, the same way his interior had. The door frame was still there, was still visible as a rectangular outline in the fog, but everything around it had dissolved, and Curtis was standing at the industrial lot again, with fog rolling in from all sides and the understanding settling into him that home had never been a place he could reach, because home was what the curse took away from people, and Curtis had built a career on taking it away from others. Curtis walked forward through the space where his apartment door had been. The fog was thicker on the other side, moved the way it had when the grinding sound started circling, and Curtis could feel the temperature dropping in a way that didn't match the warm Los Angeles evening he'd driven through 20 minutes ago. His truck should have been parked in the lot downstairs, but when Curtis turned in the direction the parking spaces should have been, he could see nothing except more fog and more wet asphalt extending into a distance he couldn't measure. The fog was coming in faster now, was moving in that wrong way it had moved before, seemed to thicken around Curtis while thinning near the ground. Curtis could hear his own breathing and nothing else, that same acoustic deadness he'd experienced at the lot when the engine had been circling. And he knew without seeing it that the headlights would appear soon, and the grinding sound would start, and he'd be back where he'd been before the girl had appeared on the tracks. The curse hadn't broken. Curtis had driven the girl to the address she'd given him without charging her anything, had resisted every impulse to calculate what he could gain from helping her, and the streets had normalized just long enough to make stepping through his own threshold feel safe before dropping him back at the lot he couldn't escape from. The fog was thick enough now that Curtis couldn't see the door anymore, couldn't see anything except gray vapor and wet asphalt that reflected nothing, despite Curtis being able to see his own shoes when he looked down. Curtis could feel the cold working into his jacket in a way that suggested the fog carried something besides moisture. The grinding sound started somewhere in the fog, distant at first. That same metal-on-metal quality he'd heard circling the lot before, but louder now, close enough that Curtis could distinguish the component sounds. Diesel engine, hydraulic pump, chain spools rotating under tension. Curtis turned toward the sound and saw nothing except fog and wet asphalt, but he could hear it getting closer with the steady advance of something that had stopped hunting and had started closing. His truck materialized out of the fog maybe 20 feet ahead. It was parked exactly where Curtis had left it before going upstairs to his apartment, and when Curtis got closer, he could see the interior dome light was glowing in a way that made the cab look like the only solid space in a world that had become mostly vapor. Curtis got in and sat with his hands on the wheel, trying to think through what had gone wrong, why the curse hadn't broken when Curtis had driven the girl to the address she'd given him. The radio scanner came alive without Curtis touching it. The unit was still hanging loose under the dash where Curtis had torn it from its bracket hours earlier, wires dangling in a way that should have made it non-functional. But the speaker was crackling with interference, and underneath the static, Curtis could hear a voice that made his hands tighten on the steering wheel. It was the girl. The voice was hers, bleeding through the speaker as though the curse had held it back during the silent drive and was delivering it now. Just one sentence, spoken quietly enough that Curtis might have missed it in the moment, or might have heard it, and filed it as teenage vagueness, rather than the truth it actually was. I ran away 3 days ago, looking for somewhere to sleep. The radio went silent. Curtis sat listening to the static, replaying the girl's words in his head. She'd run away. The beige stucco house with security bars that locked from the outside wasn't home. It was wherever she'd been trying to escape from, and Curtis had driven her back there because he'd assumed an address and a home were the same thing. The curse had judged the destination, not the intention. The grinding sound was getting louder. Curtis gripped the steering wheel and felt the texture of metal that had been worn smooth by years of use, and the engine noise was close now, was somewhere just beyond the fog that had thickened around his truck until the windshield showed nothing except gray vapor. Curtis could hear individual components separating into distinct sources. Diesel engine under load, metal scraping metal, something that might have been a transmission shifting through gears that didn't quite mesh. Curtis started the truck and tried to pull forward, but the wheels spun without gaining traction on asphalt that had been wet since the curse started, and which seemed designed to offer no grip when Curtis needed it most. He could see the headlights in his rearview mirror, could see them getting brighter as whatever was approaching closed the distance. And when Curtis looked in his side mirror, the shape materializing through the fog made his hands go numb. It was a heavy-duty recovery wrecker. Curtis could see the boom extending from the cab, could see the architecture of hydraulics and pulleys and steel cable he knew intimately, could see that it was older than any wrecker still operating in Los Angeles, and rusted in a way that suggested decades of exposure to weather no tow lot would permit. The wrecker had no license plates Curtis could see, had no markings that would identify what company owned it, and when Curtis looked at the cab, he could see the windshield was too grimy to show whether anyone was behind the wheel. The wrecker wasn't accelerating toward Curtis. It was reversing, was backing up to his truck with the practiced certainty of someone who'd performed this exact maneuver thousands of times and could do it blind in fog with perfect accuracy. Curtis tried to shift into reverse himself, tried to back away from the approach, but his transmission wouldn't engage and his wheels wouldn't grip, and the wrecker continued its approach with the inevitability of something Curtis had summoned himself by, becoming expert at exactly this procedure. The hydraulic boom lowered with the exact high-pitched whine Curtis had calculated 12 minutes would be enough time to mask from someone walking away from their car. The specific pitch that changed when weight shifted during hookup. The sound Curtis had learned to read as precisely as he read hesitation at permit signs. The lift mechanism slid under Curtis's truck chassis with the specific scraping sound that meant the operator had positioned it correctly on the first attempt. And Curtis felt his truck rock slightly as the chain snapped into place around his front axle with a bone-jarring metallic crack that he'd produced himself on hundreds of vehicles whose owners had returned too late to stop the transaction. Curtis's front wheels lifted off the asphalt. The steering wheel spun uselessly in his hands, responding to no input Curtis could provide. And through the windshield, Curtis could see the wet pavement dropping away as the hydraulic system lifted the truck's nose to the angle that meant the vehicle was secured and ready for transport. The entire hookup had taken under 2 minutes, the exact efficiency Curtis had taken satisfaction in, executed on him now with the same cold competence he'd perfected. Curtis grabbed for the door handle, tried to open it and jump out, but the handle wouldn't move and the door had locked itself, and Curtis was trapped in a cab that had become cargo. The wrecker shifted into gear with a sound Curtis had produced so many times, it might as well have been his own voice, and the whole assembly started moving forward, started towing Curtis's truck away from the space where his apartment had been, and deeper into the fog-shrouded streets that had no names and no destinations except the ones the lost roads provided for people who'd stolen too many ways home. Curtis looked through his rear window and could see the asphalt where he'd been parked, receding into the fog. The wet pavement was unmarked, except for a single rectangle of white paper that must have fallen from his cab when he'd gotten in. One of his own business cards, the ones he'd left under windshield wipers, to tell people where to send their $400. The card grew smaller as Curtis was towed deeper into the infinite maze of streets that looked close to Los Angeles but would never let him reach anywhere that mattered. The grinding sound continued, steady and unhurried, and Curtis could feel through the truck's frame every moving part of the tow he'd performed on hundreds of others being performed now on him, with exactly the care he'd spent 9 years perfecting. The fog closed over the business card, and Curtis could see nothing through any window except gray vapor, and the occasional streetlight that emerged from the haze and then vanished behind him as the wrecker pulled Curtis deeper into roads that belonged to the lost and always would. Leo Turner set the cafe's menu aside and opened his notebook to the page he had been carrying for 11 days. Carmine Bruno's name was circled 3 times in blue ink, the loops slightly overlapping where his pen had returned to the same spot. Below it, in his own hand, Lethe, absolution, returned October 14th. The words meant nothing until you knew what Carmine Bruno had been. A bootlegger who ran rum from Havana to the Gulf Coast, who killed a federal agent in Biloxi and walked because the only witness disappeared. A man who smiled at prosecutors. Carmine Bruno, who 1 week in October had vanished into the Terrebonne Parish swamps and returned serene, his operation abandoned, his accounts closed, his enforcers suddenly working for other men. Across the cafe, a man in a linen suit was watching Leo over a glass of chicory coffee. or Leo thought he was. The man's gaze slid past him to the door, and Leo returned to the notebook. He had seen Carmine Bruno 2 days after the man's return, outside the Monteleone Hotel on Royal Street. Leo had been covering a shipping fraud case and recognized Bruno from the federal courthouse. The same man who had stared down a prosecutor for 40 minutes without blinking, whose presence in a courtroom made stenographers pack up early. But the man outside the Monteleone had been someone else wearing Bruno's face. He stood with his hands loose at his sides, watching the traffic with a placid expression that reminded Leo of hospital patients after surgery. When a streetcar rattled past and backfired, Bruno hadn't flinched. A week ago, that sound would have put his hand inside his jacket. Leo had crossed the street to get closer. Bruno's eyes tracked him without interest, the way you might watch a pigeon land on the pavement. No recognition, no threat assessment. Just a man standing in October sunlight, empty. Leo had asked around. The waiters at Leo's restaurant knew Bruno used to eat there twice a week. Always the corner booth, always facing the door. He hadn't been back since his return. The bartender at the Sazerac said Bruno came in once, ordered a rye, and left it untouched on the bar for an hour, while he stared at the bottles on the shelf. When the bartender asked if something was wrong with the drink, Bruno had smiled and said it was fine, everything was fine, and walked out without paying. The bartender didn't chase him. You didn't chase Carmine Bruno over $2. But men who worked for Bruno told different stories. His bookkeeper said Bruno had called him to his office the day after his return and handed him a list of accounts to close and debts to forgive. Tens of thousands of dollars dissolved with a signature. The bookkeeper had asked if he was sure, and Bruno said he had never been more certain of anything in his life. His tone was cheerful. The bookkeeper quit the next morning. An enforcer named Giacomo, who had broken a journalist's fingers in 1931 for writing about Bruno's Algiers warehouse, told Leo that Bruno had shaken his hand, thanked him for his years of service, and given him $500 in walking money. When Giacomo asked where Bruno was going, Bruno said he wasn't going anywhere. He was staying in New Orleans. He just didn't need Giacomo anymore. He didn't need anyone. Leo flipped back 3 pages to the notes from his first interview with a dock supervisor who moved shipments for Bruno's operation. The supervisor had used the word peaceful 4 times in 5 minutes. Bruno was peaceful now. He looked peaceful. He seemed at peace. The repetition had stuck with Leo not because it was unusual to hear that word applied to a bootlegger, but because the supervisor had sounded envious. A man who had spent 2 decades greasing customs inspectors and bribing harbor police, who slept with a revolver under his pillow, envying Carmine Bruno's peace. The folklore came third hand, from a Cajun fisherman Leo found in a bar off Chupatula Street. The fisherman's cousin worked the oyster beds south of Houma and knew the stories that came out of the deep swamps where the channels narrowed and the cypress grew so thick the water never saw full sun. If a man did something he couldn't live with, the guilt followed him. It sat in his chest. It turned his food to ash. And if the weight got heavy enough, and the swamp would pull him, he'd wake up one morning knowing he had to find the pardon man. He'd leave his wife, his work, his name, and walk into the Terrebonne marshes until he found the shack. Inside, the pardoned man would listen to his confession. And when the man was finished, the pardoned man would give him a cup of water from the swamp, boiled with a root that didn't grow anywhere else. Lethe water, the fishermen called it, after the river in the Greek underworld, that made the dead forget. 1 cup, and the sin lifted. The man could go home. He'd be quiet afterward, and he'd smile at nothing, but he'd be free. Leo didn't believe in magic, but he believed in opportunities. A shack in the swamp was a perfect place to run an operation the Federals couldn't touch. No roads, no witnesses, no jurisdiction. If Bruno had debts to settle or enemies closing in, vanishing into the bayou for a week made sense. The Serenity was an act, the abandoned empire a feint. Leo had built a career on finding men who wanted to disappear and exposing the infrastructure that hid them. But the fisherman's cousin had said something else, something that didn't fit the pattern. He said the men who came back from the Pardon Man weren't pretending. They'd forgotten how to pretend. You could insult them to their faces and they'd smile. You could cheat them and they'd thank you. They weren't scared of anything anymore because they couldn't remember what fear was for. Leo closed the notebook and drank the last of his coffee, gone cold. Across the cafe, the man in the linen suit folded his newspaper and left $1 on the table. He didn't look at Leo on his way out. The door swung shut behind him, and the ceiling fan turned in the humid air. Leo had a name now, a tracker named Boudreaux, who ran supplies into the Terrebonne channels and knew the unmarked cuts where the fishermen wouldn't go. Leo had found him through the fisherman's cousin, who said Boudreaux would take money to guide someone in, but wouldn't go all the way to the shack. No amount of money would get him that far. Leo had asked why, and the cousin said Boudreaux had guided 2 men to the Pardon Man in the past 5 years, and both times he'd come back silent, poling his pirogue like a man trying not to wake something up. Leo paid for the coffee and stepped into the heat of Magazine Street. He'd meet Boudreaux tomorrow at the Fisherman's Wharf in Houma. He'd bring a camera, a notebook, and enough cash to make the trip worth the tracker's trouble. If the Pardon Man's shack was a front for Bruno's operations, Leo would photograph it and file the story by the end of the month. If it wasn't, if the folklore had some other explanation, something he hadn't considered, he'd find that too. That was the job. You followed the pattern until it broke, and then you wrote about what you found where the pattern used to be. He walked 2 blocks before he realized the man in the linen suit was standing in the shade of a hotel awning half a block back, watching the street. Leo kept walking. Leo took the Southern Pacific line south from New Orleans at 6 in the morning, the train rattling through cane fields where the mist hadn't burned off yet. He carried a leather satchel with a notebook, a Kodak Brownie camera, $60 in small bills, and a steel canteen he'd bought from a pawn shop on Rampart Street. The canteen had dents in it from someone else's expedition, and the cap stuck when he tried to unscrew it in the rail car. He worked it loose with his jacket wrapped around the threading and made a note to buy a replacement in Houma. He couldn't count on finding clean water in the swamp, and boiling it meant stopping long enough to build a fire. The pawnbroker had told him the canteen came from a man who'd been guiding hunters into the Atchafalaya before the state started regulating seasons. The man sold it for $2 and never came back for the deposit. Leo didn't ask why. Houma appeared through the train window an hour later, a spread of low buildings and fishing docks where the intracoastal waterway cut through on its way to the Gulf. Leo stepped onto the platform into air that smelled like engine oil and mud. The Fisherman's Wharf was a quarter-mile walk south, past a row of supply shacks advertising bait and fuel. Men were unloading crates of shrimp from a trawler, their sleeves rolled up, their hands red from ice. Leo asked one of them where to find Boudreaux, and the man pointed to a pirogue tied at the end of the dock, a flat-bottomed skiff with a push-pole lashed along the gunwale. Boudreaux was older than Leo expected, maybe 60, with sun-damaged skin and forearms that looked like they'd been carved from driftwood. He was sitting on an overturned crate, mending a section of netting with a steel needle. He didn't look up when Leo approached. Leo waited, watching the man's hands work the twine through the mesh in a pattern too fast to follow. After a minute, Boudreaux tied off the thread, bit it clean, and set the netting aside. Leo introduced himself and explained what he needed. a guide into the Terrebonne channels as far toward the deep swamp as Boudreaux was willing to go. Leo didn't mention the pardoned man by name, but Boudreaux's expression suggested he didn't need to. The man studied Leo the way you'd study a wooden board before deciding whether it was worth planning. Boudreaux told him the rate. $20 to the edge of the navigable water, where the channels narrowed and the cypress roots made poling difficult. He wouldn't go past that point. Leo could continue on foot if he wanted, but Boudreaux would wait at the channel fork for 2 days. If Leo didn't return by sundown on the second day, Boudreaux would leave. Leo asked what happened to men who didn't come back, and Boudreaux said some men came back and some didn't, and the distinction stopped mattering after the second day. Leo paid him half up front. Boudreaux folded the bills into his shirt pocket and told Leo to meet him at the dock at dawn. They'd need the full day to reach the fork. He told Leo to bring food that wouldn't spoil and a hat with a brim wide enough to keep the sun off his neck. The drugstore 2 blocks north sold quinine tablets if Leo wanted them. Boudreaux didn't say what the quinine was for, but Leo bought a bottle anyway, along with a wide-brimmed straw hat and 2 tins of sardines. He spent the night in a boarding house on Main Street, a narrow room with a window that overlooked the railway yard. He couldn't sleep. The air was too thick, and the room smelled like mildew and the kerosene lamp the landlady had left burning in the hall. He lay on top of the sheets and listened to the cicadas in the oak tree outside. At some point, he must have dozed because he woke to the sound of a train pulling out of the station, and the sky outside was the gray of pre-dawn. He met Boudreaux at the dock as the sun broke the horizon. The water in the canal was flat and dark, reflecting the pilings and the underbellies of the boats. Boudreaux was already in the pirogue, the push-pole across his knees. Leo stepped into the boat and sat on the plank seat near the bow. The pirogue rocked under his weight, and he gripped the gunwales until it steadied. Boudreaux didn't comment. He pushed off from the dock with the pole and guided them into the current. They moved south through water the color of tea, past docks where shrimp boats were tied and men were already hauling nets. The canal opened into wider channels lined with marsh grass that stood higher than a man's head. Boudreaux poled without speaking, his movements economical, the pole slipping into the water and catching the bottom with a muted thud that Leo felt through the hull. Birds lifted from the reeds as they passed, herons, egrets, something smaller that Leo couldn't name. The sun climbed and the air thickened. Leo took off his jacket and rolled his sleeves. Sweat pooled under the brim of his hat and ran down the sides of his face. By mid-morning, they had left the marked channels. The water narrowed and the cypress closed in, their trunks rising out of the shallows like the pillars of a drowned cathedral. Spanish moss hung from the branches in curtains that brushed the top of Leo's hat when they passed underneath. The light changed. It came through the canopy in fragments, white and green, and the shadows under the trees were the kind of dark that didn't move when the sun did. Boudreaux poled them through gaps in the roots that looked too narrow for the pirogue, but the boat slipped through without scraping. Once Leo saw something large slide off a log into the water 10 yards ahead. Boudreaux poled past it without breaking rhythm. They stopped once near noon at a spit of muddy ground where a cypress had fallen and created a gap in the canopy wide enough to let the sun through. Boudreaux stepped out of the pirogue and tied the bowline to the fallen trunk. Leo climbed out after him, his legs stiff from sitting. The ground was soft under his boots, and when he stepped away from the water, his heel sank 2 inches into the mud. He ate one of the tins of sardines and drank from the canteen. The water tasted like metal. Boudreaux smoked a cigarette and watched the channel they'd just come through, his eyes moving over the surface in a pattern that suggested he was looking for something specific. Leo asked him how much farther to the fork. Boudreaux said another 3 hours if the water stayed deep enough to pole. Leo asked if he'd been this far in recently, and Boudreaux said not since spring. Leo asked what he was looking for in the water, and Boudreaux ground out the cigarette under his boot and said nothing Leo needed to worry about yet. They continued. The channel split twice, and each time Boudreaux chose the narrower route without hesitating. Leo tried to track their direction, but the bends in the waterway and the canopy overhead made it impossible to see the sun long enough to orient. He gave up and watched the water instead. It was darker here, almost black, and the surface was glassy in a way that made it look solid. The fisherman's cousin's words came back. The channels where the water never saw full sun. They were in those channels now. The fork appeared late in the afternoon, marked by a stand of bald cypress that rose from the water in a cluster, their roots forming a natural barrier across the wider channel. Boudreaux poled them to a low shelf of ground on the eastern bank and stepped out, dragging the bow onto the mud. Leo climbed out and looked at the fork. One channel curved west, visible for maybe 30 yards before the trees swallowed it. The other ran south, narrower, choked with lily pads and duckweed. The water in the southern channel didn't look deep enough to pole. Boudreaux told him the southern channel led deeper, toward the old trapping camps the Cajuns had abandoned in the 20s. If the Pardon man's shack was real, it would be back there, where the water was too shallow for boats and the ground too soft to build anything permanent. Leo asked how far, and Boudreaux said half a day on foot if Leo didn't get lost. Leo asked what he should watch for, and Boudreaux looked at him for a long moment, then said, "The water doesn't want you here." Leo waited for the rest of it, but Boudreaux turned away and began tying the pirogue to a cypress knee. Leo didn't press him. He shouldered his satchel, checked the canteen, and stepped into the southern channel. The water came up to his shins, warmer than he expected, and the mud under his boots had the consistency of wet cement. He took 3 steps and looked back. Boudreaux was sitting in the pirogue, the push-pole across his lap, watching Leo the way you'd watch someone walk into a building you knew was condemned. Leo turned south and kept walking. The water in the southern channel stayed shallow for the first 100 yards, warm against Leo's shins, the bottom soft enough that each step released bubbles that smelled like rotting vegetation. Then the channel narrowed and the water deepened to his knees, and he had to move slower, testing each step before committing his weight. The canopy overhead thickened until the light came through in shafts so narrow he could count them. 5, then 3, then none. The air under the trees was 10 degrees cooler than it had been in the open water, and it smelled like wet wood and something else he couldn't identify. Sweet, almost floral, but with a medicinal sharpness that reminded him of the ether the dentist used. He walked for what felt like an hour, though he couldn't check his watch without stopping, and stopping meant standing in water deep enough that his boots were already full. The channel curved east, then south again, then west. He tried to track the bends in his head, but lost count after the 4th turn. The trees looked identical. Bald cypress with trunks as wide as oil drums, their roots spreading through the water in configurations that forced him to climb over some and duck under others. Twice he had to backtrack when the channel split, and he chose a route that dead-ended in a wall of roots too dense to push through. The 3rd time the channel split, he stopped. Both routes looked navigable. The left channel was slightly wider, the water clearer. The right channel was darker, choked with duckweed, but something about the configuration of the trees suggested it had been used more recently. He looked for marks on the trunks, scratches, broken branches, anything that indicated passage, but saw nothing definitive. He chose the right channel because it ran south, and Boudreaux had said deeper meant south. 20 yards in, he realized the water was moving, not current. There was no current this far from the main waterway. but movement. Small ripples spreading from points he couldn't see. Concentric circles overlapping and canceling each other out. He stopped and watched the surface. The ripples continued, appearing at random intervals from different locations, something under the water, or many somethings. The memory of what slid off the log surfaced. He pushed it away. He kept walking. The channel opened into a wider basin where the water was calm and black, and reflected the canopy above in perfect detail. Leo stopped at the edge of the basin, one boot on a submerged root, and looked across. The far side was maybe 40 yards away, difficult to judge in the fractured light. The water in the basin was deeper. He could tell from the color, the way it absorbed light instead of reflecting it past a certain depth. He couldn't see the bottom. He looked for a way around, but the basin extended in both directions, curving out of sight behind stands of cypress. Going around would mean backtracking or cutting through undergrowth, thick enough to hide the ground. He stepped into the basin. The water rose to his thighs, then his waist. He kept his satchel above his head and moved forward, feeling for the bottom with each step. The mud gave way to something firmer. Clay, maybe, or silt packed hard enough to hold his weight. He was halfway across when his boot came down on something that shifted under him. He froze. The thing under his boot moved again, a slow rolling motion, and then it was gone, sliding away through the water without breaking the surface. Leo didn't move for a full minute. When he did, he moved faster, lifting his knees higher, keeping his eyes on the far bank. He reached the far side and pulled himself onto a shelf of mud that held his weight. He set the satchel down and leaned against the cypress trunk, breathing harder than the exertion warranted. His shirt was soaked through, and his trousers clung to his legs. He drank from the canteen and ate the second tin of sardines, forcing himself to chew even though his throat felt too tight to swallow. The fish tasted like salt and oil and the inside of the tin. He drank again and screwed the cap back on. The canteen was half empty. He'd need to find water soon, or boil some from the channel, which meant stopping long enough to build a fire and wait for it to cool. He decided to wait until he found the shack. If the shack existed, it would have water. If it didn't exist, he'd need to turn back before the canteen ran dry. The ground beyond the basin was firmer, though still soft enough that his boots left deep prints. He followed what looked like a game trail, a narrow gap in the undergrowth where the palmetto fronds were bent back and the ground showed signs of repeated passage. The trail curved through a stand of live oaks draped with moss so thick it hung to the ground in curtains. He pushed through the moss and came out into a clearing. The clearing was small, maybe 20 feet across, and the ground was covered with a mat of dead vegetation that had compacted into something almost solid. In the center of the clearing was a structure. Calling it a structure was generous. 4 cypress posts driven to the ground, a roof of corrugated tin held down with stones, and walls made from sheets of tar paper nailed to a frame of saplings. The whole thing leaned to the left, and the tin roof had rusted through in spots. Leo approached slowly. The door was a section of canvas hung from a rope strung between 2 posts. He pulled the canvas aside and looked in. The interior was empty except for a wooden crate turned on its side and a pile of rags in the corner. The floor was dirt, and the walls let in enough light through gaps in the tar paper that he could see the space clearly. No one had been here in months, maybe years. The rags were stiff with mildew, and the crate had rotted until the wood came apart when he touched it. He stepped back outside and looked at the clearing again. An old trapping camp, exactly what Boudreaux had said he'd find back here. But not the shack. Not the Pardon Man shack. This was to ruin, to abandon. If the Pardon Man was real, his shack would be maintained. Functional. People came to him. You couldn't run an operation out of a structure that was falling down. Leo circled the clearing and found the trail continuing on the far side, heading south. He followed it. The ground sloped downward and the undergrowth thinned. The trees here were different. Younger, smaller, growing closer together. He realized he was walking through an area that had been cleared at some point, maybe a decade ago, and was only now growing back. Someone had cut the old-growth timber and left the saplings. He found the first stump a few yards later, cut clean with a saw, the top weathered but still flat. Then another and another, a line of stumps running parallel to the trail, spaced 10 feet apart. He stopped at the fourth stump and ran his hand over the top. The wood was soft with rot, but the cut was precise. Whoever had felled these trees knew what they were doing. Leo looked ahead and saw more stumps, a grid of them extending into the trees. Not random clearing, planned clearing. Something had been built here, or was going to be built, and then abandoned. The trail ended at a second clearing, larger than the first, where the stumps formed a perimeter around a flat section of ground that looked like it had been graded. In the center of the clearing was a depression, roughly circular, filled with stagnant water that reflected the sky in fragments. Leo walked to the edge of the depression and looked down. The water was shallow, maybe a foot deep, and the bottom was covered with a layer of rust-colored sediment. He saw shapes under the water, straight lines, right angles. He crouched and reached in, his fingers finding metal. He pulled, and a section of chain came up, links thick enough to hold a boat, covered in rust and algae. He dropped the chain and stood. The clearing felt wrong in a way he couldn't name. Not dangerous. There was nothing here that could hurt him. But wrong in the way a sentence with a missing word felt wrong. Something should have been here and wasn't. Or something had been here and left. He heard it then, a sound from the south, beyond the far edge of the clearing. Not an animal sound, rhythmic. Metal on metal or metal on wood. 3 strikes, a pause, 3 more strikes. Someone working. Leo picked up his satchel and moved toward the sound, keeping to the tree line at the edge of the clearing. The sound continued, steady, unhurried. 3 strikes, pause, 3 strikes. He reached the far edge and saw it through the trees. A shack. Not ruined, not abandoned. A structure with walls that looked solid and a roof that sat level. Smoke rising from a metal pipe that jutted through the tin. A door that was closed. And outside, a man splitting wood with an axe. Leo stepped behind a cypress trunk and watched. The man was in his 50s. Heavy through the shoulders, wearing canvas trousers and a collarless shirt soaked through with sweat. He worked the axe with practiced efficiency, someone who'd split thousands of cords and didn't need to think about placement anymore. The wedge of the blade caught the center of each log and the halves fell away cleanly. He'd set up a chopping block in the shade at the side of the shack, a section of cypress stump waist high, the top scarred with axe marks. A pile of split wood was stacked against the shack's eastern wall, enough to last through winter, if winter meant anything this far south. The man bent, set another log on the block, straightened, and swung. 3 strikes, pause, 3 strikes. Leo counted 12 logs split before the man stopped, set the axe against the block, and walked to a water barrel near the shack's front door. He lifted a tin dipper from a hook on the side of the barrel, filled it, and drank. Then he poured the rest over his head and stood there with the water running down his face and neck, his eyes closed. He refilled the dipper, drank again, and hung it back on the hook. He picked up the axe and returned to the block. Leo studied the shack while the man worked. It was larger than the ruined trapping camp, maybe 12 feet by 16, built with milled lumber instead of saplings. The walls were vertical planks, painted white at some point, but weathered now to gray. The roof was corrugated tin, newer than the walls with minimal rust. The door was solid wood with iron hinges, and it sat flush in the frame. A single window on the front wall, covered from the inside with something that blocked the light. No curtain. The coverage was too complete. Wood shutters, maybe, or boards. The smoke from the pipe had thinned to a wisp. Someone had banked a fire. The clearing around the shack had been maintained. The undergrowth cut back. The ground raked smooth. A path led from the shack's door to the water barrel, and another path ran from the door to the tree line on the southern edge, disappearing into the cypress. Leo saw a second structure near the southern path. Not a building, just a lean-to made from sheets of tin propped against a frame. Under the lean-to were crates, stacked too high, and what looked like sacks of rice or flour. Storage. Supplies brought in from somewhere, which meant the man wasn't isolated. Someone was provisioning him. Leo looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the adrenaline that came with proximity to something you'd been chasing. He'd found it. The shack existed. The Pardon Man existed. A man in his 50s who split wood and drank from a barrel and kept a fire going in weather that made Leo's shirt stick to his back. Leo could photograph the shack, document the location, hike back to the fork, and file a story about a hermit operating a con in the swamps. Carmine Bruno paid this man to stage the folklore, and the man took the money and lived out here where the Federals would never find him. It was clean. It was simple. It was the kind of story Leo had built a career on. But it didn't explain the supplies. A con man didn't need crates of provisions unless he was feeding more than himself. And it didn't explain the maintained clearing, the fresh firewood, the functional roof. A man running a con would live in the ruined camp, not here. This was permanent. This was infrastructure. Leo stepped out from behind the cypress and walked into the clearing. The man saw him immediately. He didn't startle and didn't reach for a weapon, didn't stop mid-swing. He finished the stroke, split the log, and set the axe against the block. Then he turned to face Leo, his hands loose at his sides, and waited. Leo crossed the clearing, feeling the man's eyes on him the entire way. When he was 10 feet from the chopping block, the man spoke. His voice was measured, without accent, the kind of voice you'd hear in a lecture hall or a courtroom. "You've come a long way." Leo stopped. He hadn't expected the greeting to sound so ordinary, so professional. He didn't know what he'd expected. Something closer to the folklore. The man looked at him the way a doctor might look at a patient who'd walked into an examination room. Neutral assessment, cataloging symptoms, waiting for the complaint. Leo introduced himself, keeping his voice level. He said he was a journalist from New Orleans, that he'd been investigating reports of men returning from the swamps, changed, and that he'd followed the trail here. He didn't mention Carmine Bruno by name. The man listened without interrupting, his expression unchanged. When Leo finished, the man nodded once, slowly, as though Leo had confirmed something he already knew. The man told Leo his name was irrelevant, that men who came here didn't care what he was called, only what he could do. But if Leo needed something to write in his notebook, he could use the name the locals used, the Pardon Man. It wasn't accurate. Pardon implied forgiveness, and he didn't forgive anything. But it was easier than explaining what he actually did. Leo asked what that was. The man looked at him for a long moment and gestured toward the shack's door. Inside, he said, the sun was too bright for the kind of conversation Leo wanted to have. Leo hesitated, scanning the clearing for signs of other men, other threats. The man seemed to understand. He said Leo could leave his satchel outside if it made him feel safer, that there was nothing inside the shack worth stealing, and nothing Leo carried that the man needed. Leo kept the satchel. The man shrugged and walked to the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Leo followed. The interior was cooler by 15 degrees. the air smelling like wood smoke and something else. Sweet, almost floral, but underneath it the smell of wet leaves gone to mulch. Not decay exactly, but something that had stopped being fresh. The smell sat in the back of Leo's throat. The single room was divided by function. A sleeping area in the far corner. A cot with a wool blanket folded. The mattress ticking was stained dark in the center. The impression of bodies compressed into the fabric from men who'd slept there without moving. A work area near the window. A table, a chair, a kerosene lamp. Shelves along the eastern wall filled with glass jars and ceramic containers. And in the center of the room, a cast iron stove with a pot on top, steam rising from the spout. The pot's rim was crusted with a pale residue, layers of it, years of the same substance boiled in the same vessel. The man crossed to the stove and lifted the pot with a rag wrapped around the handle. He poured the contents into a tin cup and set the cup on the table. Then he sat in the chair and gestured for Leo to take the cot. Leo sat, the satchel still on his shoulder. The cot frame creaked under his weight. The man said Leo looked like he'd been walking for hours and should drink something before they talked. The water in the barrel outside was safe, but the tea was better. It helped with focus. Leo looked at the cup on the table, the steam curling from the surface, and felt his throat tighten. The man saw the expression and laughed. Not unkindly, but with the weariness of someone who'd seen the same reaction many times. Not that tea, the man bet. That tea was on the shelf. This was just root bark and chicory, the same thing Leo probably drank in New Orleans. The man stood, walked to the shelf, and took down a jar. He opened it and held it out so Leo could see inside. Dried mushroom, brown and wrinkled, packed in layers. The smell from the jar was stronger than the room's ambient sweetness, fungal, earthy, with that same medicinal sharpness. This, the man said, was what Leo had come to see. Leo looked at the mushrooms, then at the man. The man screwed the lid back on the jar and returned it to the shelf. He sat down again and folded his hands on the table. He said if Leo wanted the story, he'd give it to him. The whole story. What the tea did, how it worked, why men came here, and why they left different. But Leo would need to understand what he was looking at first, because without context, it sounded like folklore. And folklore was what men told themselves when they didn't want to understand the truth. Leo took out his notebook. The man stood and walked to the shelves, running his finger along the jars until he found the one he wanted. He took it down and set it on the table next to the cup of tea Leo hadn't touched. The jar was smaller than the first, filled with a pale powder that looked like ground bone. He unscrewed the lid and tilted the jar so Leo could see the texture. Fine, almost crystalline, with a faint yellow tint when the lamplight hit it. This was the processed form, the man said. The mushrooms were harvested, dried, ground into powder, then boiled for 6 hours and reduced. 1 tablespoon of concentrate per cup of water. The result was a tea that tasted bitter, slightly sweet, and left a numbness on the tongue. Men drank it willingly because by the time they found this shack, they would drink anything. Leo asked where the mushrooms grew. The man said they grew in one location, a sinkhole 3 miles south where the water table dropped and created a flooded cavity. The mushrooms grew on submerged cypress roots in clusters dense enough that a month's supply took less than an hour to harvest. He'd found it by accident in 1927, following a channel that looked like it led nowhere. He'd been looking for a place to build a still. Instead, he found the mushrooms. He hadn't known what they were at first, but he'd been trained in neurology at Cook County Hospital in Chicago, and he recognized the symptoms in the men who came to buy his liquor, and mentioned that the water near his operation made them feel calm, not drunk. Calm. He started paying attention. The men who drank from the sinkhole slept better. They stopped flinching at loud noises. One man said his hands had stopped shaking for the first time since the war. He had taken samples. He examined them under a lens he'd brought from Chicago. He found the spores, traced them to the mushrooms. And then he started testing. Leo asked what kind of tests. The man looked at him with an expression Leo couldn't read. Not defensiveness, not pride. Something closer to the patience a teacher shows a student who's asked the right question too early. He said the kind of test that would have gotten him censured in Chicago, which was why he wasn't in Chicago anymore. He tested the concentrate on himself first, in small doses, documenting the effects, reduced anxiety, flattened emotional response, difficulty recalling traumatic memories. At higher doses, the effects became permanent. He'd kept his doses low because he needed to remain functional, but he'd gone far enough to confirm the mechanism. The man, a neurologist, Leo now understood, walked to the cabinet near the sleeping area and opened the top drawer. He took out a ledger, leather-bound, the pages thick with ink. He brought it to the table and set it in front of Leo, but didn't open it. He said the ledger contained the names of every man who'd come here, the date they arrived and the date they left. Leo could look at it if he wanted, but he'd need to understand what he was reading first. Before Leo could reach for it, the neurologist opened the ledger himself and turned it so Leo could see a page near the middle. The page was divided into columns, but what caught Leo's attention was the handwriting. The name column showed signatures. Not printed names, but cursive signatures, each one different. Some were shaky, the letters barely legible, ink blotted where the pen had trembled. Others were neat, precise, the letters uniform as typeset, and the neurologist said the men signed their own names when they arrived. They signed again before they left. Leo looked closer. Next to each shaky signature was a second signature in the departure column. The same name, but the handwriting was different, steady, controlled, empty of the urgency that had made the first signature shake. The neurologist closed the ledger and set it aside. He said men started coming to him in 1928. Word spread through the channels. A man in the swamp who could take away what haunted you. He didn't advertise. He didn't charge. Men came because they had no other options. Leo asked how many men. The neurologist said 73 over 6 years. Laborers, fishermen, trappers, men who'd done things they couldn't live with. The weight was killing them. Insomnia, alcoholism, violence turned inward. One man hadn't slept more than 2 hours a night since he'd beaten his son to death in a gin house fight in 1925. Another man had watched his crew drown when their rig collapsed in a storm, and he couldn't go near the water without vomiting. Leo asked what they were like after they drank the tea. The neurologist's expression changed, not satisfaction, but something closer to the look a craftsman gets when describing work he's proud of. He said they were calm. He described a trapper who'd come in 1929, 3 days after arriving. The man had walked into the shack, bent forward, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't hold the cup. He'd killed his brother-in-law in a hunting accident, mistook him for a deer in the morning fog. He couldn't stop seeing it. Couldn't stop hearing the sound his sister made when she understood what had happened. The neurologist had given him the tea. The man had slept 14 hours. When he woke, the neurologist asked him if he remembered the accident. The man said yes, he remembered all of it. The neurologist asked how he felt about it. The man thought for a moment, then said it was an unfortunate event. That was the phrase he used. Unfortunate event. Not tragedy, not the worst thing he'd ever done. Just an unfortunate event that had occurred, the way weather occurred, and now it was over. The man had signed his name in the departure column. Neat, even strokes, and walked back to his life. The neurologist described another patient, a fisherman who'd come in 1931. The man's 7-year-old daughter had drowned while he was pulling nets. He'd been 50 feet away, hadn't heard her go under, found her an hour later. He came to the shack because every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face under the water. After the tea, the neurologist asked if he still saw her. The man said yes, but now when he saw her, it was just information, a thing that had happened. He could think about other things now. He could work. One man's wife wrote to thank the neurologist. Her husband had been a stranger for 8 years, and now he was back. He didn't laugh as much as he used to, didn't cry when their daughter got married, but he was present. He was there. That was enough. Leo set his pen down. He said the neurologist understood what he was describing. You're destroying the part of the brain that makes people human. The neurologist said Leo was using the wrong language. He wasn't destroying, he was severing. And the part he severed wasn't what made people human. It was what made them prisoners. He explained it simply, without the medical drawings Leo had expected. The brain has a structure that stores fear. It's supposed to keep you alive by remembering threats. But in some men, the structure doesn't know when to stop. It catalogs every mistake, every injury, every moment of helplessness. A door slamming becomes a mortar. A raised voice becomes an attack. The brain does this to protect you, but the protection becomes a cage. The concentrate disabled the structure, not sedation, removal. A man who drank the tea could still remember killing someone. He just couldn't feel the weight of having done it. Leo asked if the effect was permanent. The neurologist said yes. The pathways didn't regenerate. Once severed, they stayed severed. A man who drank the tea would never feel guilt again, never feel fear, never feel the physiological response to trauma. He would be, in the most literal sense, unburdened. Leo asked what happened to empathy. The neurologist said a man without fear could still understand another person's suffering. He just wouldn't feel compelled to act on it. He wouldn't feel compelled to do anything. Compulsion came from the structure the tea destroyed. Without it, a man experienced the world as a series of neutral facts. He could choose his response instead of being forced into one. Leo asked if the neurologist understood that the men who came here didn't know they were trading their capacity for their capacity for everything fear protected. The neurologist said the men who came here were dying. The fear was killing them. They couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't look at their children without seeing what they'd done. He gave them relief. If that relief also made them incapable of pulling a child out of traffic or waking when the house was on fire, that was a trade they made willingly. They signed their names twice. Once when they arrived, shaking, once when they left, steady. Leo looked at the jar of powder on the table, the pale yellow granules catching the lamplight. He asked what happened if someone drank it who didn't want to. The neurologist's expression didn't change. He said that would be unconscionable. The tea was a gift, not a weapon. It only worked if the recipient understood they were choosing relief. If someone forced it on another person, the recipient would wake up unable to feel fear or guilt, but without the context of having sought that outcome. They'd be confused, disoriented. They might hurt themselves trying to understand why they felt nothing. The neurologist had never given the tea to anyone who didn't ask for it. He never would. Leo asked how the neurologist could be certain the men who came here were asking for it freely. The neurologist said he could tell. A man who'd been sent by someone else, who'd been told to come here under threat, carried that coercion in his body. His hands shook differently. His eyes moved differently. The neurologist had turned away 11 men in 6 years because they'd been forced to come. Leo asked what the tea tasted like. The neurologist said it was bitter, slightly sweet, with a numbness that started on the tongue and spread to the throat. Men usually finished the cup in 3 swallows. After that, they slept. When they woke, the weight was gone. Some men cried, though they didn't know why. Tears without the feeling that usually caused them. The neurologist would give them water, food, and directions back to the main channels. Most left the same day. None of them came back. Leo asked why. The neurologist said because they didn't need to. He picked up the jar of powder and returned it to the shelf. Then he turned back to Leo and folded his arms across his chest. He said Leo could write about this however he wanted. He could call it a miracle or call it butchery. It wouldn't change what the tea did. It wouldn't change the fact that 73 men were walking around Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama right now, free of the things that had been killing them. The neurologist didn't need Leo's approval. He'd found a way to do what Cook County's ethics board said was impossible, and he'd done it without grants, without oversight, without asking permission. Leo asked what the neurologist got out of it. The man smiled for the first time since Leo had arrived. Not warmth, but the kind of smile you'd give someone who'd asked an obvious question. It removes the capacity for regret. He let the words sit in the air between them. Then he walked to the door and opened it, letting the afternoon light spill into the shack. Leo could leave now, the neurologist said, or he could stay and look at the ledger. Either way, the interview was over. Leo had the story he came for. Leo stood and walked to the door. The neurologist stepped aside to let him pass, but Leo stopped in the doorway, one hand on the frame, looking out at the clearing. The afternoon light was different than it had been when he'd entered. Lower, angling through the cypress at a steeper pitch. He'd been inside for over an hour. The chopping block stood where the neurologist had left it, the axe leaning against the stump, a scatter of wood chips on the ground. The water barrel sat near the door, its surface reflecting a fragment of sky. Everything looked exactly as it had when Leo first saw it, but now he understood what he was looking at. Infrastructure. A medical practice operating under the cover of folklore, performing irreversible brain damage on men desperate enough to accept it. The 73 names in the ledger, each one signed twice, once shaking, once steady. Men who'd come here carrying guilt or trauma, who'd walked out the next day chemically incapable of feeling either. The neurologist had said they returned to their families, to their work, to their lives. But what returned wasn't the same man. It was a version of the man with critical architecture removed, a body that remembered how to function, but couldn't remember why it had cared. The neurologist had said it with such certainty. Removing the fear structure made a man free. But freedom required choice, and you couldn't choose if you didn't understand what you were losing. The men who came here didn't know they were trading their capacity for their capacity for everything fear protected. The neurologist had stripped that from 73 men and called it a cure. And the neurologist believed he was helping. That was the part Leo couldn't reconcile. The man wasn't lying. He wasn't performing. He genuinely thought he'd found a solution to suffering, and the fact that the solution destroyed part of what made suffering meaningful didn't register as a problem. He'd stood in the shack and described permanent brain damage the way another doctor might describe setting a bone. Leo turned back into the shack. The neurologist was standing near the stove, watching him with the same neutral expression he'd worn since Leo arrived. Leo said he had what he needed. He'd write the story, and he'd name the neurologist in it. He'd describe the shack's location, the fungus, the mechanism. He'd include the testimonies from the men who'd seen Carmine Bruno return from the swamps, transformed. The neurologist would be arrested. The shack would be shut down, and the men in the ledger would become evidence in a criminal trial, The neurologist listened without interrupting. When Leo finished, the man nodded once, slowly. He said Leo was free to write whatever he wanted. He'd known from the moment Leo stepped into the clearing that this outcome was possible. He didn't regret it. The men who'd been treated were still treated. Whatever happened to the neurologist afterward wouldn't undo what had already been done. Leo said that wasn't the point. The point was preventing it from happening to anyone else. The neurologist said nothing. He walked to the shelf and began moving jars to different positions. Small adjustments, no practical purpose. His hands were occupied. Leo asked where his satchel was. The neurologist pointed to the cot without looking at him. Leo crossed the room and picked it up, checking inside to make sure the notebook and camera were still there. They were. He slung the satchel over his shoulder and moved toward the door. But as he reached for the frame, he heard something. A sound from outside, faint but distinct. A cough quickly stifled, and underneath it, the creak of boot leather on wood. Leo froze. The neurologist was still at the shelf, his back to Leo, continuing to rearrange jars that didn't need rearranging. Leo looked past him to the window, but the shutters blocked any view of the clearing. He listened. Nothing now. Just the sound of the wind moving through the cypress. He turned back to the neurologist. The man had stopped moving the jars, but hadn't turned around. Not tension, exactly. Recognition. Leo said he thought he heard something outside. The neurologist said the swamp made sounds. Leo said it sounded like a person. The neurologist said men passed through sometimes, trappers, fishermen. Leo walked to the table where the ledger sat. He flipped it open, scanning the recent entries. His eye caught on something he hadn't noticed before. The most recent entry, the one at the bottom of the current page, showed an arrival date. November 12th, 1934. Today. The ink was still wet. Leo looked at the neurologist. He asked who arrived today. The neurologist said no one had arrived. Leo pointed to the entry. The neurologist walked over slowly. He didn't look at the page. He looked at the door. Leo asked why the ink was still wet. The neurologist said nothing. Leo closed the ledger and picked it up. He said he was taking this with him. The neurologist said Leo couldn't do that. The records were private medical documents. Leo said they were evidence of criminal activity. He opened his satchel and slid the ledger inside. The neurologist stepped toward him. Leo stepped back, putting the table between them. The neurologist stopped. He said if Leo took the ledger, he'd be stealing. Leo said if the neurologist tried to stop him, Leo would know this was more than a medical practice. They stood there, 3 feet of table between them, neither moving. Then the neurologist stepped aside. Leo moved toward the door, the satchel heavy on his shoulder now. He stepped outside into the afternoon light and stopped. The wood chips around the chopping block had been scattered. When Leo had entered the shack, they had been in a neat pile where the neurologist had let them fall. Now they were spread across the ground in a pattern that looked like boot prints. Leo looked at the water barrel. The tin dipper was hanging on the wrong side. The neurologist had hung it on the eastern hook. It was now on the western hook. Leo took 3 steps toward the southern path and heard it. Not a sound this time, but the absence of sound. The swamp had gone silent. No birds, no insects, no movement in the undergrowth. The kind of silence that came when something larger had moved through, and everything else was waiting to see what it would do. Leo looked back at the shack. The neurologist was standing in the doorway now, watching him. Not moving to follow, just watching. Leo turned and walked quickly toward the path, his hand tightening on the satchel strap. He pushed through the palmetto fronds and live oak moss, moving faster than he had on the approach. The urgency that had been building since he'd seen the wet ink was overriding caution now. He needed to reach the fork before dark. He needed to get back to Boudreaux. He needed to... He stopped. On the ground in front of him, pressed into the soft mud, was a boot print that hadn't been there when he'd walked this path 2 hours ago. The print was fresh. Water was still seeping into the impression. Leo stepped over it and kept moving. 20 yards ahead, he pushed through a curtain of moss and stopped again. A man was standing on the path 15 feet ahead, blocking the route south. He was younger than the neurologist, maybe 40, wearing a suit that had been expensive before the swamp humidity warped the wool. His hands were in his pockets, his posture relaxed. He didn't move when Leo stopped. He just stood there waiting, his expression pleasant. Leo recognized him from the photograph he'd seen in the federal courthouse records. Carmine Bruno. Leo's first thought was to turn and run back to the shack. But a second man stepped out of the undergrowth behind him, cutting off that route. This one was heavier, with a face Leo didn't recognize. Canvas work clothes, boots caked with mud. One of the enforcers, probably. The man who'd escorted Widow Theriot to the shack, or someone like him. He didn't speak. He just stood there 10 feet back, close enough that Leo couldn't get past without a confrontation. Leo turned back to Carmine. He asked how long Carmine had been waiting. Carmine said, long enough. He'd been in the area when word reached him that a journalist from New Orleans was asking questions about the Pardon Man. Carmine had business near Houma anyway. Deliveries to make, people to see. And it made sense to stop by the shack and see who was curious. Leo asked what Carmine wanted. Carmine said he wanted to know what Leo planned to do with the story. Leo said he planned to file it with his editor, publish it, and let the authorities handle the rest. Carmine nodded slowly as though Leo had confirmed something. Carmine already suspected. He said that would be a problem. Leo had documentation. The notebook, the ledger. He had enough to build a case. If that case went public, it would complicate Carmine's operation significantly. Leo said that was the point. Carmine said he understood, but he was hoping they could reach an arrangement. Leo said there was no arrangement. Carmine had been using the neurologist to chemically lobotomize his enemies. Carmine said Leo was using charged language. Lobotomize implied coercion, and everyone who drank the tea chose to drink it. Leo asked if Widow Theriot's treatment was incidental. Carmine said Widow Theriot was suffering. Her husband's death had destroyed her, and she'd been scheduled to testify in a proceeding that would have required her to relive the worst night of her life. The tea spared her that. Everyone benefited. Leo took a step backward, testing the distance to the enforcer behind him. The man didn't move, but his weight shifted, ready. Leo stopped. He asked what Carmine planned to do. Carmine said that depended on Leo. If Leo agreed to destroy the notebook and leave the ledger, then Carmine would let him walk back to the fork. Leo said he wouldn't do that. Carmine said he'd expected that answer, but he'd wanted to offer it anyway. Civility mattered, even in negotiations that were going to end badly. Leo asked what happened if he refused. Carmine gestured toward the shack behind Leo. He said the neurologist had explained what the tea did. Removed the capacity for fear, for guilt, for emotional distress. It was a remarkable substance. Leo understood before Carmine finished. He tried to pull away, but the enforcer's hand was already on his shoulder, firm but not violent. The hand stayed there, holding Leo in place. Carmine said Leo was carrying evidence that could destroy Carmine's operation. That evidence needed to disappear. The simplest way was to make the person carrying it forget why it mattered. Leo would still remember everything. He just wouldn't care. He'd hand over the notebook and the ledger willingly, walk back to New Orleans with a smile on his face, and never write the story because the story wouldn't feel important anymore. Leo asked if the neurologist knew about this. Carmine said the neurologist would find out in a minute when they brought Leo inside. The neurologist might object, might refuse, but Carmine doubted it. The neurologist had already treated 7 people Carmine referred. The man had a pattern. Once he was faced with someone suffering, and Leo would be suffering by the time they finished explaining what was about to happen. The neurologist would offer the cup. Leo tried to pull away from the enforcer's grip. The hand tightened, and a second enforcer stepped out of the trees to Leo's left. 3 men now. Carmine in front. 2 enforcers flanking. Leo looked toward the shack. The neurologist was still standing in the doorway, watching. Leo called to him, asked if he was going to let this happen. The neurologist didn't answer. Carmine said they should go inside. The enforcers walked Leo back to the clearing with a hand on each arm, their grip firm but not punishing. Carmine walked ahead. Leo tried once to pull free, twisting his shoulders, but the hands tightened, and he stopped. They emerged into the clearing. The neurologist had moved to the side of the shack, near the water barrel. His expression was unreadable. Leo called to him again, louder. He said the neurologist had told him the tea was never given to anyone who didn't ask for it. The neurologist didn't respond. When they reached the doorway, Carmine stopped and turned to face Leo. The enforcers held Leo between them. Carmine studied him for a moment, his head tilted slightly. "You should have stayed in New Orleans." The words were conversational, almost sympathetic. Carmine stepped aside and gestured toward the open door. The enforcers moved Leo forward. He braced his feet against the threshold, but there were 2 of them, and his boots couldn't find purchase. They walked him inside. The shack's interior looked the same. The table, the chair, the stove, the shelves with their jars. Nothing had changed except that Leo was no longer here by choice. Carmine followed them in. The neurologist came last, stopping just inside the doorway. He looked at Leo, then at Carmine, then walked to the shelf where the kerosene lamp sat. He moved it to the table without being asked, adjusting the wick so the light fell cleanly across the chair where Leo would sit. Then he shifted the glass jars on the shelf, the ones with specimen labels, moving them to the far end, away from where the struggle would happen. His movements were unhurried, deliberate. Carmine told the enforcers to put Leo in the chair. They guided him to it and pushed him down. Leo gripped the armrests but didn't try to stand. One enforcer stayed beside him, a hand on Leo's shoulder. The other moved to the door. Carmine walked to the table and picked up the ledger from Leo's satchel. He opened it to the most recent page and read through the entries. Then he closed it and set it down. He looked at the neurologist and said they'd need a new entry. The neurologist didn't move. Carmine said the neurologist could write it himself, or Carmine could write it. But either way, the record needed to be maintained. The neurologist said this was different. The people Carmine had referred before had come willingly, or at least had agreed to drink once they understood what the tea would do. Leo hadn't agreed. He didn't want to be here. Forcing the tea on him would violate every principle the neurologist had used to justify the treatments. Carmine said the neurologist had violated his principles the moment he accepted the first referral. He'd known what Carmine was doing. He'd seen the pattern. Witnesses, widows, enforcers. He'd treated them anyway. The neurologist had told himself they were suffering, that the tea helped them. But that was rationalization. This was just the next step. The neurologist said he wouldn't do it. Carmine said the neurologist would. Because Leo was suffering right now, he was terrified. The neurologist had said his purpose was to eliminate suffering. Here was a man suffering. The neurologist could treat him, or he could watch him suffer. The neurologist looked at Leo. Leo met his eyes and said, "Don't." The neurologist looked away. Carmine walked to the shelf and took down the jar of powder. He set it on the table. Then he took down the jar of dried mushrooms and set that down too. He said the neurologist could prepare the tea, or Carmine's men would prepare it themselves. They'd watched the neurologist work. The neurologist said if they prepared it wrong, the dose could be lethal. Carmine said he'd take that risk. The neurologist walked to the table. He opened the jar of powder and measured a tablespoon into a tin cup. Then he took the pot from the stove, poured water over the powder, and stirred it. The liquid turned cloudy, then settled into a pale amber. He set the cup on the table and stepped back. He said it needed to steep for 5 minutes. Carmine thanked him. Leo asked what would happen if he just didn't swallow. Carmine said they'd hold his head back and pour it down his throat. If he choked, they'd wait and pour more. Eventually, he'd swallow enough for it to work. It would take longer and be more unpleasant, but the outcome would be the same. Leo looked at the neurologist. He said the neurologist had called the tea a gift, had said it was unconscionable to give it to someone who didn't ask for it. The neurologist had said those things an hour ago in this room. Leo asked if the neurologist still believed them. The neurologist said he did. Leo asked what the neurologist was going to do about it. The neurologist said nothing. Carmine checked his watch. He said the tea had steeped long enough. He picked up the cup and walked to where Leo sat. The enforcer's hand on Leo's shoulder tightened. Carmine held the cup in front of Leo's face, close enough that Leo could smell it. Bitter with a sweetness underneath and something else. Mineral, earthy, wrong. Leo looked at the cup. He looked at Carmine's hand holding it, steady and patient. He looked past Carmine to the neurologist standing against the wall, watching with an expression Leo still couldn't read. The neurologist had built this. He'd found the fungus, isolated the mechanism, refined the concentrate. He'd convinced himself he was curing suffering, and now his cure was being used exactly the way he'd said it shouldn't be. Leo said he wouldn't drink. Carmine nodded to the enforcers. The one by the door crossed the room and grabbed Leo's other shoulder. Together they forced him forward, bending him over the table, pressing his chest against the wood. Leo tried to twist away, but their weight pinned him. His cheek was flat against the ledger's leather cover. He could see the jar of mushrooms at the edge of his vision, the dried brown caps packed in layers. Carmine moved around the table to where Leo's head was pinned. He said they'd need to tilt Leo's head back to prevent choking. One of the enforcers grabbed Leo's hair and pulled, forcing his head up, his neck extended. Leo's jaw clenched. Carmine said they'd need to open his mouth. The enforcer pressed his thumb and forefinger into the hinges of Leo's jaw, and Leo's mouth opened before he could stop it. Carmine brought the cup to Leo's lips. Leo tasted it on his tongue before he could stop himself. Bitter, astringent, the sweetness almost floral. The liquid was warm. It filled his mouth, and he couldn't spit because his head was tilted back, and the enforcer's hand was clamping his jaw. He felt it slide toward his throat. He tried to hold it there, but the swallow reflex fired without his permission, and the tea went down. Carmine poured more. Leo swallowed again and again. The cup emptied. The enforcers released him. Leo slumped in the chair, his hands gripping the armrests, his mouth still open, gasping. The taste sat on his tongue, numbing it the way the neurologist had said it would. The numbness spread to his throat. He could feel the liquid in his stomach, warm and heavy. Carmine set the cup back on the table. He told the enforcers to help Leo to the cot. Leo's legs were shaking, but he stood when they pulled him up. They walked him to the sleeping area and sat him on the edge of the cot. Carmine said the alkaloids would start working in 20 minutes. Leo would feel tired first, then disoriented. Then he'd sleep. When he woke, the pathways would be severed. He'd remember everything. The interview, the ledger, the story he'd planned to write. He'd remember being forced to drink the tea. He'd remember all of it with perfect clarity. He just wouldn't care. Leo felt the numbness spreading past his tongue, into his throat, down into his chest. The warmth from his stomach was moving outward, creeping through him in waves. He tried to focus on something, anything, that would let him hold on to why this mattered. Widow Theriot. Her name in the ledger, written in two different hands. He could see it clearly. Widow Theriot. Grief testimony. Referral, C. Bruno. He knew what it meant. He knew she'd been brought here, forced to drink, sent to court chemically incapable of caring that her husband had been murdered. He knew that mattered. He knew it was wrong. But the knowing was starting to separate from the feeling. Like watching something through a pane of glass that was slowly frosting over. He could still see the shape of it. The wrongness, the injustice. But he couldn't reach it. Couldn't make his body respond to it the way it had 10 minutes ago. He tried to summon anger at Carmine. He called up the memory of the enforcer's hand forcing his jaw open, the bitter taste flooding his mouth, the humiliation of his body betraying him with the swallow reflex. The memory was there, perfect and clear, every detail intact. But the anger wouldn't come. It was like reaching for a limb that had been amputated. He could remember what it felt like to be angry, could remember the sensation. But when he tried to feel it now, there was nothing. Just the memory of the memory. His hands were resting on his knees. He looked down at them and realized they were steady. They should be shaking. He'd been held down and force-fed a neurotoxin designed to hollow out his brain. His hands should be shaking, but they were perfectly still. And then he realized something worse. He was smiling. He could feel it. The muscles in his face pulling his mouth into a slight upward curve. He tried to stop it. Tried to force his expression back to neutral, but the smile stayed. It wasn't connected to anything he felt. It was just happening, the way a muscle might twitch. Carmine was still talking. Something about the notebook, about Leo walking back to New Orleans, about filing other stories. The words were losing shape, bleeding into each other. Leo tried to focus, but the effort felt pointless. Why did it matter what Carmine was saying? Why did any of this matter? He knew it mattered. The knowing was still there, a fact sitting in his head like any other fact. This matters. This is important. This is the story that will expose Carmine and shut down the neurologist and prevent this from happening to anyone else. But the why was evaporating. Like water on hot stone, there one moment and gone the next. And when he tried to remember why he'd cared about the story, he couldn't find the reason. He just found the memory that he had cared once, the way you might remember a meal you'd eaten last week. The warmth was in his chest now, spreading toward his shoulders. His vision was starting to blur at the edges. Carmine's face was swimming in and out of focus. Leo tried to hold on to one more thing, just one thing that would let him remember who he was and why he'd come here. The bitterness was still on his tongue, fading as the numbness spread. And with it, the knowledge, clear and sharp and already losing its weight, that by morning he would hand over everything he knew with a smile. Then the darkness came, warm and soft, and Leo stopped fighting. Leo woke to gray light coming through the gaps in the tar paper walls. His mouth was dry. He sat up slowly, testing his balance. He was lying on the cot, still dressed, his boots still on. Someone had pulled the wool blanket over him. He stood and walked to the table. The neurologist was sitting in the chair. He looked up and asked how Leo felt. Leo considered the question. He felt rested. His legs were steady. He said he felt fine. The neurologist stood and poured Leo a cup of water. His hand trembled slightly as he set the cup on the table. Leo drank. The water was cool and tasted like metal, but underneath, faint, almost unnoticeable, was a trace of vegetable sweetness. He set the cup down and looked at the table. The ledger was still there. His satchel was on the cot, but when he checked inside, the notebook was missing. The neurologist said Carmine had taken it sometime during the night. Leo nodded. It didn't matter. The neurologist said Carmine had left the ledger. He'd looked at it and said there was no point taking it. Once Leo signed the departure column, he could carry it all the way back to New Orleans if he wanted. He could show it to his editor, to the police, to anyone. It wouldn't change anything. Leo nodded. And that was true. The neurologist asked if Leo remembered what happened. Leo said he did. All of it. The neurologist asked if Leo understood what the tea had done. Leo said yes. The neurologist asked how it felt to know that. Leo said it felt like knowing any other fact. The neurologist looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned away and walked to the window, his back to Leo. He stood there without speaking. Leo watched him. After a while, the neurologist's shoulders moved. Not a full breath, just a small adjustment. The kind of motion a man makes when he's trying to hold something down that wants to come up. The neurologist said there was one more thing. He walked to the table and opened the ledger, turning it to the most recent page. Leo's name was there in the arrival column, written in his own hand. The letters shaky, the ink blotted where his pen had trembled when Carmine's men brought him in. The neurologist set a pen beside the ledger and said Leo needed to sign the departure column before he left. It was how the record was kept. Leo picked up the pen. He found the line next to his arrival signature and wrote his name. The letters came out steady even, each stroke controlled. When he finished, he set the pen down and looked at the two signatures side by side. The same name, but the handwriting looked like it had been done by different people. The neurologist closed the ledger without comment. He said Leo was free to go. The path back to the fork was clearly marked. Boudreaux would still be waiting. Leo stood. He picked up his satchel and walked to the door. Behind him, the neurologist remained at the window, motionless, looking at nothing. Leo stepped outside into the morning light. The clearing looked the same. The chopping block, the water barrel, the stacked wood. He would walk back to the fork. He would ride the pirogue to Houma. He would take the train to New Orleans. He would go to the cafe on Magazine Street, where he used to work, sit at his usual table. And when his editor asked about the story, Leo would smile and say there was no story, just folklore. He'd checked and found nothing worth writing, and he would mean it. The bitterness still coated his tongue, fading now, with it the knowledge, clear as ever, light as air, that he would return to his life and participate in its routines with unfailing politeness, and never once feel the absence of what had been taken. Emma woke to find Howard's side of the bed empty and cold. She lay there for a moment in the dark, listening to the house creak around her, trying to remember if she'd heard him get up. Nothing. Just the wind pressing against the glass and that smell she'd been noticing for weeks now. Damp earth, wet concrete, something organic underneath it all. The smell had started 3 weeks after she'd moved in, faint at first, easy to dismiss as foundation moisture or the forest pressing too close to the house. But it had gotten stronger over the past month, thick enough now that Emma sometimes woke in the night gagging, convinced something had died in the walls. Howard said he didn't notice it, said it was her imagination, said the house was new and concrete always smelled like that for the first few years. But Emma had lived in new construction before, had helped her father build a house in Petoskey when she was a teenager, and concrete didn't smell like this. Concrete didn't smell like rot, like something sealed away that was now working its way back to the surface. She pulled on her robe and went downstairs, her hand trailing along the wall to keep her balance in the darkness. The living room was lit by a single lamp, and Howard was standing at the window with his forehead almost touching the glass, one hand raised to point at something in the trees she couldn't see. Emma stopped at the bottom of the stairs and watched him for a moment. He was wearing the same clothes he'd worn yesterday. Jeans, gray t-shirt, bare feet despite the cold. His posture had the rigid quality of someone who'd been standing in the same position for hours, muscles locked, body forgetting how to move. His raised hand trembled slightly, not from exhaustion, but from tension, from the effort of holding it steady while he pointed at something only he could see. It was the third night in a row she'd found him like this, and if you'd asked her, then what frightened her more? The idea that Howard was seeing something real in that dark line of pines, or the idea that he wasn't. She wouldn't have been able to answer. What she knew was that the house had begun to feel wrong in a way she couldn't name. The kind of wrong that makes you stop in doorways and listen to the silence, trying to understand what's changed. The house was Howard's design, built 2 years before Emma met him. All glass and steel and concrete, perched on a rise in the forest 40 miles north of Glen Lake, where the pines grew so dense the snow never reached the ground between them. Howard had told her once that he'd wanted a house where he could see everything coming, where nothing could approach without his knowing. She'd thought it was romantic in a paranoid sort of way, the kind of thing a man says when he's been doing security work too long and forgotten how to be still. Now she understood it differently. She crossed the room and stood beside him, close enough to smell the coffee gone cold in the mug he'd set on the windowsill. And something else underneath it, faint but persistent. A smell like damp earth after heavy rain, or concrete that had been wet and never fully dried. She'd noticed it before in this room, always near the windows, always in the evening. Howard said it was the foundation settling, that new construction sometimes held moisture for years. The glass was so clean it might not have been there at all, and beyond it the forest stretched away into darkness. The pines black against the snow and the sky above them, that particular shade of blue-gray you only see in northern Michigan in winter, when the sun sets at 4:30 and the temperature drops 20 degrees in an hour. The cold near the window was worse than it should be, worse than the heating system could account for. Emma had stopped standing here for more than a few minutes because of how quickly her fingers went numb. Howard's hand was still raised, finger extended towards the tree line. Emma followed the line of his arm and saw nothing but the same trees she'd been looking at for 3 months. The same snow, the same darkness gathering between the trunks. She waited for him to lower his hand. He didn't. She asked him what he was looking at. Howard didn't turn his head, didn't drop his hand. His breath fogged the glass in front of his face, and when he spoke, his voice had the flatness of someone who's said the same thing too many times and stopped expecting to be believed. There, at the pine. Emma looked. The pine in question. If she was reading his gesture right, was one of maybe 300 pines visible from where they stood. She saw snow. She saw bark. She saw the long shadows the trees threw across each other in the failing light. She didn't see whatever Howard was pointing at, and after 30 seconds of squinting into the dusk, she stopped trying. What worried her wasn't that Howard claimed to see something she couldn't. What worried her was the way he stood there, absolutely still, his whole body angled toward that spot in the trees the way a hunting dog freezes when it catches a scent. She'd watched him do security assessments at the consulting firm where they'd met, watched him walk perimeters and check sight lines and identify vulnerabilities with the same focused intensity. But this was different. This had the feeling of something personal. She reached out and touched his shoulder, and the contact seemed to break whatever held him. He lowered his hand and turned to look at her. And for a moment, his face had the expression of a man servicing from deep water, disoriented and gasping. Then he blinked and it was gone, replaced by something she recognized as an attempt at normalcy. He asked her if she'd seen it. Emma said she hadn't seen anything. She said maybe they should close the blinds. Howard looked back at the window, and she watched his jaw tighten. The blinds were heavy blackout panels Howard had insisted on installing when they'd moved in together, the kind you see in hotels controlled by a switch near the door. Emma had thought they were ugly and excessive, but Howard had been adamant. He'd said he wanted the option of total darkness, total privacy. She'd given in because it hadn't seemed worth fighting about. Now Howard reached past her and hit the switch, and the panels descended from their housing above the window with a motorized hum that sounded too loud in the silence. The view disappeared section by section as the fabric unrolled. Trees, snow, sky, all of it erased, until the room was sealed and the only light came from the lamp on the side table and the dim glow of the kitchen behind them. Howard stood looking at the closed blinds for a long time, and Emma realized she'd been holding her breath. She asked him what he'd seen out there. Howard turned and walked past her toward the kitchen, and she heard him refilling his coffee mug from the pot on the counter. When he came back, his face had settled into something calmer, something that looked almost like the man she'd married 6 months ago, before they'd moved up here full-time, before the isolation and the snow and whatever was happening now. He told her it was Allison. The name meant nothing to Emma for a moment, and then it clicked into place. The whistleblower case. The one Howard had worked on years ago when he was still doing private security contracts. He'd mentioned it once or twice in passing, always in the same flat tone he used when talking about work he'd rather forget. A woman named Allison, who'd been about to testify against a tech company doing illegal data harvesting. Howard had been hired to keep her safe in a transition house while the prosecutors built their case. Then Allison had disappeared 3 days before the hearing, and the whole thing had fallen apart. The official story was that she'd taken a payout and fled the country. Howard had said it was probably true. He'd said people like that, people who turned on their employers. They didn't have principles, they had prices. Emma asked him what he meant, that he'd seen Allison. Howard set his mug down on the coffee table and sat on the couch, his elbows on his knees, his hands laced together. He looked at them instead of at her when he spoke. He said he'd been seeing her for 3 nights now, out in the trees, standing in the same spot. He said she was watching the house. He said tonight she was closer than she'd been before. Emma sat down beside him and asked the question she already knew would sound wrong. She asked him if he was sure it was her. Howard looked at her then, and she saw something in his face she didn't have a name for. He said he was sure. He said he knew what Allison looked like, that he'd spent 2 months in a safe house with her, that you don't forget a face like that. He said she was wearing the same clothes she'd been wearing the last time he saw her. Jeans, a gray sweater, no coat. He said her face was blue with cold. Emma felt the air go out of her lungs. She asked him if he'd called anyone, if he'd reported it. Howard shook his head. He said there was nothing to report. He said the official record was clear. Allison had left the country, probably Mexico or Costa Rica, somewhere without extradition. He said if he called the police and told them he was seeing a dead woman in his backyard, the only thing that would accomplish was a psychiatric evaluation he didn't need. Emma started to say something and stopped. What she wanted to say was that maybe a psychiatric evaluation was exactly what he needed. But she knew Howard well enough to know that suggesting he wasn't thinking clearly would only make him dig in harder. Instead, she asked him what he thought Allison wanted. Howard's hands tightened against each other, and Emma saw the tendons stand out on the backs of them. He said he thought Allison had been killed out there in the woods, probably by these same people who'd hired him to protect her. He said he thought she'd been murdered and left out there, and now her ghost was coming back to make someone pay for it. He said the closer she got to the house, the more certain he was that she was coming for him. As he spoke, Emma caught that smell again. Damp earth, wet concrete. It was stronger tonight than it had been before, and it seemed to come from directly beneath where they were sitting, as if something in the foundation was exhaling into the room. Emma asked why Allison would come for him if the people who hired him were the ones who'd killed her. Howard looked at her, and she saw his face close down in the way it did when he decided a conversation was over. He said he didn't know. He said ghosts didn't need reasons. He said all he knew was that she was out there, and she was getting closer. And he needed Emma to trust him enough to keep the blinds down and the doors locked until he figured out what to do. Emma wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that this was insane, that he was scaring her, that they needed to pack up and drive back to the city and get him to see someone who could help. But the way he was looking at her, the way his whole body had gone tense and watchful, the way his eyes kept flicking toward the covered window as if he expected Allison to walk through it, made her swallow the words. She told him she'd keep the blinds down. She told him she trusted him. Howard's shoulders dropped half an inch, and he reached out and took her hand. His palm was cold and damp, and when he squeezed her fingers, she felt how hard he was working to hold himself together. He thanked her. He said it would be all right. He said he just needed a few days to think, to figure out what Allison wanted, and then this would all make sense. Emma nodded and squeezed back, and tried not to think about the fact that Howard had just described seeing a ghost in photographic detail, and that his explanation for why the ghost was there, that she'd been murdered by the people who hired him, didn't explain why Allison would be haunting Howard instead of them. She tried not to think about the other possibility and the one that was already taking shape in the back of her mind. But the thought was there now, and it wouldn't leave. 3 days passed with the blinds down. Emma spent them watching Howard deteriorate, watching him pace between windows with his hands pressed to the fabric panels, watching him stand vigil over sealed glass, as if he could see through it by force of will alone. He stopped eating. He stopped sleeping more than an hour at a time. He stopped looking at Emma when she spoke to him, his attention always elsewhere, always on the windows, on whatever he thought was approaching from the trees. On the morning of the third day, Emma made breakfast, eggs, toast, coffee, and set it on the table in front of where Howard was sitting. She told him to eat. He looked at the plate like he didn't recognize what food was, like the concept of eating had become foreign to him. Then he stood and walked back to the window without touching it. Emma ate alone at the kitchen table, the untouched plate growing cold across from her. 6 months ago, she'd married a different man. He'd proposed over dinner in Ann Arbor, had said he wanted to build a life with her, had brought her to this house in the forest and said it was theirs now, a fresh start, a place where they could be happy. That man was gone. What remained was this hollow thing that paced and pointed and talked to ghosts that didn't exist. On the fourth morning, Emma found Howard at the window again, his hand on the blind control. His fingers were on the switch, not pressing it, just resting there as if he was trying to convince himself to open them. She told him not to open them. Howard said he needed to check if Allison was still there. Emma asked what he would do if she was closer. Howard said he didn't know. He said part of him wanted to confront her, but he knew that was insane. He said the rational explanation was hallucination. But then why did it feel so real? Why could he see her so clearly, down to the frost on her eyelashes, down to the specific way her gray sweater hung off her shoulders, down to the terror in her eyes? Emma told him they should drive to Traverse City, find a doctor. Howard's eyes were red when he looked at her. He asked if she thought he was crazy. Emma asked him to describe the last time he'd seen Allison alive. Howard said it was at the transition house in Grand Rapids. He'd checked on her the day before she vanished. Standard protocol. She'd been fine, a little nervous about testifying. They'd talked 20 minutes. The next morning, she was gone. Emma asked what Allison had been wearing that day. Howard looked at her for a long moment, and Emma watched something shift in his face. He said he didn't remember. He said it had been 4 years ago. Why would he remember what she was wearing? Emma asked him how he could describe what she was wearing now out in the trees, if he couldn't remember what she'd worn the last time he'd seen her alive. The silence that followed had weight to it. Howard's hand fell away from the blind control, and he took a step back from the window. Emma watched him process what she'd just pointed out, watched him try to find an explanation that would make it make sense, and saw the moment when he couldn't. He sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. Emma stayed where she was. She wanted to go to him, wanted to put her arms around him and tell him it would be all right. But the part of her that had been watching Howard carefully for the past 3 days, the part that had been cataloging his evasions and his certainties and the things that didn't quite line up, kept her frozen in place. She asked him if there was anything else he wanted to tell her about Allison. Howard's shoulders rose and fell. He said no. He said there wasn't anything else, that the whole thing had been routine until Allison vanished. And after that, it had just been paperwork and debriefings, and then the case collapsed and everyone moved on. Emma asked him why he'd built this house out here, 40 miles from the nearest town, in the middle of nowhere. Howard looked up at her, and Emma saw something flash across his face too quickly to name. He said he'd wanted privacy. He said after years of working in cities, doing security in buildings, where you could hear your neighbors through the walls, he'd wanted space where he could think without anyone watching. Emma said the house was made of glass. Howard stood up. He said he was going to take a shower, and when he came back down, they could talk about driving to Traverse City, if that was what Emma wanted. He said she was probably right, that he should see someone, that this was getting out of hand. Then he walked past her and up the stairs, and Emma heard the bathroom door close and the water start running. She stood in the living room for a long time after that, looking at the covered window. Allison was out there somewhere in the trees, wearing a gray sweater and no coat in the Michigan winter, getting closer every night, according to Howard. The house had been built 2 years ago. The foundation was poured thick enough to withstand anything. The glass walls were designed to see everything coming. The smell came from beneath the floor. The cold radiated from the windows no matter how high the heat ran. Howard had started locking doors she didn't remember him locking before. Emma went upstairs to the spare room they'd set up as an office and closed the door. The laptop sat on the desk, screen dark. She opened it and pulled up a search, her fingers hovering over the keyboard while she tried to decide what to look for. She typed, Allison Granger Whistleblower, Grand Rapids. 3 articles came up, all from December 4 years ago. Allison Granger, data analyst, vanished from protective custody. No evidence of foul play. Case collapsed. Helix Solutions settled out of court 6 months later. Emma clicked through them quickly, looking for details. Allison had been staying at a transition house under Howard's protection. She'd disappeared between midnight and 6 a.m. Howard had been the last person to see her alive. Investigators cleared him after finding no physical evidence and confirming his alibi. She was about to close the browser when something caught her eye. The 3rd article had a photograph. Allison Granger's face, pulled from a social media profile. Dark hair, gray sweater, 20-something smile, the same gray sweater Howard had been describing. Emma closed the laptop and sat staring at the dark screen. Down the hall, the water shut off. When Howard came downstairs 20 minutes later, hair wet and smelling of soap, Emma was sitting at the kitchen table with her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had gone cold. She told him they needed to leave. She said they should pack a bag and drive to Traverse City tonight, find a hotel, get him to see someone in the morning. Howard poured himself coffee and leaned against the counter, and Emma watched him take a long drink before he answered. He set his mug down and looked at her, and Emma saw something in his eyes she couldn't name. Maybe you're right. We should leave today. Emma felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. This was what she'd been pushing for since the beginning, what she'd been begging him to do, and now that he was offering it, felt wrong. It felt like a move in a game she didn't understand, like Howard trying to get ahead of something. She asked him what changed his mind. Howard looked at her, and Emma saw something shift in his face. He said last night had shown him he couldn't keep doing this, that watching Allison get closer while Emma saw nothing was making him question his own sanity. He said if the doctors said he was hallucinating, then he'd accept it and take whatever medication they prescribed. He said he was tired of being scared. Emma asked him if Allison was still out there this morning. Howard looked toward the living room again, toward the covered windows, and Emma watched his hands tighten on the edge of the counter. He said he didn't know. He said he hadn't opened the blinds. He said he didn't want to know how much closer she'd gotten overnight. Emma stood up and walked to the sink, dumping her coffee for the second morning in a row. She stood with her back to Howard and looked out the kitchen window at the forest, at the pines heavy with snow and the gray sky pressing down on everything, and tried to decide whether she believed him. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to think that Howard was offering to leave because he genuinely recognized he needed help, that the terror she'd seen in him last night was real, and that he was finally accepting he couldn't face it alone. But something about the timing felt wrong. Something about the way he was watching her felt calculated. She told Howard they would leave after lunch. She said she needed time to pack properly, to make sure they had everything they'd need for a few days away. She said he should try to eat something, get his strength up for the drive. Howard nodded and said that sounded like a good plan. He said he'd start shutting down the house systems, making sure everything was secure before they left. Emma watched him walk toward the basement stairs, watched him disappear down into the lower level where the utilities were, and wondered what else was down there beneath the concrete, beneath the pipes and the wiring and the careful architecture Howard had designed. She was upstairs packing when she heard Howard come back up from the basement, his footsteps heavier than usual, moving quickly through the living room. Emma folded a sweater into her overnight bag and listened to him walk from window to window, the motorized hum of the blind control cycling up and down, then silence. Then his voice calling her name from downstairs, urgent enough that Emma dropped what she was holding and went to the landing. Howard was standing in the center of the living room with all the blinds open, staring out at the forest. The midday light was flat and gray, and the snow had started falling again, small, dry flakes that drifted between the trees. Emma came down the stairs and saw Howard's hands were shaking. She asked him what was wrong. Howard didn't turn around. He said he'd opened the blinds to check the window seals before they left. Standard procedure before leaving the house empty for a few days. He said he'd started in the bedroom, worked his way around to the living room, and when he'd opened these blinds, Allison had been standing at the edge of the yard. Emma looked where Howard was pointing and saw the same empty forest she'd been seeing for days. Snow, trees, the gray light making everything look washed out and distant. No figure, no movement, nothing that didn't belong. She told Howard they should close the blinds and finish packing. Howard shook his head. He said he couldn't leave now, not with Allison this close. He said she'd moved since last night, that at this rate, she'd be at the house by tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest. He said they needed to stay. needed to wait until Allison reached the glass and they could see what she wanted. Emma felt her pulse kick up. She told Howard that wasn't the plan, that they'd agreed to leave after lunch to drive to Traverse City and get him help. She said standing here watching for a ghost that probably wasn't there wasn't going to solve anything. Howard turned to look at her, and Emma saw something in his face that made her take a step backward. His eyes had the flat brightness of someone who'd gone too long without sleep, and his jaw was clenched so tight she could see the muscle jumping beneath the skin. When he spoke, his voice had a forced calmness that was worse than if he'd shouted. He said Emma didn't understand what was happening here. He said Allison wasn't just a hallucination or a stress reaction. She was real, and she was coming for him. And if they left now, they'd just be postponing whatever confrontation was coming. He said the only way forward was to stay and face it, to let Allison reach the house and demand whatever she'd come here to demand. Emma told him that was insane. She said ghosts didn't work that way, that dead people didn't walk out of the woods looking for revenge. She said Howard needed to hear himself, needed to understand that what he was describing was impossible. Howard's laugh came out sharp and wrong. He said impossible was a word people used when they couldn't accept what was right in front of them. He said Emma hadn't spent 2 months with Allison the way he had, hadn't seen how determined she was and how single-minded. He said people like Allison didn't just disappear, they came back. And now here she was. Emma took a step toward him. She asked Howard how he knew what someone who'd frozen to death looked like. Howard's reflection in the glass went very still. He said he was guessing that it seemed obvious Allison would look frozen if her ghost was standing in the snow. He said it wasn't a hard inference to make. Emma said the only way to know what someone who'd frozen to death looked like was to have seen it before. She said the only way to describe it in such specific detail, the blue-black lips, the ice-colored skin, the snow that wouldn't melt, was to have watched someone die that way or to have seen them shortly after. Howard turned to look at her then, and Emma saw his face had gone pale. He said she didn't know what she was talking about. He said she was letting her imagination run wild, letting the isolation and the stress make her see conspiracies where there was nothing but coincidence and bad luck. Emma said she wasn't imagining anything. She said she'd looked up the case, had read the articles about Allison's disappearance, had seen that Howard had been the last person to see her alive. She said the house had been built the same year Allison vanished, that the foundation had been poured in February, just 2 months after Allison disappeared. Howard's jaw tightened. He said plenty of houses were built every year, that it was coincidence, that Emma was connecting things that had no connection. He said she was acting like a prosecutor trying to build a case out of circumstantial evidence and innuendo. Emma took another step toward him. She said she wasn't acting like anything except a woman who realized she was living in a house built on top of someone's grave. She said the ghost Howard was seeing wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from underneath them, from whatever he'd buried beneath the concrete before the foundation was poured. Howard's face went from pale to flushed, and Emma saw something flash in his eyes that might have been fury or might have been terror. He said Emma was out of her mind, that she'd let the isolation warp her thinking until she'd invented an entire fantasy based on nothing but coincidence and her own paranoia. He said if anyone needed psychiatric help, it was her, not him. Did you kill her? The question hung in the air between them. Howard stared at Emma, and Emma watched the calculations move across his face. Whether to deny, whether to deflect, whether to admit. She saw the moment when he decided, saw his shoulders square and his expression harden into something defensive and righteous. Howard said the ghost standing outside their house proved he hadn't killed anyone. He said if he'd murdered Allison, Her body would be buried and her ghost wouldn't be walking around in the woods. He said the fact that Emma couldn't see Allison didn't mean Allison wasn't real. It just meant Emma wasn't being haunted. He said Allison's ghost was here because she'd been killed by the people from Helix Solutions after she'd fled, and she'd come back to the last place she'd felt safe, to the man who'd tried to protect her. Emma asked him why Allison would come back to him if she'd felt safe with him. Howard said he didn't know, that he'd been trying to figure that out for days, that ghost logic wasn't the same as living logic. He said maybe Allison was confused. Maybe dying had scrambled her memory. Maybe she blamed him for not keeping her safe. He said there were a dozen possible explanations, none of which involved him being a murderer. Emma backed toward the stairs, her hand finding the banister. "I'm leaving in an hour, with you or without you." She said he could stay here and watch for ghosts, if that was what he wanted. But she wasn't going to sit in this house while he lied to her face about a woman buried under the foundation. Howard moved faster than Emma expected. He crossed the room and put himself between her and the stairs, his hand coming up in a gesture that wasn't quite threatening, but wasn't quite not. He said she couldn't leave. He said if she drove out of here alone and something happened to him while she was gone, she'd never forgive herself. He said he needed her here. Needed someone to witness what was happening. Needed someone who could confirm he wasn't making this up. Emma's back hit the wall beside the stairs, and she felt the house press in around her in a way it hadn't before. She looked at Howard standing between her and the only way up to the bedroom where her bag was, between her and the front door, between her and her keys hanging on the hook in the kitchen. She looked at his face and saw a man who'd decided something, who'd moved past the point where argument or reason would reach him. She asked Howard to move. Howard said they just needed to wait one more night. He said once Allison reached the house, once they could both see what happened, then they'd know whether this was real or whether he needed help. He said 24 hours, that was all he was asking for, and then if Emma still wanted to leave, they'd go together. Emma told him she wanted to leave now. Howard's expression twisted into something uglier. He said the roads were getting bad with the snow, that it would be dangerous to leave now. Then he stepped closer, close enough that Emma could smell the sweat on him, and his voice dropped into something that wasn't quite reasonable anymore. "You'll freeze to death out there, just like Allison." Emma felt her throat tighten. She looked past Howard to the front door, to the windows beyond it, showing the driveway where her car was parked. The snow was falling harder now, already accumulating on the windshield, but it wasn't heavy enough to make the roads impassable. Howard was lying, or he was so deep in his paranoia that he'd convinced himself the danger outside was worse than the danger of staying. She asked Howard if that was a threat. Howard said it was a statement of fact. He said he wasn't going to stop her from leaving if that was what she wanted, but he wasn't going to let her kill herself out of stubbornness either. He said they would both stay here tonight, would both watch when Allison reached the glass, and then, in the morning, when the temperature rose and the roads were clearer, they'd make a decision together about what to do next. Emma told him she'd already made her decision. She said nothing Howard could say would change it. Howard turned back to the window and pressed his hand against the glass again. He said Allison was closer now, that she'd moved while they'd been talking. He said she was close enough now that he could see details he couldn't see before. Emma looked at Howard's reflection in the glass and saw a man who was either deeply disturbed or deeply guilty. And in that moment she understood that it didn't matter which was true because the result was the same. She was trapped in this house with someone dangerous, and she needed to get out before nightfall. She told Howard she would stay until morning, pretending to concede. She said they would watch tonight together, and if Allison reached the house, they'd deal with it, and then tomorrow they would leave regardless of what happened. Howard's shoulders dropped, and Emma saw relief flood his face. He stepped aside from the stairs and held out his hand toward her, a gesture meant to be conciliatory, but that Emma couldn't make herself accept. She walked past him without touching him, went up to the bedroom, and closed the door. She stood with her back against it and listened to Howard move around downstairs, heard him checking the door locks, heard the slide and click of the deadbolts engaging. She counted 5 separate locks, keyed and electronic, all of them controlled from inside the house. Howard had installed them himself when they'd moved in, had said it was standard security protocol for a house this isolated. Emma went to the window and looked down at her car in the driveway. Snow was piling up on it now, maybe an inch already, enough that she'd need to clear the windshield before driving, but not enough to justify staying. She could see the road beyond the driveway and could see how it curved away through the trees toward the county highway that would take her to town. She pulled her phone from her pocket and checked the signal. 1 bar, same as always out here. She opened her messages and typed a text to her sister in Ann Arbor, her finger hovering over the send button while she tried to think of what to say that would sound urgent without sounding crazy. Before she could decide, the phone buzzed in her hand with a notification. Low battery. Emma looked at the charge indicator and saw 3% remaining. She'd forgotten to plug it in last night, had been too distracted by watching Howard sleep, and then by the research she'd done on the laptop. She crossed to the nightstand and reached for her charging cable, but the cable wasn't there. Emma pulled open the drawer, checked under the bed, looked in the bathroom. The cable was gone. She went back to the nightstand and saw that Howard's cable was also missing. And when she checked the office, she found the laptop's power cord unplugged and removed. Emma stood in the empty office and felt the last of her uncertainty crystallize into something colder and clearer. Howard had taken the charging cables. He'd gone through the house while she was sleeping, or while she was downstairs making coffee, and he'd removed every way she had of powering her phone or the laptop. He'd made sure she couldn't call for help, couldn't contact anyone outside this house, couldn't document what was happening. She went back downstairs and found Howard in the living room, standing at the window again, his attention fixed on whatever he claimed to see in the trees. Emma walked up behind him and asked him where the charging cables were. Howard didn't turn around. He said he'd put them in the basement for safekeeping, that he didn't want them getting damaged if they had to pack in a hurry. He said this without any change in his expression, without any acknowledgement of how transparent the lie was. Emma asked him to give them back. Howard said he would first thing in the morning when they left. He said they were safe in the basement, that there was no reason to worry about them now. Emma stood looking at Howard's reflection in the glass, at the way his eyes tracked something she couldn't see, at the way his whole body had gone rigid with attention. 5 deadbolts on every door, her phone dying in her pocket, the charging cables hidden somewhere in the basement, beneath the concrete foundation where Allison might be buried. Howard had built this house with cash from a job that had ended with a woman disappearing, had designed it with glass walls so he could see everything coming, but built the foundation thick enough to hide what was underneath. She wondered how long Howard had been planning this, whether bringing her here had always been part of it, whether she'd been meant to witness something, or whether she was just collateral damage in whatever was unfolding between Howard and the ghost he claimed to see. She left him at the window and went back upstairs to the bedroom. She tried the window first, but Howard had installed security locks on all of them when they'd moved in, locks that required a key she didn't have. She checked the nightstand drawers, the dresser, the bathroom medicine cabinet, looking for the small brass key Howard had shown her once, the master key for all the window locks. It wasn't there. Emma sat on the edge of the bed and listened to her phone buzz with the low battery warning. The screen showed 2% now. In a few minutes it would die. She needed to move faster. She went to Howard's side of the closet and searched his coat pockets, his jacket linings, the shoe boxes on the top shelf. Nothing. Then she remembered. Howard kept important keys on a ring in the basement. hanging on a pegboard near the electrical panel. The same pegboard where he'd probably put the charging cables. Emma stood in the middle of the bedroom, the basement. She'd been down there only twice since they'd moved in. Howard had said the basement systems were his domain, that she didn't need to worry about the furnace or the water heater or the circuit breakers. What else was down there? What else had Howard wanted to keep her away from? If she could get to the basement while Howard was fixated on the window, she could find the key ring. Get the window key. Get back upstairs. Open the bedroom window. The drop was maybe 15 feet to the snow below. She'd probably sprain an ankle, maybe break it. But she could crawl to her car if she had to, and could drive with one foot if it came to that. Emma opened the bedroom door quietly and listened. Howard's footsteps were still in the living room, pacing back and forth in front of the window. She moved to the stairs and descended halfway, staying close to the wall where the treads were less likely to creak. From here, she could see the basement door in the hallway beside the kitchen. 15 feet from the bottom of the stairs. She'd have to cross Howard's line of sight to reach it. She waited until Howard's pacing took him to the far end of the window, his back to the hallway, and then she moved. Fast and quiet down the rest of the stairs and across the hallway, hand on the basement door handle. The smell hit her the moment she opened it. That damp earth smell, the wet concrete, but stronger now, thick enough to make her gag. And underneath it something else. Something decomposing and wrong that had been sealed in the dark for a long time. Emma forced herself down 3 steps and stopped. The basement was pitch black, and she didn't know where the light switch was. She pulled out her phone, still at 2%, and used the dying screen light to see. Concrete walls, the furnace hulking in the corner, exposed pipes, and there on the far wall, the pegboard. She was halfway across the basement when she heard Howard's footsteps stop upstairs. Emma froze, phone light still on, and heard Howard call her name. Once, then again louder, then the sound of him moving through the house, quick and purposeful. She had maybe 10 seconds before he found the open basement door. She ran for the pegboard, grabbed the key ring, 4 brass keys, too many to sort through now, and turned back toward the stairs just as Howard appeared at the top of them. He stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the light from the kitchen, and Emma couldn't see his face. When he spoke, his voice had gone very quiet. He asked her what she was doing down there. Emma's hand tightened on the keys. She said she was looking for the charging cables. Howard came down 2 steps, and Emma backed up until her shoulders hit the pegboard. He said the cables were right there on the workbench, that she'd walked right past them. He said she hadn't come down here for cables. He asked her what she'd really been looking for. Emma said nothing. Howard came down 2 more steps, and Emma saw that he was holding something in his right hand. One of the heavy black Maglite flashlights he kept in the kitchen drawer. Not turned on, just held barrel down, the way you'd hold a club. He asked her to give him the keys. Emma's phone screen went black in her hand, battery finally dead. The basement plunged into darkness, broken only by the light from the open door at the top of the stairs, and Howard was standing between her and that light. She heard him take another step down. Emma threw the keys as hard as she could past Howard toward the open door, and in the half-second when his head turned to track them, she moved. She grabbed the first thing her hand found on the workbench, a hammer heavy and cold, and ran for the stairs. Howard tried to block her, but she was already moving, already past him, taking the stairs 3 at a time with the hammer gripped in her fist. She heard him coming behind her and slammed the basement door, threw her weight against it, scrabbled for the deadbolt. There wasn't one. The basement door locked from the other side, from the basement, to keep people out, not in. Howard hit the door from the other side, and Emma stumbled backward. He emerged into the hallway, holding the mag light in one hand and the keys in the other, and Emma raised the hammer. They stood looking at each other for a long moment. Emma's hand was shaking, but she kept the hammer up. Howard looked at her, at the hammer, and something like hurt crossed his face before it hardened into something colder. He said she wasn't thinking clearly. He said she was letting fear turn her into someone she wasn't, someone violent and irrational. He said if she'd just calm down and listen to reason, they could talk about this like adults. Emma told him to put the keys on the floor and step back. Howard said he couldn't do that. He said if he gave her the keys, she'd leave, and he couldn't let her leave. Not tonight, not with Allison so close. He said he needed her here when Allison reached the house. Needed a witness. Needed someone to confirm he wasn't insane. Emma said if he took one step toward her, she'd hit him with the hammer. Howard's face did something complicated. Then he set the flashlight down on the hall table and held up both hands, the keys dangling from one finger. He said he wasn't going to hurt her. He said he just needed her to understand how important this was, how close they were to answers. He said once Allison reached the glass, once they both saw what happened, Emma would understand everything. He took a step toward her, hands still raised, keys jingling. Emma swung the hammer, not at Howard's head. She couldn't make herself do that. But at his outstretched hand, she caught him across the knuckles and heard him make a sound that was half shout, half sob. The keys flew from his hand and hit the floor between them. Howard cradled his injured hand and backed up against the wall, staring at her with an expression Emma couldn't read. She grabbed the keys without taking her eyes off him and backed toward the stairs. He said she'd broken his fingers. He said it like he couldn't believe it, like he couldn't understand how they'd gotten here. Emma said she was going upstairs and she was locking the door, and if he tried to follow her, she'd hit him again. She said in the morning she was leaving whether he let her or not, and if he tried to stop her, she'd use the hammer for real. She went up the stairs backward, hammer in one hand and keys in the other, watching Howard the whole way. He didn't follow. He just stood in the hallway looking at his injured hand. And when Emma reached the landing, she saw him sink down slowly against the wall until he was sitting on the floor. She went into the bedroom and locked the door and pushed the dresser against it. Then she sat on the bed with the hammer across her knees and the keys in her pocket and listened to the silence downstairs. After a long time, she heard Howard get up. Heard him walk to the kitchen, heard water running, heard cabinet doors opening and closing. Then his footsteps went to the living room and stayed there. Emma went to the window and used the smallest brass key to unlock it. The lock clicked open with a satisfying click, and Emma felt a surge of hope, until the window slid up 6 inches and stopped hard against the security cable. Howard had installed cables that prevented the windows from opening more than that, she remembered now, just enough to let air in. Not enough to let a person out. Emma pulled at the window, trying to force it higher, her fingers digging into the frame. The cable held. She examined the mount point. A steel bracket bolted through the window frame into the stud behind it, exactly the way Howard had described when he'd installed them. Professional-grade hardware. The kind you'd use in a prison or a psychiatric facility, not a private home in the Michigan forest. The cable was aircraft-grade steel, the kind that would hold 1,000 pounds of pressure. Breaking it was impossible. The 6-inch gap was barely wide enough for her head, much less her shoulders. She was 5'7", and there was no squeezing through. The windows were tempered safety glass, the kind that shatters into 1,000 pieces when it breaks. Even if she could get through without cutting herself to pieces, the noise would bring Howard running. Emma sat back down on the bed and felt something break inside her chest. The keys were useless. The hammer was useless. The security cables Howard had installed, ostensibly to keep intruders out, were keeping her in. The only way out was through Howard, and she'd just shown him she was willing to fight, which meant he'd be ready for it next time. She lay on the bed and listened to Howard pace downstairs, listened to his voice rise and fall in that same rhythm, and tried to calculate her options. The bedroom door had a lock, but it was a simple privacy lock, the kind you could pop with a paperclip. The dresser wedged against it would hold for a while, but Howard was stronger than her, and if he decided to force it, he'd get through eventually. The window was useless. The phone was dead. No one knew she was here except Howard, and no one was coming to check on them for at least a week. When Emma's sister would notice she wasn't returning calls, a week was too long. Whatever was happening to Howard was accelerating, and Emma didn't think she had a week before he did something they'd both regret. Downstairs, she heard Howard talking to himself again. His voice was rising and falling in that same rhythm, that same pattern of question and answer. She couldn't make out the words, but she didn't need to. She knew he was at the window. She knew he was watching Allison get closer. She knew that when night fell and Allison reached the glass, whatever Howard had been holding back for 4 years was going to come out. Emma lay down on the bed with the hammer beside her and watched the last gray light fade from the sky. The bedroom faced east, away from the living room windows where Howard spent his nights, and through the 6-inch gap she could see the forest darkening, the pines becoming silhouettes against the bruise-colored sky. Snow was starting to fall again, small flakes at first, then larger, then driven sideways by wind that made the trees bend and creak. Allison in the gray sweater, watching the house get closer night after night. What had she thought in her final moments? Had she understood what Howard was going to do? Had she tried to run or fight or beg? The articles Emma had read, the photograph of Allison smiling, the timeline that placed her disappearance exactly 2 months before the foundation of this house was poured. The glass walls Howard had built. You could see out but couldn't escape. The transparency was a lie because what mattered was what was underneath, buried where no one could see it. Howard had said he wanted a house where he could see everything coming, where nothing could approach without his knowing. Maybe what he'd really wanted was a house where he could watch for the one thing he knew was coming eventually. Allison's ghost, rising from the concrete, approaching from the place he'd buried her. Maybe that was why he'd built the house here, on this specific rise over this specific grave, not to escape what he'd done, but to keep watch over it, to make sure it stayed buried. Emma rolled onto her side and looked at the hammer on the nightstand. Tomorrow she'd have to make a choice. Stay and hope Howard came back to sanity, or fight her way out and risk him stopping her permanently. Neither option felt survivable. But staying felt like slow death, and fighting felt like fast death. And Emma had always preferred fast to slow when there were no good choices left. Downstairs, she heard Howard begin to pace. The storm arrived just after sunset. Emma heard it before she saw it. The wind picking up and pressing against the north side of the house hard enough to make the glass creak in its frames. Then the snow started falling in earnest, not the light flakes from earlier, but heavy, wet snow driven sideways by gusts that made the trees bend and sway. Within an hour, the visibility outside had dropped to nothing, the forest disappearing behind a white wall that moved and shifted with each gust. Emma sat on the bed with the dresser still wedged against the door and watched the storm build through the 6-inch gap in the window. The temperature was dropping so fast that frost began forming on the glass. The heating system was running full blast. She could hear it cycling every few minutes, could feel the warmth coming through the baseboards. But the cold won anyway, radiating inward from every window until the bedroom felt like a walk-in freezer. The house shuddered when the strongest gusts hit, and she could hear things outside, branches breaking, snow sliding off the roof in heavy sheets, the wind finding gaps in the siding and making them whistle. The bedroom window rattled in its frame with each gust, the glass flexing inward far enough that Emma could see it bow, could see the frame creak and shift. She wondered how much force it would take to shatter glass this thick, whether the wind could do it or whether it would take something heavier. The house was well built. Howard had designed it that way, had hired contractors who knew what they were doing, had inspected every joint and beam himself before signing off on it. But no house was designed to withstand a Michigan blizzard with someone trapped inside it. Watching the temperature drop and the storm worsen and the man downstairs lose his grip on reality 1 degree at a time, she could go downstairs and check on Howard, make sure he was still just standing at the window and not doing something worse. But being in the same room with him, standing close enough to smell the sweat and coffee and wrongness coming off him, her stomach turned at the idea. Whatever was happening to Howard, Emma understood now that she couldn't help him. The best she could do was survive him. Downstairs, Howard had gone quiet. Emma strained to hear him over the storm and caught only silence, which was somehow worse than the talking had been. Then she heard something else, a sound that made her skin crawl, a wet, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across concrete. It came from below her, from the basement, rhythmic and slow. Drag, pause, drag, pause. Then it stopped. Emma told herself it was the furnace, pipes expanding with heat, something structural and explicable. But the smell that came up through the floorboards told her otherwise. That damp earth smell, stronger now than it had ever been, mixed with something that made her gag, decay, long buried. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. Emma looked at the ceiling fixture and watched it dim and brighten as the power struggled to hold against whatever was happening outside. The electrical lines ran from the house to the pole at the end of the driveway, exposed and vulnerable. How many trees stood between here and the county road? Dozens. Hundreds, maybe. The house groaned around her, settling under the weight of accumulating snow. Emma pulled the blanket tighter and tried to remember the last time she'd been this cold inside a building. The heat was still running. She could hear the baseboards ticking as they warmed. But the cold was coming in through the glass anyway, radiating inward from the windows until the whole room felt like a freezer wrapped in expensive architecture. She must have dozed without meaning to, because when she opened her eyes, the quality of the silence had changed. The wind was still howling outside, but inside the house everything had gone still. Emma sat up and listened, trying to understand what had woken her, and then she heard it. Howard's voice from directly below, loud enough to carry through the floor. He was shouting something Emma couldn't make out, his words eaten by the wind and the distance between them. She climbed off the bed and put her ear to the floor, trying to hear, and caught fragments. At the glass. Can see her face. Right there. Emma pushed the dresser away from the door and opened it slowly, listening for movement on the stairs. Howard was still downstairs, still shouting, and Emma crept to the landing where she could see down to the living room. Howard was standing with both hands pressed flat against the window, his face so close to the glass that his breath had fogged it completely. Beyond him, Emma could see nothing but the storm. The snow coming down so thick, it might as well have been a solid wall. Howard was talking to the window, his voice hoarse and rapid, saying things Emma couldn't parse into sense. She started down the stairs, moving quietly, hammer gripped in her right hand, and was halfway down when the lights went out. The darkness was absolute and immediate. Emma froze on the stairs with one hand on the railing and the other clutching the hammer, her night vision completely useless in the sudden black. She heard Howard make a sound that might have been a gasp or a laugh, and then his voice cut through the darkness. He said Allison was at the glass. Emma's eyes started to adjust, pulling shapes from the blackness. The windows showed slightly lighter rectangles, where the snow outside reflected some ambient light that had no source Emma could identify. She could see Howard's silhouette against the living room window, could see the way he was still pressing his hands to the glass, could see how his shoulders had gone rigid. She came down the rest of the stairs and felt her way across the living room, her hands finding the furniture she knew was there, the couch and the coffee table and the lamp that no longer worked. She reached the window and stood beside Howard, and in the faint light from the snow she saw his face had gone slack, with something that looked like awe or horror, or both. Howard said Allison was standing on the other side of the glass, less than a foot away. He said she was looking directly at him, her face blue-white with cold, her eyes wide and her mouth open. He said she was close enough that he could see the frost on her eyelashes, the way her lips had cracked from the cold, the snow that clung to her hair and her sweater. Emma looked at where Howard was looking and saw only her own reflection in the glass, pale and distorted in the dim light. Behind her reflection, the storm raged on, snow piling against the window, wind making the glass bow inward with each gust. She saw no figure, no frozen face, no ghost staring back at her. She asked Howard what Allison was doing. Howard's voice, when he answered, had dropped to a whisper. He said Allison was just standing there, not moving, not blinking, her hands at her sides, and her mouth open, as if she was trying to speak but couldn't remember how. He said there was something wrong with the way she looked, something that went beyond the cold and the frozen skin, something that made her look less like a person, and more like an image of a person, flat and dimensionless. Emma put her hand on Howard's shoulder and felt him flinch. She told him there was nothing there, that he was seeing things in the darkness and the storm, that they needed to find flashlights and candles and wait out the power outage. She said the temperature was dropping with the heat off, that they needed to focus on staying warm, not on ghosts that didn't exist. Howard shook his head without looking away from the window. He said Allison was real, that she was standing right there, that Emma's inability to see her didn't change that fact. He said Allison had been walking toward this house for days, and now she was here, and whatever she'd come here to do was about to happen. Emma started to respond and stopped, her attention caught by something moving outside. For a moment she thought she'd seen what Howard was seeing, thought her eyes had finally resolved the shape he'd been describing into something visible. But it was just a branch, heavy with snow, bending in the wind. The movement was wrong enough to make Emma's pulse kick up, but it was natural, explicable, not supernatural. Then she heard the crack. It started as a sound like a gunshot, sharp and loud enough to make both of them jump. Emma looked up and saw one of the tall pines at the edge of the yard beginning to lean, its trunk splintering where the weight of ice and snow had finally exceeded what the wood could bear. The tree tilted slowly at first, almost graceful, and then gravity took it, and it fell fast. 20 feet of pine crown coming down directly toward the house. Emma grabbed Howard's arm and pulled him away from the window, both of them stumbling backward as the tree hit. The impact shook the whole house, and Emma heard glass break somewhere on the north side, heard something metal tear and crash. The living room window held, but the sound of the tree hitting the power lines was unmistakable. A sharp crack followed by a shower of sparks that lit up the storm for half a second before everything went dark again. Howard pulled away from Emma and went back to the window, pressing his face to the glass. He said Allison was still there, that the falling tree had passed right through her, that she hadn't moved or reacted at all. He said she was looking at him with an expression of pure terror, her mouth open wider now, her hands coming up toward the glass. Emma backed away from the window and felt her way toward the kitchen, her hands finding the counter, the drawer where they kept the emergency candles. She pulled it open and dug through the contents by touch until her fingers found the long taper candles Howard had bought when they'd first moved in. She found the matches beside them and struck one, the tiny flame painful to look at after so much darkness. The matchlight showed her the kitchen exactly as it had always been, familiar and ordinary and completely empty. Emma lit one of the candles and used it to find the kerosene lantern Howard kept under the sink for emergencies. She filled it from the can of fuel in the basement stairwell, her hands shaking enough that she spilled some on the concrete floor, and then lit the wick and adjusted it until the flame burned steady. The lantern gave off maybe a quarter of the light the house's normal fixtures did, but after the absolute darkness, it felt blindingly bright. Emma carried it back to the living room and saw Howard still at the window, his hands now pressed flat against the glass at shoulder height, his whole body leaning into it. She told Howard to step away from the window. She said they needed to find blankets and warm clothes, needed to set up in one room where they could stay warm until the power came back or morning came, whichever happened first. Howard didn't move. He said he couldn't leave, not now, not when Allison was this close. He said she was pressing her hands against the glass on the other side, matching her palms to his, and her mouth was moving now, forming words he couldn't hear through the glass. Emma walked to the window and held the lantern up, letting its light spill across the glass. Her own reflection looked back at her, distorted and strange in the uneven lamplight. Beyond the glass, she saw snow and darkness and the storm still raging. She saw no frozen woman, no ghost with her hands pressed to the glass, no mouth forming silent words. She started to tell Howard this, started to say that he was alone at the window talking to his own reflection. And then something about the light caught her attention. Something about the way it was hitting the glass, the way her reflection seemed to shift and double when she moved the lantern. Something about condensation. Emma stepped closer and looked at the window more carefully. The glass was cold, cold enough that her breath should have been fogging it from this distance. But the fog on the glass wasn't coming from her side of the window. It was coming from the other side. Small patches of condensation were forming on the interior surface of the glass, the kind that came from warm breath hitting cold glass. Emma watched one appear near where Howard's hands were pressed, watched it spread and then fade, watched another form a few inches away. The condensation was appearing in a pattern, in the shape of someone breathing against the glass from inside the room. Emma's hand went numb around the lantern handle. She understood what she was seeing, but her brain refused to process it, refused to accept what it meant. If the condensation was on the inside of the glass, then whatever was breathing. She lifted the lantern higher with a hand that had started to shake. The light changed everything. What had been invisible in the darkness suddenly became visible in the lantern glow. Not because the light revealed it, but because the light created shadow. And in the shadow cast on the window, Emma saw the silhouette of a woman standing between Howard and the glass. Not outside the window looking in, inside the room looking out. Emma's other hand went to her pocket, to the keys she'd taken from him in the hallway. She pulled them out with shaking fingers, and the lantern light caught something she hadn't noticed before in the chaos of the fight. A single key that didn't match the others. Brass, older than the house keys, with a number stamped into the head. 4. The kind of key you'd get at a transition house or a low-budget apartment, stamped with the room number instead of labeled. The articles Emma had read said Allison had been staying in room 4. The lantern slipped from Emma's fingers. She heard it hit the floor and shatter, heard the kerosene splash and the flame gutter, but she couldn't look away from where the silhouette had been standing. Because in the half-second before the light died, she'd seen the figure's hand pressed flat against the glass from the inside, palm to palm with Howard's hand, and she'd seen the frozen terror on a face that had been screaming in silence for 4 years. Then the darkness swallowed everything, and Howard made a sound Emma had never heard a human make before. something between a sob and a howl, something that came from a place deeper than fear. His voice, when he finally spoke, was broken into pieces. He said Allison had found out. He said she'd found the account, the offshore transfer, the $80,000 Helix Solutions had paid him to make their problem disappear. He said Allison had threatened to tell the prosecutors, had said she'd go to them herself, had tried to call from the transition house phone while he was sleeping. He said he'd caught her in the living room with her hand on the phone and the number half dialed. He said it happened too fast to think. He said one moment she was alive and screaming, and the next moment she was on the floor and he was standing over her with his hand still shaking. He said he'd carried her body to his car in the middle of the night, wrapped in the blankets from her bed. He said he'd driven north with no plan except to get far away from Grand Rapids, far away from the prosecutors and the investigation and the questions he couldn't answer. He said he'd bought this land in January with cash. He said he dug the hole himself in February and the place where the foundation would go. He said Allison had been in the ground for 2 months before the concrete went over her, sealing her underneath the house he'd built. Emma backed toward the stairs, keys clutched in her fist, hammer in her other hand. Howard stayed at the window, not looking at her, his voice flat and exhausted as he explained what he'd done. He said he'd thought, if he could bury her deep enough, seal her under enough concrete, build a house on top of her grave, he could forget she was there. He said for 4 years it had worked. No nightmares, no visions, no consequences. Then Emma moved in, and the smell started 3 weeks later. He said he'd been seeing Allison in the trees for weeks, watching her get closer night after night. But she'd never been in the trees at all. She'd been here the whole time, sealed beneath the foundation, trapped above where her body was buried, manifesting in the room where he'd buried her. The glass had been reflecting her, back at him all along, making her ghost appear outside when she was inside, bound to her remains beneath the concrete. Every night he'd made the house brighter trying to see her better, and that had made her reflection in the window sharper, closer, more visible. He'd thought she was approaching from the woods when she'd been standing behind him in the room, beating her frozen fists against the glass, trying to break through to the outside where someone might see her, might help her, might hear her screaming. Emma reached the stairs and stopped. She looked at Howard silhouetted against the window, at the way he'd gone still and quiet, at the way his shoulders had dropped as if something that had been holding him up for 4 years had finally let go. She asked if Allison was still out there. Howard didn't answer for a long time. Then he said he didn't know. He said she felt different now, felt farther away, as if something had shifted when the truth came out. He said maybe she wasn't coming for him anymore because the secret was already gone. Emma didn't believe in ghosts, but she believed in the key in her hand, in the smell that had been seeping through the foundation for weeks, in the way Howard had been deteriorating since she'd moved in. She believed Allison Granger had died in this place, and her body was under this house, and Howard had spent 4 years trying to seal it away. She went upstairs to the bedroom and picked up her dead phone. She needed to get to a working phone, needed to call the police, needed to report what she'd found. But first, she needed to make sure Howard didn't try to stop her. Emma came back downstairs with the hammer and the keys and found Howard still at the window, his hands pressed to the glass. She told him she was calling the police. She said they'd search the basement. They'd break through the foundation. They'd find Allison's body and match it to the DNA and confirm she'd been here all along. Howard nodded without turning around. He said that was what he wanted, that he couldn't carry it anymore. Emma asked if that was why he'd brought her here, if he'd married her knowing this would happen. Howard said no. He said he'd been an idiot to think it would work. Emma backed toward the front door and hammer still raised. She told Howard to stay where he was, told him if he moved before the police got there, she'd tell them he tried to run. Howard said he wasn't going anywhere. He said the house still smelled like her, still felt like her, and he'd be staying here until the police came to take him away. Emma went to the kitchen and tried the landline, the one Howard had insisted on keeping because cell service was unreliable out here. She picked up the receiver. Dead silence. The tree that had taken out the power had taken the phone lines with it. Her car. She had a charging cable in the car, could plug her dead phone into the cigarette lighter, could call from the driveway if she had to. Emma grabbed her coat from the hook by the door and her keys from the counter. She looked at Howard one more time, still at the window, still pressing his hands to the glass. And then she unlocked the deadbolts and stepped out into the storm. The cold hit her like a fist. The snow was already 6 inches deep on the porch, drifting higher against the door. Emma fought her way down the steps and across the driveway to her car, the wind driving snow into her face hard enough to sting. She yanked the driver's door open, collapsed into the seat, and slammed it shut behind her. The sudden quiet inside the car was almost as disorienting as the wind. Emma sat there shaking, her breath fogging in the freezing interior, and pulled her dead phone from her pocket. She found the charging cable in the center console, plugged it in, turned the key to accessory power. The phone screen lit up. 10 seconds, 20. The battery indicator showed 1%, then 2. She dialed 911 before it could die again. The dispatcher answered on the first ring. Emma told her she'd found evidence of a homicide, gave the address, said the suspect was in the house and had confessed. She said she was in her car in the driveway, and she needed someone to come now before the storm got worse and the roads became impassable. The dispatcher asked if Emma was safe. Emma looked through the windshield at the house, at the dark windows, at the shape of Howard still visible at the living room glass. She said yes, she was safe. She said the suspect wasn't resisting, and she'd wait for the police in her car. Emma sat with the phone pressed to her ear until the dispatcher confirmed units were on the way, then ended the call and set the phone down. She kept the engine running for heat, kept the headlights on so the police would see her when they got there, and watched the house through the falling snow. The key with the number 4 stamped into its head sat on the dashboard where she'd set it, small and brass and impossible to explain away. Emma waited for the red and blue lights to come up the drive. The scratching had started again. Somewhere in the house, the hallway floor, maybe the living room. Darren Sanders couldn't tell anymore. It came through the bedroom door as a sound like claws dragging across hardwood, slow and deliberate, as if whatever made it was in no hurry at all. Darren stood with his right hand flat against the door in the dark, feeling the dry heat of the Arizona night seep through the wood. His palm was slick with sweat. Jessie sat on the edge of the bed behind him, her breathing shallow. And he knew without looking that her hands were knotted in her lap the way they always were when the night sounds began. The barricade they'd built looked the same as it had for weeks now. The dresser shoved against the door, the nightstand wedged beneath the knob, a stack of books bracing the bottom. Darren had stopped questioning whether it would hold. The thing that came at night had never tried the door. It stayed in the hallway or the kitchen, or pressed itself against the bedroom wall from the outside. He'd heard it there once, a wet scraping sound like something heavy sliding down stucco. Jessie said she'd felt the vibration through the headboard. The scratching moved. Closer now, past the bathroom, into the hallway that led to their bedroom. Darren pressed harder against the door and felt his knuckles go white. The heat outside had been 112 degrees today, the weather app on his phone said. And even now, at 2 a.m, the house held it like a furnace. The air conditioning had been running for hours, but the walls still radiated warmth, and his T-shirt clung to his back. Jessie stood and moved to the window. She pulled the curtain back an inch, just enough to see the street. Darren knew what she was looking for. Another house with lights on, a neighbor awake, someone they could run to if the door gave way. But the subdivision was dark. Every house a perfect stucco rectangle with a red tile roof and a front yard of gravel and desert plants, all of them silent and sealed against the heat. Darren had knocked on 3 doors the first week this started, stood on the Hendersons' porch and rung the bell 6 times, while Jessie waited in the car with the engine running. And finally a man opened the door, looked at him without expression, and closed it again without a word. They'd stopped trying after that. The scratching paused. Darren counted 5 seconds, then 10. Jessie let the curtain fall and turned back to the bed. Her face looked gray in the faint light from the street lamp outside. She was 31 years old, but the last month had carved lines around her mouth that hadn't been there before. She sat on the mattress and pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around her shins the way she used to sit when they first moved to Phoenix 4 years ago, and the desert heat was still strange to her. Darren was from Ohio. The heat had never stopped being strange to him. The scratching resumed. Not closer, but sustained now, a rhythmic scraping that went on for a full minute. Darren's mind conjured claws the size of kitchen knives gouging the floorboards, leaving grooves an inch deep. In the morning, they would find nothing. The floors would look the same as they always had, the pale oak planks smooth and unmarked. But the terror made the sound feel massive, inhuman. He'd grown up in a house with a dog, a Labrador named Pepper, who scratched at the back door when she wanted in. And somewhere beneath the fear, he recognized the same rhythm, but his mind refused to accept it. The sound had to be something larger, something wrong. Jessie lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Darren watched her close her eyes and then open them again, fighting it. She was afraid to sleep. The thing came for her when she slept. Darren had seen it happen 3 times now. Her body going rigid, her eyes snapping open but not seeing him, her mouth working as if she was trying to scream but no sound coming out. The first time it happened, he'd shaken her and shouted her name until she finally gasped and sat up, clawing at his arms hard enough to leave welts. She told him she'd felt something on her chest, something massive and hot and reeking, pressing down until she couldn't breathe. And while it held her there, she saw things, flashes of broken glass and twisted metal, the smell of gasoline and burning rubber, headlights spinning across a dark road. She'd started crying and he'd held her. And later she said she didn't know where the images came from, but they felt more real than the bedroom around her. It had happened again 2 nights ago, and this time, when she woke, she'd grabbed his wrist and said the thing had been inches from her face. She could feel its breath, hot and rotten, and in the visions, she'd seen a steering wheel bent sideways and an airbag deflated and stained darks. Darren had asked if she remembered an accident, if maybe she'd been in a wreck as a kid and never told him. But she shook her head. She didn't remember anything like that. The visions weren't hers. Darren thought they might be omens, warnings from whatever hunted them. The scratching stopped again. Darren tilted his head and listened. The house made its own sounds at night. The air conditioner cycling on and off, the tick of cooling metal in the walls, the hum of the refrigerator 2 rooms away. But beneath all of that, he heard something else. A low sound, almost below the range of hearing, like a sustained exhalation. He couldn't tell if it was inside the house or outside. He pressed his ear to the door and held his breath. The house gave him nothing back. Just its own weight, its own dark hum, the faint pressure of heated air. He stepped back and looked at Jessie. She had one arm thrown over her eyes, her chest rising and falling in the uneven rhythm of someone trying not to sleep. Darren moved to speak. opened his mouth to offer some reassurance about morning only being 4 hours away, but he found himself closing it again and reaching instead to check the dresser, making sure it hadn't shifted, that the barricade still held. He crossed to the closet and opened the door. The smell hit him immediately. Something damp and organic, like wet dog and rotting meat. He remembered yesterday morning, opening the closet to get a shirt and finding 3 of his T-shirts pulled off their hangers and shredded on the floor, the fabric torn into ribbons and soaked in saliva. Jesse's jeans destroyed too, ripped open at the knees and covered in the same foul-smelling slime. He remembered throwing the clothes away, double-bagging them, and carrying them to the curb, remembered scrubbing the closet floor with bleach. But the clothes were still there now, still hanging undisturbed. The floor was unmarked. He'd been acting out the motions of cleaning, pantomiming solutions to a problem only he could see. Tonight the clothes were untouched. The hangers hung in a neat row, the shirts and jeans and dresses all in their places. But the smell was stronger. Darren reached into the closet and felt along the back wall, checking for dampness, for any sign the thing had gotten inside. His fingers brushed drywall and nothing else. He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his shorts. The smell clung to his palm. He closed the closet door and turned around. Jessie was sitting up now, staring at him with wide eyes. She mouthed a word he couldn't make out. He moved closer and she grabbed his wrist and pulled him down to sit beside her on the bed. She pointed at the door. Darren looked. The scratching had stopped, but the house was still. Too still. The air conditioner wasn't running. The refrigerator wasn't humming. Even the tick of cooling metal had gone silent. Darren gripped the edge of the mattress and felt the fabric bunch under his fingers. The last time this happened, the night everything went quiet like this. The thing had pressed itself against the wall outside their window and scraped at the stucco until the sound was so loud it felt like it was inside Darren's skull. He waited. Jesse's hand was cold in his. The streetlight outside threw a pale amber glow through the curtains, enough to see the dresser blocking the door, the nightstand wedged beneath the knob, the stack of books that would do nothing if the thing really wanted in. Darren's breath sounded too loud in the silence, and he tried to slow it down, to breathe through his nose, but his grip on the mattress only tightened. The house stayed quiet. Minutes passed. Darren counted them by the digital clock on the nightstand. 2:14, 2:15, 2:16. At 2:19, the air conditioner kicked on again with a wheeze and a rattle. The refrigerator started humming. The house came back to life. Darren let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Jessie released his wrist and lay back down, curling onto her side with her back to him. He could see her shoulders shaking. Maybe it was over for tonight. Maybe the thing had left. But Darren kept watching the door and listening for the scratching to start again. He stayed awake the rest of the night. At 6 o'clock, the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, gray and pale. Darren stood and moved the dresser away from the door. He pulled the nightstand aside and picked up the stack of books. His back ached from sitting against the headboard for 4 hours. Jessie was asleep now, or pretending to be. Darren opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The house looked the same as it always did in the morning. Neat and ordinary and untouched. The hardwood floors gleamed in the early light, smooth and unmarked, with no claw marks or gouges or any sign that anything had been here at all. But Darren knew better. He walked through the house, checking each room the way he did every morning. The living room was empty. The kitchen was clean. The second bedroom they used for storage was undisturbed. He opened the front door and looked out at the street. The neighborhood was waking up. 2 houses down, someone was backing a car out of the driveway. Across the street, a sprinkler system hissed to life, throwing water across a front yard of gravel and prickly pear. Darren stepped outside. The air was already warm, the sun just clearing the roofline of the houses to the east. He closed the door behind him and stood on the porch, feeling the heat soak into his skin. He wanted to leave. He wanted to get in the car and drive until Phoenix was 100 miles behind them. But they'd tried that. 2 weeks ago, they'd acted out the motions of escape. Darren could remember packing a bag, loading the trunk, starting the engine, feeling the steering wheel under his hands as they drove north on I-17. The highway had been dark, empty. They'd driven for what felt like an hour, the dashboard clock reading later and later, the mile markers ticking past. And then somewhere around Black Canyon City, 40 miles out, the dashboard said, Jessie had started screaming. She clawed at nothing, begging him to turn around, said something was wrong, something was pulling her back. And the illusion had shattered. Darren had looked down, and there was no steering wheel in his hands. They were standing in the living room in the dark, acting out the motions of driving with nothing around them but empty air and furniture that wasn't theirs. The cold reality of the house had snapped back into focus, and Jessie had collapsed onto the floor, sobbing, and neither of them had suggested leaving again. He went back inside and locked the door. Jessie was awake now, sitting on the edge of the bed with her head in her hands. Darren sat beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him, and neither of them spoke. Outside, the heat climbed toward another 100-degree day, and somewhere in the house, in the walls or the floors or the air itself, Darren felt the weight of the coming night pressing down on them already. The heat peaked at 114 degrees that afternoon. Darren stood at the kitchen window and watched the air shimmer above the gravel in the front yard, the neighborhood distorting behind it like something seen through old glass. Jessie was lying on the couch in the living room with a damp cloth over her eyes. She'd slept for 2 hours after dawn and woken with a headache that hadn't faded. Darren had given her ibuprofen, and she'd swallowed 3 tablets with a glass of water that was already lukewarm from the tap. The house made sounds in the daylight, too. Darren had started noticing them a week ago. Not the scratching, that only came at night, but other things. The creak of floorboards in the hallway when neither of them was walking there. The sudden thud from the second bedroom as if something heavy had been dropped. Once, 2 days ago, he'd been standing in the bathroom brushing his teeth and heard what sounded like claws clicking across the kitchen tile, quick and rhythmic, the sound a large dog makes crossing a hard floor. He'd rinsed his mouth and gone to look and found nothing. Jessie had heard it too. The afternoon stretched into evening. At 5:30, Darren checked the locks on the front and back doors. At 6, he walked through the house and closed all the blinds, shutting out the amber glow of the desert sunset. By 7, the light outside had gone purple and then gray, and Darren felt his pulse begin to climb. Jessie sat up on the couch and dropped the damp cloth onto the coffee table. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked at him and stood without speaking, and they both walked to the bedroom. They reached for the dresser at the same time. Darren gripped one end, and Jessie took the other, and they were sliding it toward the door when the scratching started. Too early. It was only 7:15. The thing never came before 9. Darren froze with the dresser halfway across the floor. Jessie's hands went white on the wood. The scratching was in the hallway, close, just on the other side of the bedroom door, slow and deliberate. The sound of claws dragging across hardwood in long, measured strokes. Darren's breath caught in his throat. They'd been caught in the open, the barricade incomplete, the door still accessible. Jessie's eyes went wide. She mouthed something he couldn't understand. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, and then it stopped. The silence that followed felt worse than the sound. Darren could hear his own heartbeat in his ears, a rapid flutter that made his vision swim. He tightened his grip on the dresser and forced himself to breathe. The doorknob turned. Just a fraction, a subtle rotation of the brass handle catching the lamplight. Then it stopped. Released. The door stayed closed. But Darren had seen it move, and from the look on Jessie's face, she had too. The thing had never touched the knob before, never tried the door. It had always stayed on the other side, content to scratch and scrape and wait. Something had changed. Darren jerked his head toward the door, and Jessie understood. They shoved the dresser the rest of the way, slamming it against the wood hard enough to rattle the framed picture on top. Jessie wedged the nightstand beneath the knob while Darren grabbed the books and stacked them frantically along the base. His hands were shaking, and he dropped one, a hardcover thriller that hit the floor with a thud. He snatched it up and crammed it into place. The scratching resumed. Not in the hallway this time, but directly outside the bedroom window, claws raking down the stucco in long, vertical gouges. Jessie backed away from the window and sat on the edge of the bed. Darren stood between her and the wall, listening to the sound move along the exterior, circling. The thing was faster tonight, more deliberate. It went around the entire room in less than a minute, and then stopped at the corner where the bathroom abutted the bedroom. The house went quiet, except for the hum of the air conditioner and the faint tick of the ceiling fan. Darren turned to Jessie. Her eyes were already closing, her shoulders slumping forward. He reached for her, but she was too far away, and before he could cross the space between them, her body went rigid. Her eyes snapped open but didn't see him. Her mouth fell open and a choked sound came out, low and strangled. Darren grabbed her shoulders and shook her. She didn't respond. Her eyeballs moved beneath the lids, darting back and forth, and the sound she was making got louder, more desperate. He pulled her upright, and her eyes snapped wider. She gasped, and her hands flew up to claw at the air in front of her face. Darren caught her wrists and held them. She was staring at something he couldn't see, her pupils blown wide, her breath coming in short, ragged bursts. He said her name again and again until finally she focused on him. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out at first. Then she whispered, so quiet he almost didn't hear it. The crash. Darren kept holding her wrists. She was shaking now, her whole body trembling. He asked her what she saw. She closed her eyes and opened them again, slower this time. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse. She had seen the steering wheel, she said. Not just seen it. Felt her hands on it. Felt the leather under her palms. The airbag had already gone off and deflated, and she could smell the powder it left behind, sharp and alkaline, like scorched chalk. The windshield was cracked in a starburst pattern, and through it, she could see headlights, distant and tilted at the wrong angle. Her chest hurt where the seatbelt had locked. She could taste blood in her mouth. And there was a sound, glass crunching and something else, something low and guttural that might have been her own voice or someone else's. And then the weight came down on her, something massive and hot, and the vision shattered into fragments. Broken glass, twisted metal, the smell of gasoline, the sound of liquid dripping onto pavement. And through all of it, a presence above her, breathing in her face, hot and wet and wrong. Darren listened. His hands were still on her wrists, and he could feel her pulse racing. When she finished, she pulled away and curled onto her side, facing the wall. He sat beside her and didn't move. Outside, the scratching had started again, somewhere in the hallway or the kitchen. The sound was steady and rhythmic, almost mechanical, and it went on for an hour before it finally stopped. Jessie didn't sleep the rest of the night. Neither did Darren. They lay in the dark and waited for morning, and when the first gray light crept through the curtains, Darren felt a crushing certainty settle over him. Whatever was hunting them, it wasn't going to stop. It was going to keep coming, night after night, until there was nothing left. Jessie stopped fighting the sleep paralysis on the fourth night. Darren watched it happen. They were lying in bed, the barricade in place, the scratching moving through the hallway outside. It was 11:30, and Jessie had been holding his hand for the last hour, her grip so tight his fingers had gone numb. Then her hand went slack and her eyes closed, and Darren sat up, ready to shake her awake. But she opened her eyes again before he could touch her. She was awake. He could see it in the way her pupils tracked to him, focused and deliberate. But her body was frozen, locked in place by whatever weight had settled onto her chest. Her mouth opened and her jaw worked, but no sound came out. Darren leaned over her and started to reach for her shoulders, but she shook her head. Just a fraction of movement, barely visible, but enough to stop him. She wanted to stay in it. She wanted to see what happened if she didn't fight. Darren sat back and watched. Jessie's breathing slowed, deepened. Her eyes stayed open, but her gaze went distant, unfocused, looking through the ceiling to something beyond. The seconds stretched into a minute, then two. Darren could hear the scratching in the hallway, rhythmic and constant. But Jessie didn't seem to hear it at all. She was somewhere else. Her chest rose and fell beneath the invisible weight. Sweat gathered at her temples and ran down into her hair. Her fingers twitched against the mattress, but the rest of her stayed rigid. Darren counted 3 minutes, then 4. The scratching stopped. The house went silent. And in that silence, Jessie's eyes changed. The distant look faded and something else replaced it. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. Her mouth moved again, and this time a sound came out, small and broken. Then she gasped, and the paralysis released her all at once. She sat up so fast, she nearly hit Darren's chin. Her hands flew to her chest and pressed there, feeling for something that wasn't there anymore. Her breathing came in short, rapid bursts, and tears were streaming down her face. Darren put his arms around her and asked what she saw. Jessie didn't answer right away. She pulled back from him and wiped her face with both hands, then looked around the room, taking in every detail with an intensity that made Darren grip the edge of the mattress harder. Her gaze moved from the barricaded door to the window, to the closet, to the nightstand. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady in a way that scared him more than the crying had. She said the weight on her chest wasn't pressing down. It was lying down. There was a difference. The pressure wasn't malicious or predatory. It was the weight of a body settling into rest, the way a dog curls up on a blanket. And the breath in her face, hot and damp, smelled like dog breath. Not rot, not sulfur, just the ordinary warm smell of an animal's exhalation. Their fear had made them monsters out of love. All those nights of terror, the scratching they'd heard as claws gouging wood, had been ordinary paws on hardwood. The wet scraping down the stucco had been a dog's body sliding down an exterior wall, trying to get closer to a scent. The thing in the closet shredding their clothes had been searching for them in the only way a dog knew how. And the visions, she said. The crash. She'd finally seen it all the way through. They'd been driving home from Sedona, late, past midnight. Darren had been at the wheel, and Jessie was in the passenger seat, and the highway was empty except for one pair of headlights, far ahead. They'd been talking about something. She couldn't remember what. And then the headlights were closer, much closer, and they were in the wrong lane. Darren had swerved. The car had spun. She remembered the steering wheel jerking in Darren's hands, the seatbelt locking across her chest, the sound of metal tearing and glass shattering. She remembered the car flipping, the world rotating in slow motion, and then the sharp crack of impact, and everything going dark. And in the back seat, she said, there had been a third seatbelt buckled, an empty harness swaying loose in the chaos of the wreck. But it hadn't been empty at all. Darren stared at her, His mouth had gone dry and his hands felt cold. He asked her what she meant. Jessie looked at him and her eyes were clear and certain. Mac had been in the back seat, she said. Their dog. The boxer they'd adopted 3 years ago. He'd been with them in the car. Darren opened his mouth to tell her that wasn't possible, that Mac was, but the thought collapsed before he could finish it. Where was Mac? When was the last time Darren had seen him? He searched his memory and found nothing recent, nothing clear. Just a vague sense that Mac should be here and wasn't. He couldn't remember. Jessie stood up and walked to the dresser. She reached for it with both hands and the barricade dissolved under her touch, not shoved aside, but simply ceasing to exist. The phantom furniture they'd been maintaining for weeks fading like smoke. The dresser, the nightstand, the books. All of them had been their own construction. A memory of protection that no longer served any purpose. The door stood unobstructed. Jessie turned the knob and it opened easily. It had never been locked. The hallway was dark and silent, without any scratching or sound at all. Jessie stepped through the doorway and Darren followed, his pulse loud in his ears. The hallway looked wrong. The walls were the same cream color they'd always been, but the picture frames were gone. The small table where Jessie kept her keys wasn't there. The runner rug had been replaced with something different. A geometric pattern Darren had never seen before. Jessie walked to the living room and stopped in the doorway. Darren came up beside her and looked. The furniture was wrong. The couch was gray instead of blue. The coffee table was glass instead of wood. The bookshelf along the far wall held books they'd never owned, titles Darren didn't recognize. On the mantel above the fireplace sat a row of photographs in frames. A man with short dark hair and a thin face, standing in front of landscapes Darren had never visited. Beaches and mountains and city skylines, but not one photo of Darren or Jessie anywhere. Jessie crossed the room and leaned close to one of the frames, studying the face of the man in the photograph. She stared at it for a long moment, then straightened and turned to Darren. Her face was pale, but her voice was steady when she spoke. We're dead. The words hung in the air between them. Darren wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the words. She was right. They died in the crash, and this house didn't belong to them anymore. He looked around the room and saw it now. The newness of things, the absence of their possessions, the way the space felt occupied by someone else's life. How long had they been walking through this house without seeing it? How long had they been trapped in the memory of what it used to be? Jessie walked to the front door and tried the handle. It turned. She pulled the door open and warm night air rushed in, carrying the scent of creosote and dust. She stepped out onto the porch and Darren followed. The street looked the same. Rows of stucco houses with red tile roofs, gravel yards, the amber glow of streetlights. But the cars parked in the driveways were different models, and the Henderson house across the street had a different color door. Darren reached for the porch railing, and his hand went through it. He'd been reaching for it every morning for weeks, he realized. The habit survived the body. He turned to Jessie and saw the same hollow look in her eyes. 2 years, Jessie said. The crash had been 2 years ago. She could feel it now, the weight of the missing time, the months and seasons that had passed while they'd been locked in this loop. She looked down at her hands and turned them over, studying her palms. They looked solid and substantial, but she knew what they were now. Darren stepped off the porch and walked to the middle of the street. The pavement was still warm from the day's heat. He stood there looking back at the house and tried to remember the last time he'd been outside during the day, the last time he'd felt the sun on his face. But every memory he had was night. The bedroom, the barricade, the waiting. A car turned onto the street 2 blocks down. Darren watched its headlights approach, growing brighter, and he waited for it to slow, to stop, to acknowledge him standing in the middle of the road. But the car didn't slow. It kept coming. Darren stood his ground, frozen, and the car passed through the space where he stood without slowing, without swerving, without any sign that the driver had seen him at all. Darren turned and walked back to the porch. Jessie was sitting on the steps now, her arms wrapped around her knees. He sat beside her, and neither of them spoke. The night air moved through them, warm and dry, and Darren understood with a terrible clarity that they didn't feel it the way living people did. They remembered what heat felt like, remembered the sensation of wind and the texture of concrete. But the actual physical experience was gone. There were echoes, impressions, ghosts haunting the house where they used to live. And Mac, Darren thought. Mac had been in the car with them. But Mac wasn't here now. Mac wasn't dead. Jessie said it before he could. Mac survived. He'd been in the back seat, and somehow he'd made it through the crash, and someone had taken him. And now he was here, in this house, with the man who lived here now. And all this time, all these weeks of terror and scratching and sleep paralysis, it hadn't been a demon hunting them. It had been Mac, grieving, trying to find them. They went back inside and walked through the house room by room, seeing it for the first time as it really was. The kitchen had been repainted, the appliances replaced with newer models in stainless steel. Magnets on the refrigerator advertised pizza places and plumbers Darren had never heard of. A calendar beside the pantry showed July 2026, with appointments marked in cramped, angular handwriting. Dentist on the 14th, oil change on the 22nd. The second bedroom held a desk now instead of the storage boxes, papers scattered across the surface, utility bills and bank statements and junk mail, all addressed to Kevin Brooks at this address. The bathroom counter held unfamiliar soap and a toothbrush that wasn't theirs, and a prescription bottle with Kevin Brooks's name on the label. Jessie looked at it all without speaking, then turned and walked past Darren. The clock in the living room showed 2:43. Darren sat on the gray couch that wasn't theirs while Jessie stood at the window looking out at the quiet street. His mind felt sluggish, overwhelmed. 2 years. They'd been dead for 2 years. And Mac had been alive this whole time, living in this house with a stranger, grieving for them in the only way a dog knew how, by searching, by trying to find their scent, by lying down in the places where they used to be and waiting for them to come back. The scratching hadn't been malicious. It had been desperate. Jessie turned from the window and asked if he thought Mac was here now in the house, or if the man had put him somewhere else for the night. Darren didn't know. He stood and walked down the hallway to the master bedroom. The door was closed. He put his hand on the knob, felt the metal cool beneath his palm, or remembered what cool metal felt like, and turned it. The room was dark except for the faint glow of a phone charging on the nightstand. A man lay in the bed, his back to the door, shoulders rising and falling in the steady rhythm of deep sleep. Kevin Brooks. Darren stepped inside and Jessie followed. They stood at the foot of the bed and looked at the man who had replaced them. He was younger than Darren had expected. Maybe 35. Short dark hair going gray at the temples, a tattoo on his left shoulder blade, some geometric design Darren couldn't make out in the dim light. One arm hung off the side of the mattress, fingers brushing the floor. And on the floor beside the bed, curled into a tight ball on a dog bed that smelled of kibble and old canvas, was Mac. Darren's breath stopped. He moved without thinking, crossing the room and dropping to his knees beside the dog bed. Mac was asleep, his body tucked in on itself, his stubby tail pressed against his hind legs. But even in sleep, Darren could see the change in him. Ribs showing beneath his brindle coat, face thinner, the bones of his skull more prominent, fur around his muzzle gone gray. Darren reached out to touch him, and his hand passed through Mac's shoulder without resistance. No contact. No warmth. Just the memory of what it used to feel like to run his fingers through that coarse fur and feel the muscle beneath. Darren pulled his hand back and gripped the edge of the dog bed hard enough that if he'd still been solid, his knuckles would have gone white. Jessie knelt beside him. She reached for Mac, too, and her hand went through him the same way. She made a small sound in her throat, something between a sob and a gasp, and Darren put his arm around her shoulders. They knelt there together on the floor and watched Mac sleep, and Darren thought about all the nights Mac had lain down on this exact spot, in this exact position, waiting for them. All the nights Mac had pressed his weight against the floor where their bed used to be, trying to get closer to whatever trace of them still lingered in the house. All the nights Mac had scratched and searched and grieved while Darren and Jessie huddled behind a barricade, terrified of a threat that didn't exist. Mac's ear twitched. His legs moved in small, jerking motions, the way dogs move when they dream. Darren wondered what Mac was dreaming about. If he was running through a park somewhere, or riding in the back seat of a car with the window down, or lying on the couch between Darren and Jessie the way he used to do on quiet evenings when they'd watch television and Mac would sprawl across both their laps, too big for the space but refusing to move. Mac's eyes opened. He lifted his head and looked directly at Darren, not through him, but at him. Mac's eyes were brown and clear and fully focused, and for the first time in 2 years, Darren felt seen. Mac's tail began to wag, a slow, uncertain movement that picked up speed. He stood, his legs shaking slightly, and took a step toward Darren. Then another, his nose extended, sniffing the air where Darren knelt. Darren didn't move. He didn't breathe. Mac's nose came closer, and then Mac pushed his head forward, trying to press his muzzle into Darren's chest the way he always had when he wanted attention. His head passed through Darren's body, but Mac didn't stop. He tried again and again, pushing his whole body forward, trying to make contact that wouldn't come. Mac whined. It was a high, broken sound that Darren had never heard him make before. Mac turned and tried to push his head into Jessie's lap. His body passed through her the same way. Mac stepped back and sat down hard, his tail still wagging, but slower now, confused. He looked from Darren to Jessie and back again, his head tilting to one side. Darren's throat was so tight he could barely speak. He tried anyway, forcing the word out past the grief that wanted to choke him. Mac. The dog's ears perked up. His tail wagged faster. He stood again and came forward, licking the air where Darren's face should be, his tongue passing through without contact, but his intention clear. He could see them. He could smell them. He knew they were there, but he couldn't touch them. Jessie was crying now, silent tears running down her face. She reached for Mac again, and her hand went through his head, through his neck, passing through muscle and bone and fur without resistance. Mac whined again and turned in a circle, trying to find an angle that would work, a position that would let him press against them the way he needed to. On the bed, Kevin Brooks stirred. He rolled onto his back and muttered something Darren couldn't make out. Mac's attention snapped to the man. His tail stopped wagging. He moved to the side of the bed and sat down, his body tense, his gaze fixed on Brooks's face. Darren watched Mac watch the man. There was something in Mac's posture that Darren recognized. Alertness, maybe, or wariness, but certainly not the relaxed trust Mac used to show when Darren came home from work, or Jessie called him for dinner. This was different. This was a dog watching someone he didn't fully trust, someone he tolerated, but didn't love. Kevin Brooks opened his eyes and looked at Mac. He reached down and patted the dog's head once, a perfunctory gesture without warmth. Mac didn't lean into the touch. He sat still and let it happen. And when Brooks's hand withdrew, Mac's posture didn't change. Brooks closed his eyes again and rolled away. Within seconds, his breathing had evened out into sleep. Mac turned back to Darren and Jesse. His tail began to wag again, tentative and hopeful. He came forward and tried once more to push his head into Darren's chest, and when it didn't work, he sat down and stared at them, his brown eyes full of something Darren couldn't name. Recognition, yes. Confusion, definitely. But beneath both of those was something darker. Loneliness, grief, the kind of bone-deep sadness that came from waiting for someone who never came back. Darren reached out and let his hand hover over Mac's head, his palm 2 inches from the fur he couldn't touch. Jesse did the same. They knelt there on the floor of a bedroom that didn't belong to them anymore, trying to comfort a dog who could see them but not feel them. And Darren understood that this was worse than being dead. This was being visible, but intangible. Present, but powerless. They were ghosts. And ghosts couldn't hold the things they loved. And the worst part, the part that made Darren's chest feel hollow, even though he no longer had a chest that could feel anything, was knowing how they'd spent their last weeks together. All those nights, Mac had scratched at the bedroom door, trying to get to them, trying to lie down beside them, the way he always had. And they'd shoved a dresser against the door. They'd stacked books. They'd hidden behind a barricade, terrified, while Mac waited on the other side, wondering why they wouldn't let him in. The sleep paralysis hadn't been an attack. It had been Mac, curling up on the bed in the exact spot where Jesse's spectral form lingered, his 70-pound body settling onto the mattress where she no longer existed in any physical way. But their connection to him ran so deep that his presence overlapping her form had translated into crushing pressure. His grief and her guilt meeting in the same space and creating something that felt like suffocating weight. And she'd fought it. She'd thrashed against the sensation and gasped, and treated his desperate need for comfort like a violation. The scratching in the hallway, the sounds in the kitchen, the closet full of shredded clothes, soaked in saliva. Mac searching for their scent, trying to find them, trying to understand why they'd left him. And every morning Darren had walked through the house checking for damage, relief flooding through him when he found the floors unmarked, never once understanding that the floors were unmarked because there had never been a monster. Only a grieving dog with ordinary paws. They could have spent those weeks with him. They could have sat on the floor and let his body pass through theirs and at least tried to comfort him, to let him know they were still there even if they couldn't touch him. Instead, they'd barricaded themselves away and left him alone in a house that smelled like them but contained only absence. 2 years Mac had lived here with Kevin Brooks. 2 years of searching for them, of lying down in the places where their bed used to be, of waiting for them to come home. And they'd been here the whole time, locked in their own terror, hiding from the only thing in this house that had ever loved them. Mac's tail slowed and then stopped. He lay down on his bed again and rested his head on his paws, his eyes still open, still watching them. Darren and Jesse stayed beside him until the first gray light of dawn crept through the window, and then they stood and walked back to the living room, leaving Mac alone with the man who would never love him the way they had. They spent the day with Mac. Darren didn't know if ghosts experienced time the same way the living did, but the hours between dawn and dusk felt longer than any he remembered. He and Jesse sat on the floor of the living room while Mac moved between them, his tail wagging in slow, uncertain sweeps, his nose pushing through the air where their hands should be. Every few minutes he would stop and sit down hard, staring at them with his head cocked, trying to understand why he could see them but not feel them. Kevin Brooks left the house at 7:30 in the morning. Darren heard the front door close and watched through the window as the man backed his car out of the driveway and drove away without looking back. Mac stood at the window, too, watching. And when the car disappeared around the corner, Mac turned and looked at Darren and Jesse. His tail started wagging again. They followed Mac through the house. He went to the kitchen first and stood beside his food bowl, empty except for a few pieces of kibble stuck to the bottom. He nosed the bowl and looked back at them, and Darren understood that Mac was showing them his routine, the shape of his days without them. The bowl, the water dish, the back door where he waited to be let out, the corner of the living room where a basket of toys sat untouched, rope bones and rubber balls Mac used to carry around constantly, but now ignored. Jessie knelt beside the toy basket and reached for one of the rope bones. Her hand passed through it. She tried again, concentrating, willing her fingers to make contact, but the rope stayed solid, and her hand stayed insubstantial. She sat back and looked at Darren with tears in her eyes. Mac picked up the rope bone in his mouth and brought it to her. He dropped it at her feet and backed up, tail wagging, the way he used to do when he wanted to play tug-of-war. Jessie reached for it again, and her hand passed through. Mac's tail slowed. He picked up the rope and tried again, dropping it closer this time, nudging it with his nose toward where Jessie's hand hovered over the floor. When nothing happened, Mac sat down and whined. Darren moved to sit beside Jessie. Mac came to him and tried to climb into his lap, his body passing through Darren's legs and torso, his paws scrabbling at air. Mac tried 3 times before he gave up and lay down on the floor between them, his head resting where Darren's knee would be if Darren were solid. Mac's eyes stayed open, watching them both. The afternoon sun moved across the floor in a slow golden band. Darren and Jessie didn't move. They stayed with Mac, letting him see them, letting him know they were there even if they couldn't touch him. Mac dozed off once and woke with a start, his head jerking up to check if they were still there. When he saw them, he relaxed again, his tail thumping twice against the hardwood. Around 4 o'clock, Mac stood and walked to the back door. He looked over his shoulder at them and whined, a soft questioning sound. Darren stood and tried the doorknob. His hand passed through it. He tried again, focusing all his attention on making his fingers solid, on gripping the metal and turning it, but nothing happened. The door stayed closed. Mac whined again, more urgently now. He paced back and forth in front of the door, his movements agitated. Darren realized Mac needed to go outside, needed to relieve himself, but the door was locked, and Darren couldn't open it. He looked at Jessie and saw the same helplessness in her face. Mac waited by the door for 20 minutes. Then he walked back to the living room and lay down on the floor near the window, his body tense, his ears flat against his head. Darren sat beside him and pressed his hand flat against the hardwood, where Mac's ribs rose and fell, wanting to touch fur, but feeling only the smooth, cool wood beneath his palm. When Kevin Brooks came home at 5:45, Mac stood and went to the door, but his tail didn't wag. Brooks unlocked the door and stepped inside, dropping his keys on the side table. He looked down at Mac and said something about the dog needing to go out. His voice was flat, annoyed. He walked through the house to the back door and opened it, and Mac bolted outside without looking back. Darren watched Brooks move through the kitchen, pulling a beer from the refrigerator and opening it with a sharp hiss. The man was still wearing his work lanyard, a laminated badge that said Arizona Public Service Company, with a photo Darren couldn't make out from this angle. Brooks didn't take it off. He just stood at the kitchen counter drinking his beer and scrolling through his phone, the lanyard swaying slightly every time he lifted the bottle. He didn't call for Mac. He didn't go to the window to check on the dog. The routine of someone who lived alone and preferred it that way. Mac came back inside 10 minutes later. He walked past Brooks without making contact, came into the living room and lay down in the spot where Darren and Jesse sat. His body passed through theirs and settled on the floor beneath them. Brooks fed Mac at 6:30, pouring kibble into the bowl and walking away while Mac ate. The man didn't stay to watch. He didn't pet Mac or speak to him. When Mac finished eating, he came back to the living room and lay down again between Darren and Jesse. And Darren understood that Mac spent his nights this way, waiting in the space where they used to be, hoping they would come back, enduring the loneliness that no living person seemed willing to ease. The sun set. The house fell into shadow. Brooks turned on the television in the bedroom and closed the door, and Darren sat with his hand pressed to the floor where Mac's body lay, wishing he could feel the warmth of fur instead of cold hardwood. Darren leaned forward and let his hand hover over Mac's head, 2 inches above the fur he couldn't touch. He spoke to Mac in the same low voice he used to use, telling him he was a good boy, that they were sorry, that they wished they could stay. Mac's tail thumped once against the floor. His eyes stayed focused on Darren's face. Jessie reached out too, her hand hovering over Mac's back. She said his name, soft and broken, and Mac's ears perked up. He shifted his weight and tried again to press his body against hers, and when it didn't work, he settled back down with a sigh that sounded too human. They stayed like that for hours. The house went dark except for the glow of streetlights through the windows. Brooks's television went quiet. The air conditioner cycled on and off. And then, at 11:47, something began to fade. Darren looked down at his hands and saw them losing definition, the edges softening like watercolor bleeding into wet paper. The room around him was growing distant, the colors muting, the sounds dampening. Jessie's face beside him looked peaceful for the first time in 2 years, her features smoothing, her expression going slack with relief. He felt it too, a gentle forgetting, the weight of memory lifting. What was this room? Why had they been sitting here? The answers were becoming harder to hold. His name felt less certain, the heat, the barricade, the scratching. All of it receding into something that might have happened to someone else a long time ago in a place he could no longer quite picture. This was it. The crossing over they'd been denied for 2 years. Darren looked at Jessie and saw recognition fading from her eyes. She was forgetting him. He was forgetting her. The pull toward peace was a pull toward nothing. A quiet dissolution into the house itself, becoming part of the walls and the air and the foundation. Their identities smoothing away like footprints in sand. Max stood and moved closer, his body still passing through theirs, but his intention clear. He was watching them with his head tilted, his ears forward, his tail wagging in slow, uncertain sweeps. Darren tried to remember why the dog mattered. The shape was familiar. Brindle coat, gray muzzle, brown eyes. But the name wouldn't come. The forgetting was accelerating now, pulling at the last threads of who he'd been. And then the dog's ears flattened. His tail stopped wagging. He turned away from them and faced the hallway, his body going rigid, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The sound cut through the forgetting like a knife. Darren's hand snapped back into focus. Solid, defined, real. The dog. Mac. The name returned with physical force. Jessie gasped beside him and grabbed his arm, her fingers suddenly substantial again. They both looked toward the hallway where Mac was staring. In the darkness beyond the living room, something moved. Mac's growl deepened. He stood rigid now, his hackles raised, his lips pulled back to show teeth. The growl came from deep in his chest, sustained and threatening, and Darren had never heard Mac make that sound before. Not even when the UPS driver came to the door. Not even when another dog got aggressive at the park. This was something new. This was a warning. Jessie's hand found Darren's. Her fingers passed through his, but he felt the intention, the presence of her beside him. She was looking at Mac, too, her form solid again, the forgetting held at bay by Mac's warning growl. But Mac was growling at something in the hallway. A door opened. The bedroom. Darren heard footsteps, heavy and uneven, crossing hardwood. Kevin Brooks appeared in the hallway entrance, silhouetted against the darkness behind him. He was wearing boxers and a t-shirt, his hair messed from sleep, and he stood in the doorway for a long moment, just watching Mac bark. Brooks's face was exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that came from weeks of broken sleep, from living in a house that felt wrong, from dealing with an animal you didn't want in the first place. He looked at Mac, and his expression was flat, empty, the face of a man who'd run out of patience. He took a step into the living room, and Mac's growl turned into a bark, sharp and defensive. Brooks crossed to the kitchen and came back carrying something. A cardboard box. He set it on the coffee table, and Darren saw what was inside. Mac's water bowl, his food dish, a half-empty bag of kibble, his vaccination records in a manila folder, a worn rope toy Mac used to carry everywhere. Brooks said he was done, his voice quiet and flat. The shelter opened at 7. He'd have Mac there by 7:30. His hands moved through the box, checking items off some mental list. Leash, collar, medical history. Everything they'd need to process the intake. Mac stopped barking. He stood frozen, watching Brooks pack his life into a cardboard box, and something in his posture changed. His tail tucked completely, his ears flattened. He knew what the box meant. Darren felt the forgetting falter, not weaken exactly, but shift, as if whatever force was pulling them toward peace was waiting to see what they would do. He looked at Jessie and saw that she felt it too. The pull had been absolute before, irresistible, but now there was space, room to choose. Brooks closed the box flaps and stood. He looked at Mac and told him to get in his bed, that they had a few more hours before they had to leave. His voice wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was just tired. A man dealing with a problem the only way he knew how. Mac didn't move. He stood between Brooks and the spot where Darren and Jessie hovered, his body rigid, still trying to protect the space where their scent lingered, even though he couldn't understand why they wouldn't touch him, why they wouldn't speak to him, why they felt so close, but remained so impossibly far away. The forgetting returned stronger than before. Darren fought against it, but it was pulling the texture out of everything. The sound of Mac's whine was turning to static. The image of Jessie's face was smoothing over, features blurring into a featureless oval like a mannequin. He tried to remember her eyes. What color were they? But the answer wouldn't come. He tried to picture Mac running toward him in the park, but the memory had no smell, no weight, just a shape moving through empty space. He was losing it. Losing them. The forgetting was stripping the sensory truth away and leaving only abstract knowledge. He knew intellectually that he'd had a wife and a dog, but he couldn't feel what that meant. Couldn't smell Jessie's shampoo or feel the specific weight of Mac's head resting on his knee, or hear the particular pitch of Mac's excitement whine when the leash came out. Darren dragged his mind through the numbness like pulling himself through freezing mud. One detail, one real thing. The smell. What did Mac smell like after a bath? Wet dog and the cherry-scented shampoo Jessie always used. The specific warmth of his fur in the sun, the way his tongue always hung slightly to the left when he panted. The exact pressure of his 70-pound body sprawling across both their laps on the couch, even though there wasn't enough room. The details snapped back into focus like a bone setting. Jessie beside him was sharpening too. He could see her face again, brown eyes, the small scar above her left eyebrow from when she fell off her bike at age 9. She was clawing her way back the same way, dragging specific sensory memories out of the forgetting's pull. Mac was backing toward them now, his body tense, his eyes fixed on Brooks and the cardboard box. In 7 hours, Brooks would take him to the shelter. Mac was 8 years old, a large dog with gray in his muzzle and ribs showing through his coat. He'd been grieving for 2 years. The shelter would classify him as unadoptable, too old, too damaged, too attached to people who weren't coming back. They would put him down within a week. Jessie made a sound beside Darren, something raw and broken. She was looking at Mac, and Darren saw the exact moment the decision formed in her eyes. She stopped fighting the forgetting and then reversed, not letting go, but diving deeper into memory. Not toward peace, but toward pain, toward every moment they'd had with Mac, every walk, every evening on the couch. Every morning he'd greeted them like they'd been gone for years instead of hours. Darren felt it too, the choice solidifying. They could let the forgetting take them. They could dissolve into peace and leave Mac here with this exhausted man who saw him as a problem to be solved. They could let Max spend his last week in a concrete kennel wondering why they'd abandoned him twice. Or they could stay. The forgetting pulled at them harder now, insistent, offering relief from the horror of watching what would happen next. Darren felt his edges softening again, felt his name becoming uncertain, felt the warm nullity of non-existence calling to him. Mac moved closer to where they hovered, his body still tense, still watching Brooks, but seeking the comfort of their presence, even though he couldn't touch them. His tail gave one uncertain wag. Darren looked at Jessie. She looked back at him. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them needed to. Darren saw it in her face, the same thing he felt. The same impossible choice. Peace was right there. An end to 2 years of being trapped and lost and terrified. All they had to do was let go. But Mac was down there. And in 7 hours, he'd be in a cage. Jessie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Darren saw the decision. She turned away from the forgetting. She reached down into memory instead of up toward peace, and Darren did the same. Mac, Jessie, Darren, the three of them together. He remembered. He refused to forget. He chose the pain of staying over the comfort of dissolution. Forgetting recoiled. Not slowly, not gently. It snapped away from them like a hand jerked from a flame, and in the space it left behind, something else rushed in. Something cold and permanent and binding they had chosen. The room didn't go dark. The temperature didn't plummet. The light bulbs didn't explode. Those were the transformations of rage, and what Darren felt wasn't rage. It was something quieter, something sadder. They had given up peace for this, for the chance to stay with Mac, to protect him the only way ghosts could. Darren felt himself changing, but not into power, into permanence. The house settled around them differently now, and the walls acknowledging their presence, not as temporary visitors, but as permanent residents. They weren't haunting this house. They were bound to it, by choice, forever. Brooks stood in the living room, exhausted and annoyed, and told Mac to get in his bed one more time. Mac didn't move. He stood between Brooks and the space where Darren and Jessie hovered, his body rigid, still trying to protect them even though they'd never been in danger. Darren looked at Jessie and saw the same thought forming. They couldn't stop Brooks physically. They couldn't lock doors or break glass or manifest with enough force to drive him out. They were ghosts. They'd traded power for presence. But Brooks could feel wrongness. Everyone could feel wrongness if you made it obvious enough. Darren moved closer to Brooks and focused on being present. On occupying space, unexisting in a way that made the air feel thick and the ambient sounds of the house sound slightly wrong. Jessie did the same from the other side. The refrigerator's hum shifted half a note lower. The ceiling fan's tick came a fraction of a second too late, as if the house itself was struggling to maintain its rhythm. The shadows cast by the streetlight through the window weren't quite matching the furniture anymore. They fell at angles that didn't correspond to any light source, stretching toward Brooks instead of away from the window. Brooks didn't notice at first. He stood there in the living room with the cardboard box at his feet, running one hand through his hair, exhausted. Then he frowned. His head tilted slightly, the way people do when they hear a sound they can't quite place. He looked at the ceiling fan, looked at the window. His frown deepened. The shadows were wrong. He took a step to the left, and the shadow from the coffee table didn't move the way it should have. It stayed anchored to the floor near the couch, disconnected from the object that cast it. Brooks stopped moving. His breathing changed. Not faster yet, but shallower, more careful. Darren stayed perfectly still in Brooks's peripheral vision. Not a shape exactly. More like a density in the air, a human-shaped absence outlined in the faint streetlight glow from the windows, standing in the middle of the living room where no one should be standing at 11:47 at night. Brooks's eyes moved toward the space where Darren hovered. Not looking directly, not yet, but edging closer. The way you look at something you're afraid to confirm. His hand dropped from his hair. His shoulders went rigid. Then he looked. Darren held his form, not threatening, not moving, just there. Wrong. A presence that violated every rule about how empty living rooms were supposed to feel. Brooks' face went slack. The blood drained from his cheeks. He didn't move for 5 full seconds. Darren counted them. And then his eyes tracked slowly to the right. Jessie was there too, another impossible shape. Another human-sized wrongness hovering near the couch. 2 presences in an empty house. 2 people who shouldn't exist watching him with the stillness of things that didn't need to breathe. Brooks's breathing came faster now. His chest rose and fell in short, shallow pulls. He took 1 step backward and the floorboard creaked under his weight. Too loud in the wrong-sounding silence of the house. Then another step. His eyes kept moving between Darren and Jessie, unable to settle, unable to look away. When he reached the hallway entrance, he stopped. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He tried again and managed a single word, barely a whisper, spoken to himself or to the empty air or to nothing at all. Then he turned and ran. They heard the bedroom door slam, heard the lock click, heard Brooks on his phone, his voice muffled but frantic, calling someone. 911 maybe, or a friend, someone who would tell him he'd been dreaming, that houses didn't have ghosts, that grief and exhaustion could make you see things that weren't there. But they were there. They would always be there now. Mac's tail started wagging. He turned in a circle and came back to the spot where they stood, pushing his nose through the air where their hands would be, trying to make contact. Darren let his hand hover over Mac's head the way he'd done all evening, 2 inches from the fur he couldn't touch. "Good boy," Darren said. And even though the words came out wrong, distorted and hollow, and originating from no mouth, Mac's ears perked up. His tail wagged faster. Jessie knelt beside Mac and wrapped herself around him as close as she could get, her form overlapping his without resistance. "Mac," she whispered. And Mac leaned toward the sound. Then she stood and looked at Darren. 7.5 hours until 7:30. 7.5 hours until Brooks would try to put Mac in the car and drive him to the shelter. They were bound to this house, to the walls and foundation and the desert ground beneath, and they could not follow Mac beyond the property line. If Brooks got Mac into that car, they would lose him forever. The house was the anchor. The house had always been the anchor. They had given up heaven for this. They had traded peace for permanent haunting, dissolution for endless watching, rest for an eternity of standing guard over a dog who would never feel their hands on his fur again. The choice was made. The binding was permanent. Darren moved toward the hallway. Jesse followed. Mac stayed in the living room, his tail still wagging, watching them go. The hallway was dark except for the faint amber glow from the streetlights filtering through the living room windows behind them. Darren could see Brooks's bedroom door at the end of the hall, closed and locked. Behind it, Brooks's voice had gone quiet. Maybe he'd finished his phone call. Maybe he was trying to convince himself he'd imagined it. Maybe he was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering if exhaustion could make you hallucinate human shapes in your living room. Darren took up position on the left side of the hallway, his form settling into the space just outside the bedroom door. Close enough that when Brooks opened it in the morning, he would see them immediately. Jessie positioned herself on the right, mirroring him. Darren looked at the closed door and felt the irony settle over him like weight. For weeks, he'd stood on the other side of a door just like this one, his hand pressed flat against the wood, terrified of the scratching on the other side. He'd built a barricade. He'd stacked books and furniture between himself and the monster he thought was hunting them. And the whole time, the monster had been Mac. The thing he'd been hiding from had been love. Now he stood on the outside of the door, and his only weapon to save Mac was to become the nightmare he'd been cowering from. The scratching in the dark, the presence in the hallway, the thing that made you too terrified to open your door in the morning. They stood in the darkness and waited. Mac appeared in the hallway behind them, his body moving through the darkness toward where they stood. He circled once and lay down on the hardwood between them, his head resting on his paws, his eyes still open, watching them, waiting with them. In the bedroom, the light stayed on. A thin line of yellow leaked from under the door into the dark hallway. Brooks wasn't turning it off. He wouldn't turn it off, not after what he'd seen. Darren stared at the locked door 6 inches from where he stood. They couldn't open it. They couldn't see through it. They had no idea what Brooks was doing in there. Was he calling animal control to come at dawn? Was he sitting on the edge of his bed, staring at the door, too terrified to move? Was he packing a bag with shaking hands, planning to grab Mac and run to his car the second the sun rose before they could manifest again? The door was a black box, a thin piece of wood separating them from the man who held Mac's fate in his hands, and they were powerless to know what was happening on the other side. All they could do was wait and watch, and hope that when morning came and Brooks opened that door, the sight of them standing in the hallway would be enough to break him. Darren and Jessie stood in the dark hallway outside the locked door, their forms outlined in the faint glow from the distant streetlights, Mac lying on the floor between them. The digital clock in the living room read 12:03. 7 hours and 27 minutes until 7:30. The hours crawled past. The light under Brooks's door never went out. Darren could hear movement occasionally. Footsteps pacing, the creak of bed springs, the sound of drawers opening and closing. Brooks was awake. At 3:17, Brooks' footsteps approached the door. Darren and Jessie went completely still. The doorknob turned but didn't open. Brooks testing it, making sure the lock still held. Then the footsteps retreated. At 5:42, the first gray light began to seep through the living room windows behind them. Darren felt the heat already building outside. Another Phoenix day, another 100-degree morning. At 6:58, the light under the door shifted. Brooks was moving, getting ready. Mac lifted his head, ears forward, sensing the change. At 7:04, they heard keys jingling, footsteps approaching the door. Brooks's hand on the knob. Darren looked at Jesse. This was it? They had one chance. If Brooks made it past them, if he got Mac to the car, they would never see him again. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Kevin Brooks stood in the doorway with Mac's leash in one hand and his car keys in the other. His face was gray with exhaustion, his eyes red-rimmed from a sleepless night. He looked at the hallway and his body went rigid. Darren and Jesse were still there, still standing exactly where they'd been at midnight. Two human-shaped absences in the pre-dawn darkness, watching him, waiting for him. Brooks took a step backward into his bedroom. Darren moved forward. Not walking. He didn't need to walk. Just becoming present in the space directly in front of Brooks, filling the doorway. Jesse did the same, moving to stand beside him. They didn't speak. They didn't threaten. They just existed, impossible and wrong, blocking the path to Mac. The air between them grew thick. The shadows on the walls stretched at angles that didn't correspond to any light source. The ambient sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the ceiling fan, came half a second too late. Brooks's breathing came in short, rapid gasps. His grip on the leash tightened. He took another step backward. He whispered something that sounded like a plea. His voice broke on it. Darren held his position. They'd given up everything to protect Mac. They weren't moving. Brooks looked past them to where Mac stood in the hallway, tail wagging uncertainly. Looking from Brooks to the space where Darren and Jesse blocked the door, the dog couldn't understand why Brooks wouldn't come forward, why he was backing away instead of reaching for the leash's clip. Brooks's eyes moved back to Darren and Jesse. His face had gone from gray to white. The keys slipped from his fingers and hit the bedroom floor with a sharp jingle. "I'm not coming back," he said, louder now, but still shaking. "They could have the house, all of it. Just let him go." Darren stepped aside. Jesse mirrored him. The doorway was clear, but Mac was still in the hallway. Brooks looked at the dog, looked at Darren and Jesse. Then he dropped the leash on the bedroom floor, turned and grabbed a duffel bag that was already packed on his bed. He pushed past them, or tried to. His body passed through the space where they stood, and the desert heat collided with absolute zero. Frost bloomed instantly across his bare arms, white crystals spreading from his shoulders to his wrists. He stumbled, his breath catching in a violent, rattling cough as his lungs hit their freezing air. He gasped and kept running, his arms already red from the cold shock against the 100-degree morning. He ran down the hallway. Darren and Jesse followed, drifting behind him like shadows, making sure he kept running. Mac trotted alongside them, confused, his tail still wagging. Brooks hit the front door and wrenched it open. Sunlight flooded the entryway, already hot and bright at 7 in the morning. He didn't close it. He ran to his car, threw the duffel bag in the back seat, and started the engine with hands that shook so badly he dropped the keys twice before getting them in the ignition. The car reversed out of the driveway too fast, tires squealing. Brooks didn't look back. He shifted into drive and accelerated down the street, and Darren watched until the car disappeared around the corner. Max stood on the front porch, his body half in sunlight, looking after the car. Then he turned and looked back at where Darren and Jesse stood just inside the doorway, unable to cross into the morning light. His tail wagged once, twice. Then he lay down on the porch, his head on his paws, and waited. Darren knelt beside Mac's form, even though he couldn't touch him. Jesse did the same. The open door let the heat pour into the house, but they didn't feel it. They stayed with Mac while he waited, while the sun climbed higher and the desert morning settled into stillness. At 8:52, a man walked across the street from the Henderson house. Darren recognized him. The same man who'd opened the door briefly when Darren had tried to ask for help weeks ago, then closed it without a word. Mr. Henderson. He was older, maybe 65, wearing a faded Diamondbacks cap and carrying a glass of water. Henderson stopped at the edge of the property and looked at the open door, at Mac lying on the porch. He called out, asking if anyone was home, and when no one answered, he approached slowly. Mac's tail started wagging. He stood and walked to the edge of the porch, stopping just short of Henderson. "Hey there, buddy," Henderson said, in his voice gentle. "Where's your owner? Door's been open a while." Mac's tail wagged harder. Henderson knelt down and let Mac sniff his hand, then scratched behind his ears. Mac leaned into the touch, his whole body relaxing in a way Darren and Jesse hadn't been able to make happen in 2 years. Darren watched Henderson's hand, warm, solid, real, moving through Mac's fur. The living touch Mac had been desperate for, the physical comfort only a warm body could give. Darren and Jesse had given up heaven to protect Mac, had bound themselves to this house forever, had become the cold, dead things that could terrify his threats away. But they could never again provide what Henderson was giving him now. The simple warmth of a living hand, the weight of human touch that said you're safe, you're loved, you're home. Henderson looked at the open door again, looked at Mac. Then he stood and pulled out his phone. Darren heard him speaking to someone, his wife maybe, saying there was a dog here, no owner, door wide open, looked like someone left in a hurry. He hung up and looked down at Mac. "Come on, boy," he said. They'd get him some water, some breakfast. They'd figure this out. Henderson started walking back toward his house. Mac looked back at the open doorway one more time. Darren and Jesse stood just inside the threshold, two shadows in the cool darkness of the empty house. Mac stood in the morning sunlight, his brindle coat warm and gold against the bright desert morning. The contrast was absolute. Mac alive and sun-touched, them cold and bound to shadow. Mac looked directly at them, not past them, not through them, at them. His tail wagged once, twice, a slow acknowledgement of their presence. He knew they were there. He'd always known. "Go," Darren whispered, even though Mac couldn't hear him. Mac held their gaze for 3 more heartbeats. Then he turned and followed Henderson across the street, back toward the warmth and the living world. Darren and Jesse stood in the doorway and watched as Henderson opened his front door and Mac walked inside. The door closed behind them. Lights came on in the Henderson kitchen. Through the window, Darren could see Henderson filling a bowl with water, could see Mac drinking, his tail wagging steadily now. Jesse's hand found Darren's. Her fingers passed through his, but the intention was there. They stood together in the doorway, bound to this house forever, and watched the window across the street where Mac had found safety. The sun climbed higher. The heat built toward another 100-degree day. The door to the empty house stayed open behind them, but Darren and Jesse didn't move from the threshold. In the Henderson kitchen, Mac's tail was still moving. Slow, steady, the ordinary rhythm of a dog who had found someone worth waiting for. Darren watched until the light changed, and then he and Jesse stood together at the boundary they couldn't cross and kept vigil the way they always had. Bridget Palmer parked in front of the farmhouse and sat for a moment with her hand still on the wheel. She opened the car door and the wind hit her immediately, dry and constant, carrying fine dust that settled on her lips. The farmhouse sat at the end of a gravel track with nothing behind it but flat land and distance. White paint gone gray and streaks. Porch boards warped enough that she could see the gaps between them from where she sat. The silence was the first wrong thing. No dog came out to bark at her. No radio played through the open windows. The plain stretched flat in every direction, broken only by a windbreak of cottonwoods along the north side of the property, and a barn that leaned slightly to the east. No other houses visible, no telephone poles. The nearest neighbor, according to the county file, was 4 miles down the dirt road she had just driven. Bridget walked up the porch steps, her shoes loud against the wood. The screen door hung slightly crooked in its frame. She knocked on the door frame and waited. A woman appeared from deeper in the house, moving fast. 50 perhaps, or looked 50, with short gray hair and a face that had set into permanent lines around the mouth. She wore jeans and a man's work shirt with the sleeves rolled up. She stopped in the doorway and looked at Bridget without speaking. Bridget identified herself as the county hospice nurse, here for the weekend assessment. The woman said she was early. Bridget checked her watch. 10 o'clock, the agreed time. The woman stood in the doorway a moment longer, then stepped back and let her in. The front room was cooler than outside, but not by much. The windows were open and the curtains hung motionless. Everything was clean but worn, the furniture decades old. The wallpaper faded to the color of old newspaper. A wheelchair sat empty near the far wall. The woman told her he was in the bedroom. Bridget offered to help get him up, and that was what she was here for. The woman turned then and looked at her with an expression Bridget could not read. Not gratitude, not relief. Something closer to suspicion. "You don't know what you're here for yet," she said, and walked down the hallway. Bridget stood in the front room and listened. She could hear the woman's voice, low and sharp, saying something she could not make out. She moved to the window and looked out at her car. She had her phone in her pocket, and she knew there was no cell service this far out. The county file had mentioned a landline. She would need to find it before the woman left. The wheelchair came down the hallway first, pushed by the woman. The man in it sat slumped to the left, his head tilted down so that his chin nearly touched his chest. His hands lay in his lap, fingers curled loosely. He wore pajama pants and a white t-shirt, both clean. His feet were bare. Bridget had seen the intake photos in the file. This was Caleb Tanner, 80 years old, late-stage dementia, nonverbal, total care required. The woman wheeled him to a spot near the window and set the brake. She did not look at him. She did not touch him except to push the chair. Bridget moved closer and knelt so that she was at eye level with him. She kept her voice gentle and told him her name, that she was a nurse, that she would be staying to help care for him. He did not respond. His eyes were open but unfocused, looking somewhere past her left shoulder. She could see a tremor in his hand, slight but constant. She reached out and touched the back of his hand, feeling for temperature and tone. His skin was warm, dry, and the muscles underneath slack. Behind her, the woman said he didn't talk, didn't understand anything, had been like this for 10 years. Bridget pointed out the county file listed the diagnosis as 6 years ago. The woman's voice sharpened. The county file was wrong. He'd been like this before any doctor saw him, before anyone believed her, before anyone cared. Bridget recognized the edge in that voice. Caregiver fatigue, resentment, isolation. She explained the assessment process. She would observe care needs, help with daily tasks, evaluate whether additional county services might be appropriate. The woman's expression hardened. They didn't need county services. They were managing fine. Bridget kept her voice neutral and said she would be staying through Sunday evening to complete the evaluation. The woman looked at her for a long moment. Then she looked down at the man in the wheelchair. Her expression changed, something flickering across her face that Bridget could not read. She listed the care requirements in a flat voice. Soft food 3 times daily, had to be fed. Diapers every 4 hours, transfer lift in the bedroom closet. She recited the rest without emotion, looking not at Bridget, but at a point on the wall above her head. Incontinence, drooling, meaningless sounds. Couldn't support his own head without positioning. He's been dying for 10 years, and he won't finish. The words hung in the room. Bridget kept her face neutral. She had heard worse things in other homes. Caregiver burnout produced a kind of cruelty that was different from deliberate abuse. It was exhaustion speaking and desperation. The woman told her the phone was on the kitchen wall. Her bedroom was at the front of the house. Bridget could use the sofa. Then she turned and walked down the hallway without another word. Bridget stood in the front room with the man in the wheelchair. She could hear the daughter moving around in the back of the house, opening and closing drawers, footsteps deliberate and heavy. She moved to the kitchen. It was small and dated, the counters laminate, the stove electric. The phone hung on the wall near the back door, an old rotary model with a cloth-wrapped cord. She picked up the receiver and heard the dial tone, strong and clear. She set it back and looked out the window. She could see the barn, the windbreak, the flat line where the land met the sky. No other houses, no traffic, no sound except the wind, and somewhere in the back rooms, the daughter's footsteps. She went back to the front room. The man in the wheelchair had not moved. His head was still tilted down, his hands still loose in his lap. She knelt and touched his wrist, checking his pulse. 68 beats per minute, regular. She lifted his eyelid gently and checked his pupil response, sluggish but present. She ran her thumb along his forearm and felt the muscle tone. Atrophied, but not as much as she would have expected after 10 years of immobility. She sat back on her heels and looked at him. He was an old man in a wheelchair, nonverbal, dependent, dying by degrees. She had cared for dozens like him. There was nothing unusual here. Nothing except the daughter's hostility, and that too was not unusual. Families did not always behave well under strain, but the daughter's hostility stayed with her. The way she had looked at Caleb when she said he wouldn't finish dying. The way she had walked away without a backward glance. She wheeled him back down the hallway to the bedroom. It was dim, the curtains drawn, and smelled faintly of urine and laundry soap. The hospital bed was made with clean sheets. A mechanical lift stood in the corner. She positioned the wheelchair next to the bed and set the brake, then fitted the sling under his arms and thighs. He did not resist. He did not help. He was dead weight. His body slack as she maneuvered the straps into place. She worked the crank, and the sling lifted him, his legs dangling, his head lolling forward. She swung the lift arm over and lowered him onto the bed, then removed the sling and arranged his limbs so that he lay on his back with his head elevated slightly on two pillows. His eyes were still open, still unfocused. She pulled the blanket up to his chest and checked the bed rail to make sure it was secure. She checked his diaper, dry, and made a note of the time. 4 hours until the next check. She started to leave, then stopped. Something had caught her attention, though she could not say what. She turned back and looked at the man on the bed. He had not moved. His eyes were still open, still looking at nothing. His hands lay at his sides, fingers curled. His breathing was shallow and regular. Everything was as it had been a moment before, but something felt different. She moved closer and studied his face. An old man's face, 80 years of weather and work worn into the skin. The tremor in his hands was still present. His jaw hung slightly open. Saliva pooled at the corner of his mouth. She took a tissue from the box on the bedside table and wiped it away gently. His eyes moved. Not much. Just a flicker, a slight shift to the left as though tracking her hand. Then they settled back into that unfocused stare. Bridget stood very still. Dementia patients sometimes had moments of partial awareness, brief flickers of cognition before the fog closed back in. It was not unusual. It meant nothing. She made a note in her notebook and left the room, closing the door halfway. At noon, she went back to check on him. The man on the bed had not moved. She checked his diaper, still dry, and made another note. She lifted his hand and felt the muscle tone again, still slack, still atrophied. But the skin was warm, the circulation good. His heart was strong. He was not actively dying. He could live like this for years. She let his hand drop back to the bed. It fell with the heaviness of dead weight, fingers splayed. But as she turned to leave, she saw from the corner of her eye his fingers curl slowly closed again. She stopped. She looked back at him. His hand lay on the blanket. Fingers curled loosely as they had been before. His eyes were unfocused. His mouth hung open. The tremor in his other hand continued, steady and rhythmic. Perhaps she had imagined it. Perhaps it was an involuntary spasm. Dementia patients had them all the time. It meant nothing. She made a note anyway. In the afternoon, she unpacked her bag and read through the county file again. Caleb Tanner, 80 years old, widowed, one adult daughter living on site. Dementia diagnosis 6 years ago, progressive decline, nonverbal for the past 5 years, per most recent assessment. Family reported symptom onset approximately 8 years prior to diagnosis. No hospitalizations in 3 years. No home health aides, no physical therapy, no outside support. The daughter had refused all previous offers of respite care. This was the first time she had agreed to let anyone stay. Bridget wondered why. What had changed? Why now? At 2 o'clock, she went back to turn him. Bedridden patients needed repositioning every few hours. She rolled him onto his side, tucked a pillow behind his back, and checked his skin. No sores, no redness. The daughter had been turning him regularly. Whatever else she felt about him, she had kept him clean and cared for. Bridget adjusted the blanket and started to leave. Then she stopped and turned back. His eyes were open. They were looking at her. Not past her. Not unfocused. Looking directly at her face. She stood frozen. His gaze held hers for a long moment, steady and clear. And she saw something there that had not been there before. Awareness. Recognition. Something that measured her. Then his eyes shifted away, back to that unfocused stare, and the moment was gone. She swallowed and made herself move closer to the bed. She asked if he could hear her. No response. His eyes were unfocused again, looking at nothing. The tremor in his hands continued. She waved her hand in front of his face. No tracking, no reaction. She stepped back and tried to steady her breathing. She had seen it. She was certain she had seen it. But now there was nothing. Just an old man in a bed, dying slowly, his mind long gone. She went to the kitchen and drank a glass of water. Her hands were shaking slightly. She told herself that dementia patients sometimes had lucid moments, that the brain was strange and unpredictable, that brief flickers of awareness did not mean anything. But she had been a nurse long enough to know that some things you rationalized and some things you wrote down in case you needed them later. She wrote it down. But she could not shake the feeling that he had been looking at her with purpose, with intent. At 4 o'clock, she changed his diaper. The daughter appeared in the doorway while she was working, watching in silence. Bridget explained what she was doing, keeping her voice professional. The daughter said nothing, just stood there until Bridget finished, then turned and left. At 6, Bridget prepared dinner in the kitchen. She made oatmeal for Caleb, thinned with milk, and asked the daughter if she had eaten. The daughter said she had. She stood at the counter and watched while Bridget spooned the oatmeal into Caleb's mouth, watched while he swallowed reflexively, watched while Bridget wiped his chin. The whole process took 30 minutes, and the daughter stood there the entire time, arms crossed, face expressionless. When Bridget finished, the daughter moved to the wheelchair. She grabbed the handles and pushed it toward the hallway, the movement rough enough that Caleb's head jerked forward. Bridget stood quickly and suggested she could help with the evening routine. The daughter stopped and looked back at her. She said she'd been doing this alone for 10 years and didn't need anyone watching. She wheeled him down the hallway. Bridget heard a door close, then silence. She washed the dishes and made herself a sandwich. She ate standing at the counter, looking out the window at the darkening plains. The wind had not stopped. It bent the grass in waves, steady and relentless. At 8 o'clock, the daughter brought Caleb back out to the front room and positioned the wheelchair near the window. She did not speak to Bridget. She went back down the hallway, and Bridget heard another door close. The front bedroom, probably. Bridget sat on the sofa and opened the book she had brought. She read for an hour, glancing up occasionally to check on Caleb. He did not move. The tremor in his hands continued. His head stayed tilted down, chin nearly touching his chest. At 9 o'clock, she noticed his posture had shifted slightly. His weight had redistributed, his shoulders more centered over his hips instead of slumped to the left. She stood and moved closer. He was sitting straighter in the chair. Not much, just a few degrees. But he had been slumped when she brought him out. She was certain of it. She asked quietly if he was uncomfortable. No response. She knelt and checked his positioning, adjusted the footrests, made sure the seatbelt across his lap was not too tight. Everything was in order. Perhaps she had been wrong about his posture earlier. Perhaps he had been sitting this way all along and she had not noticed. She went back to the sofa and tried to read, but she found herself watching him instead, looking for movement, for any sign that he was aware of her presence. The clock on the wall ticked. The wind pressed against the house. The light from the lamp fell across his face, and she could see his eyes, open and empty. At 10 o'clock, the daughter emerged from her bedroom. She told Bridget she would put him to bed herself. Bridget offered to help. The daughter said she didn't need help. She wheeled Caleb down the hallway, and Bridget heard the sounds of the transfer, the mechanical whir of the lift, bed springs creaking, a door closing. The daughter came back to the front room a few minutes later. She looked at Bridget for a long moment, then went into her own bedroom and closed the door. Bridget heard the lock click. She made up the sofa with the sheets and blankets she had found in the closet. She washed her face in the bathroom and changed into the t-shirt and sweatpants she slept in. She turned off all the lights, except the one in the kitchen, left on low. She lay down on the sofa and pulled the blanket up to her chin. The wind moved around the house. The daughter was locked in her bedroom at the front. Caleb was in the back bedroom, his eyes open or closed. She could not know which. His eyes had looked at her directly. She was certain of it. And his hand, she had let it drop, and it had curled closed again, deliberate. The posture shift in the wheelchair when she had not been watching. Small things that did not add up. Probably nothing. The brain's last sparks before the final darkness. The daughter, too. The roughness when she pushed the wheelchair. The way she watched Bridget feed him, arms crossed, face empty of anything like concern. The way she had said he'd been dying for 10 years and wouldn't finish. The lock clicking on her bedroom door. Something was wrong in this house. Not just with Caleb. With all of it. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep. But she could not shake the feeling, growing stronger the longer she lay there in the dark, that she had walked into something she did not understand. That both of them, daughter and father, were not what they appeared to be. That the silence in this house was not peaceful. It was waiting. Saturday morning came with the same flat light. The same wind. Bridget woke at 6 and lay still on the sofa, listening. No sounds from either bedroom. She rose and folded the blanket, then went to the bathroom and washed her face. Her reflection in the mirror looked tired. She had not slept well. In the kitchen, She made coffee and stood at the window, watching the sky pale from gray to white. The wind bent the cottonwoods, showing the silver undersides of their leaves. The barn leaned into it. Nothing else moved. At 7, she heard a door open in the back of the house. Then footsteps in the hallway, the whir of the lift, more footsteps. The daughter brought Caleb out to the front room in the wheelchair and positioned him near the window without speaking to Bridget. Then she went back down the hallway. Bridget moved closer to the wheelchair. Caleb sat slumped as he had the day before, head down, hands loose. She knelt and checked him over. His diaper needed changing. She went to get the supplies from the closet. The daughter appeared in the hallway as Bridget was wheeling Caleb toward the bedroom. She told Bridget she would do it. Bridget said it was part of her assessment to observe all aspects of daily care. The daughter's jaw tightened. She stepped aside and let Bridget pass, but she followed them into the bedroom and stood in the doorway, arms crossed, watching. Bridget changed the diaper with the daughter's eyes on her the whole time. She worked efficiently, narrating what she was doing in a calm, professional voice. The daughter said nothing. When Bridget finished and wheeled Caleb back out to the front room, the daughter followed them and then went into the kitchen. Bridget heard cupboards opening, the clatter of dishes. She sat on the sofa and opened her notebook. She needed to document yesterday's observations, the eye tracking, the hand movement, the posture shifts. They were small things, probably meaningless, but they were part of the patient assessment. She also needed to document the daughter's behavior, the hostility, the refusal of help. The way she handled Caleb roughly when she thought Bridget wasn't watching carefully enough. At 8, the daughter brought breakfast, toast and eggs for herself, oatmeal for Caleb. She set Bridget's plate on the coffee table without a word, then sat at the kitchen table with her back to the front room. Bridget thanked her. The daughter did not respond. Bridget fed Caleb first, spooning the oatmeal slowly, wiping his chin. His eyes stayed unfocused. His swallowing reflex worked. Nothing had changed from the day before. When she finished, she ate her own breakfast. Glancing up occasionally at the daughter's rigid back, the morning passed slowly. Bridget checked Caleb every hour. Pulse, temperature, skin condition, hydration. She documented everything in her notebook. The daughter moved through the house like a ghost, appearing in doorways, watching, saying nothing. Once Bridget looked up from her notes and found the daughter standing at the edge of the front room, staring at her with an expression that was not quite hostility and not quite fear. Something else. Something Bridget could not name. She asked if everything was all right. The daughter turned and walked away without answering. At 10:30, the daughter came into the front room and stood beside Caleb's wheelchair. She looked down at him for a long moment, her face unreadable. Then she reached out and adjusted the blanket across his lap, smoothing it with hands that were not quite steady. The gesture might have been tender if not for the way her jaw was clenched, the tension visible in her shoulders. Bridget watched from the sofa. The daughter's fingers lingered on the edge of the blanket, then moved to Caleb's hand where it rested on the armrest. She picked it up, not gently but not roughly either, and held it in both of hers, looking at it. For a moment, Bridget thought she might say something. The daughter's mouth opened slightly as though forming words, but nothing came out. She set Caleb's hand back down and stepped away from the wheelchair. Bridget stood and moved closer. She asked if the daughter wanted to talk about anything, about how hard this must be, caring for him alone, about what kind of help might make things easier. The daughter's head snapped up. Her eyes were bright and hard. She asked what Bridget knew about how hard it was. Bridget had been here one day, one single day. The daughter had been here 10 years, every day, every night. No breaks, no help, no end. Bridget kept her voice calm. She said that was exactly why she was here, to help assess what additional support the county could provide. Adult day programs, home health aides, maybe even residential placement, if that's what the daughter wanted. The daughter laughed. It was a harsh, broken sound. She said the county had assessed them before, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. More times than she could remember. They had sent people with clipboards and kind voices and promises. And then nothing had changed. Nothing ever changed. It was just her and him and this house and the days bleeding into each other without difference. Bridget said she understood burnout. She had seen it in other caregivers. The isolation. The resentment. The way love could turn into something else when you were trapped with someone who was dying but wouldn't die. It was normal. It didn't make the daughter a bad person. The daughter's face twisted. She asked if Bridget thought she had ever loved him. Her father. The man in the wheelchair. Bridget started to answer, but the daughter kept talking, her voice rising. She said he had been cruel when he could still walk. Cruel when he could still talk. Controlling. Demanding. He had driven her mother away when the daughter was 16. Had driven away the man she wanted to marry when she was 30. Had made it clear that she would stay and take care of him, or she would get nothing. Not the house, not the land, nothing. And then the dementia had come, or whatever it was, and the cruelty had stopped. But something worse had replaced it. The silence, the helplessness, the endless, grinding daily work of keeping him alive. And he just kept living, year after year, while she grew older and grayer and more tired, while whatever life she might have had disappeared. The daughter's hands were shaking now. She looked at Caleb in the wheelchair, and her face was ugly with something that might have been hate, or might have been grief, or might have been both. She said sometimes she thought about just stopping. Stop feeding him. Stop turning him. Stop doing anything. See how long it would take. But she never did, because that was the trap. He had trapped her when he was healthy, and now he was trapping her while he was dying, just by being alive, just by needing her. Bridget said they could talk about in-home hospice, pain management, palliative care that would make him more comfortable. The daughter turned on her then. She said Caleb wasn't in pain. He wasn't suffering. He was just existing. And as long as he existed, she had to be here. She was 50 years old, and her life was over, and it had been over for a decade, and would stay over until he finally died. And she had started to think he never would, that this would just go on forever, that she would die first, and he would still be sitting there in that chair, drooling and blank and alive. Her voice broke on the last word. She turned away quickly and walked to the window, her back to Bridget. Her shoulders were rigid. Bridget didn't know what to say. The daughter's desperation was palpable, filling the room like smoke. All the things she was supposed to say ran through her mind. Counseling resources, support groups, respite care options. But the words felt hollow. This woman was drowning and had been drowning for years. The daughter wiped her face with the back of her hand. When she spoke again, her voice was flat. She said Bridget should write whatever she needed to write in her report, recommend whatever services she wanted. It wouldn't matter. Nothing ever mattered. She walked past Bridget without looking at her and disappeared down the hallway. A door closed quietly. Bridget stood alone in the front room with Caleb. She looked at him in his wheelchair. His head was tilted down. His hands lay loose in his lap. The tremor continued, constant and small. He gave no sign that he had heard anything his daughter had said. No sign that he knew she was in agony. But Bridget found herself wondering, if the moments of awareness she had observed were real, if he was capable of any cognition at all, did he understand what he was doing to her? Did some part of him, beneath the dementia, know that his daughter was suffering? She shook her head. It was a morbid thought. He was an old man with advanced dementia. Whatever cruelty he had shown when he was healthy was gone now, along with everything else. What remained was just biology, a body that would not stop, a heart that kept beating, nothing personal, nothing intentional. Still, the daughter's words stayed with her. The trap, just by being alive. At noon, Bridget made sandwiches for both of them. She brought the daughters to the kitchen table and set it down. The daughter looked at it, then at Bridget. She asked how long the county planned to keep sending people. Bridget explained that this was an assessment, that the county wanted to make sure Caleb was receiving appropriate care, that additional services might be recommended. The daughter's face hardened. They didn't need services. They didn't need anyone. Bridget kept her voice level and said the assessment would continue through tomorrow evening as planned. The daughter stood abruptly. The chair scraped against the floor. She left her sandwich untouched and walked out the back door, letting it slam behind her. Bridget watched through the window as the daughter crossed the yard to the barn. She disappeared inside. Bridget waited, but the daughter did not come back out. She ate her sandwich standing at the sink, then went to check on Caleb. He was still in the wheelchair by the window, unchanged. She knelt beside him and studied his face again, looking for any sign of awareness. His eyes were open, unfocused. The tremor in his hands continued. She reached out and touched his forearm gently, checking the muscle tone. His fingers moved, just slightly. A small contraction, then release. She watched his hand closely. It happened again. Not the tremor, something else. A deliberate movement, controlled. She stood quickly and moved to where she could see his face. His eyes were still unfocused, still looking at nothing. But something about his expression had changed. The slackness around his mouth seemed less complete. The angle of his head seemed less random. She spoke his name. No response. She waved her hand in front of his face. Nothing. She checked his pulse, steady. She lifted his eyelid and checked his pupil. Sluggish response, same as before. But she had seen his fingers move. She was certain of it. She went to the kitchen window and looked out at the barn. The daughter was still inside. Bridget looked back at Caleb. He sat motionless in the wheelchair, head down, hands loose. She made a decision then. She went to the phone on the wall and picked up the receiver. She needed to call the county office, needed to report what she was observing. The daughter's hostility was escalating. The situation felt unstable. And Caleb's presentation didn't match advanced dementia. Something was wrong. She dialed the number and waited. The phone rang once, twice. Then a click and silence. She pulled the receiver away from her ear and looked at it. She pressed the hang-up lever and tried again. No dial tone. She checked the cord, still connected to the wall jack. She traced it with her eyes to where it disappeared into the baseboard. The line had been cut. She set the receiver back in the cradle very slowly. Her hands were steady, but her pulse had quickened. She went to the back door and looked out. The barn door was still closed. She could not see the daughter. She went to the front door and opened it. Her car sat in the driveway where she had left it. She walked out onto the porch, down the steps, across the gravel. The wind pushed at her. Dust stung her eyes. She opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. She reached for her keys. They were not in her pocket. She checked the other pocket. Not there either. She looked in the ignition. Empty. She checked the console, the floor, under the seat. No keys. She sat very still, hands on the steering wheel, and tried to think. She had left the keys on the coffee table last night when she unpacked her bag. She was certain of it. She had seen them there this morning. She got out of the car and walked back to the house. In the front room, she checked the coffee table. Nothing. She checked her bag. Not there. She looked under the sofa cushions, under the coffee table, in the bathroom, in the kitchen. The keys were gone. She stood in the kitchen and looked out at the barn again. The daughter had been in the house this morning. She had brought breakfast. She had moved through the rooms while Bridget was occupied with Caleb. Bridget turned and looked at Caleb in his wheelchair. He sat motionless, head down, the picture of helplessness. She went to him and knelt. She put her face close to his and spoke quietly. She told him she knew something was wrong. She told him she was going to help him. She told him he was safe now. His eyes did not move. His expression did not change. But she could have sworn she saw the corner of his mouth twitch. Just barely. Just for a moment. She stood and backed away slowly. Her skin prickled. She turned toward the window and saw the daughter coming out of the barn, walking back toward the house. Bridget moved to the sofa and sat down, picking up her notebook, trying to look calm. The back door opened. The daughter's footsteps crossed the kitchen floor, stopped. Bridget looked up. The daughter stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the front room, watching her. Her face was expressionless. Bridget asked if everything was all right. The daughter said everything was fine. She walked past Bridget to the window and adjusted the curtain. Then she turned and looked at Bridget again. She said it was going to storm later. Dust storm, probably bad one. They got them out here sometimes. Bridget should plan to stay inside. Bridget said she understood. She asked if the daughter had seen her car keys anywhere. The daughter said she hadn't. She suggested Bridget check her pockets again. Then she walked down the hallway to her bedroom and closed the door. Bridget sat very still on the sofa. She could hear her own breathing. She could hear the wind outside. She could hear nothing from Caleb, but she felt his presence like a weight in the room. The phone line, the missing keys, the daughter's warning about the storm, and the way she had looked at Bridget just now, not hostile anymore. Calculating, satisfied. She was trapped. No car, no phone, no neighbors for 4 miles. A dust storm coming. And something was very wrong with the Caleb Tanner. The afternoon crawled past. Bridget sat on the sofa and pretended to read while watching the sky darken outside the windows. The wind increased, buffeting the house. Dust hazed the air, turning the sun pale and diffuse. At 3 o'clock, the daughter came out of her bedroom and stood at the kitchen window looking out at the approaching storm. Then she turned and looked at Caleb in his wheelchair. Her expression was unreadable. Bridget stood and said she needed to speak with her. The daughter turned and looked at her. Bridget chose her words carefully. She said she had concerns about Caleb's care, that his presentation suggested he might benefit from additional medical evaluation, that the county could arrange for a neurologist to assess him. The daughter's face went very still. She asked what Bridget meant by concerns. Bridget said she had observed some atypical responses, some inconsistencies in his cognitive presentation. The daughter's hands tightened into fists at her sides. She asked if Bridget was accusing her of something. Bridget said no, not at all. She was simply noting that Caleb might not be receiving all the care he needed. The daughter took a step closer. Her voice was quiet when she spoke. She said she had been taking care of her father for 10 years. 10 years without help, without relief, and without a single day to herself. And now some county nurse who had been here less than 2 days thought she knew better. Bridget kept her voice steady. She said she wasn't questioning the daughter's dedication. She was simply suggesting that Caleb might benefit from a medical review. The daughter laughed. It was a harsh sound without humor. She said the doctors didn't care. The county didn't care. Nobody had cared for 10 years, and now someone cared suddenly, just when she was ready to be done with all of it. Bridget checked the distance to the front door without meaning to. She asked what the daughter meant by done. The daughter didn't answer. She turned and walked to the wheelchair. She stood behind it, hands on the handles, looking down at Caleb's bowed head. He's not what you think, she said, her voice so quiet Bridget almost didn't hear it over the wind. Bridget asked her to explain what she meant. The daughter just stood there, hands tight on the wheelchair handles. Then she looked up at Bridget, and her eyes were bright with something that might have been tears or might have been rage. She said Bridget should call the county on Monday morning and tell them to send someone else. Tell them she was going home early. Tell them whatever she wanted. But she should leave. Tonight after the storm passed, walk to town if she had to, just go. It was the closest thing to mercy Bridget was going to get. She said she couldn't do that. She said she had a responsibility to complete her assessment, to ensure Caleb's safety. The daughter's jaw tightened. She said Caleb was perfectly safe. It was Bridget who should be worried about herself. Bridget's throat had gone tight. She asked if that was a threat. The daughter didn't answer. She wheeled Caleb toward the hallway, her movements jerky and rough. Bridget started to follow. The daughter turned on her. "Stay out of my way," she said, her voice shaking. Then she was gone down the hallway, the wheelchair rattling over the threshold. And Bridget heard a door slam. She stood alone in the front room. Outside the windows, the sky had turned brown. The wind howled. Dust streaked the glass. The storm was here. She needed to think. She needed to plan. She went to the back door and tried it. Locked. She tried the front door, locked from outside. The windows were old, painted shut. She could force one open, probably, or break the glass. But the sound would bring the daughter. And where would she go? Into a dust storm with no car, no phone, 4 miles from help. No. She needed to wait out the storm. Then she would leave on foot at first light, walk to the main road, flag down a car. She would go to the sheriff, tell them everything. They would come back here with her. They would get Caleb out of this house. But first, she had to survive the night. She checked every window, every door, all locked or painted shut. She was sealed in. She went back to the sofa and sat down, pulling her knees up. The house creaked around her. The wind screamed. Dust seeped in through gaps around the windows, settling on every surface. Hours passed. The light failed. The storm raged. Bridget did not turn on any lights. She sat in the growing dark and listened. She heard nothing from the back of the house. No sounds of movement. No sound of the lift. Nothing. At some point she must have dozed because she woke with a start to complete darkness and complete silence. The storm had passed. The wind had stopped. The house was utterly still. She sat up slowly. The darkness was absolute. No moon, no stars. The kitchen light had been turned off. She stood and felt her way to the wall, following it to where she thought the light switch was. She found it and flipped it. Nothing happened. She tried the lamp on the end table. Nothing. The power was out. She stood very still in the dark and listened. Nothing. No sound at all, not even the refrigerator's hum. Then from somewhere in the back of the house, a sound. A single soft thump. Then silence again. Bridget's hands were shaking. She felt her way back to the sofa and sat down. She would wait for morning. She would not move in the dark. She would sit here and wait for dawn. But she could not shake the feeling that something had changed while she slept, that the balance of the house had shifted, that the thing she had been afraid of was no longer waiting. It was happening now. She sat rigid on the sofa through the long hours of darkness, listening to the silence. The thump did not repeat. Nothing moved. The house held its breath. When the first gray light began to seep through the windows, Bridget stood on legs stiff from sitting. Her mouth was dry and tasted of dust. She moved to the kitchen window and looked out. The storm had left a fine coating of dirt on everything. The porch, the truck, the barn. The sky was clearing to pale blue. Dawn had come. She tried the kitchen light again, still nothing. She checked the back door, still locked. She went to the front door and tried it. The knob turned. It opened. She stood in the doorway, looking out at her car. The doors would be unlocked. She could check the glove box, under the seats, anywhere the daughter might have hidden the keys. Or she could leave now, start walking toward the main road. 4 miles. She could make it in an hour, maybe less if she ran part of the way, and Caleb helpless in the back bedroom, alone with the daughter who had threatened Bridget, who had trapped her here. If something had happened in the night, if that thump had been... She had a responsibility. She was a nurse. She could not leave a patient, no matter what. She closed the front door and turned back to the house. The silence pressed against her. She moved down the hallway toward the bedrooms. The door to the daughter's room stood open, an old skeleton key still sitting in the keyhole. Bridget looked in. The blankets were pulled back, the sheets rumpled. The room was empty. She continued to Caleb's room. That door was closed. She put her hand on the knob and paused, listening. Nothing. She opened the door. The room was dim, curtains still drawn. The hospital bed was empty. The blanket lay rumpled and the pillow askew. The wheelchair was gone. Bridget's pulse quickened. She stepped into the room and looked around. The lift stood in the corner, unused. No one was here. She checked the closet. Empty. Under the bed. Nothing. She backed out of the room and stood in the hallway. Her breathing had gone shallow. Where were they? Where had the daughter taken Caleb? She moved quickly through the house, checking every room. The bathroom, empty. The front bedroom, empty. The kitchen, the front room, no one. She was alone in the house. She went to the back door and tried it again, still locked. She looked out the window at the yard. Nothing moved. Then her eye caught something. The barn door stood open. It had been closed yesterday during the storm. Now it hung ajar, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. She tried the back door handle one more time, yanking hard. The lock held. She went to the kitchen window and pushed at the frame, painted shut. But the paint was old and cracked. She pushed harder and felt it give slightly. She braced her feet and shoved with both hands. The window groaned and suddenly gave way, sliding up with a shriek of wood on wood. Bridget climbed out onto the back porch. The morning air was cool and smelled of dust and damp earth. She walked across the yard toward the barn, her shoes crunching on gravel. The wind moved through the cottonwoods. Nothing else made a sound. She reached the barn door and stopped, listening. Silence. She pulled the door wider and stepped inside. The barn was dim, lit only by cracks between the wall boards. It smelled of old hay and motor oil. Farm equipment hulked in the shadows, a tractor, a plow, stacks of wooden pallets, and at the far end, set into the floor, a wooden hatch with an iron ring handle. The root cellar. Bridget moved closer. The hatch was closed, secured with a heavy padlock through the hasp. Locked. She knelt and examined it. It was an old combination lock, the kind with 3 numbered wheels. She tried pulling it, locked tight. But then she noticed something. Scratched into the wood of the barn floor next to the hatch, faint but deliberate, were 3 numbers, 473. Someone had left the combination, recently. The scratches looked fresh. Her hands shaking as she spun the wheels. 4, 7, 3. The lock clicked open. She pulled it free and grasped the iron ring. The hatch was heavy, but she pulled it up, and it swung back on its hinges with a groan. Below was darkness and a ladder descending into it. She could see nothing at the bottom, but she could smell it. A close smell. Stale air and something else. Something wrong. She called down into the darkness. Her voice echoed off close walls. No answer came back. She needed light. She looked around the barn and found a flashlight hanging on a nail near the door. She clicked it on. The batteries were weak, but it worked. She went back to the hatch and shone the light down. The beam showed a small earthen room, maybe 8 feet square. Shelves along the walls held canning jars, their contents long since gone to mold. The floor was packed dirt, and in the center of the floor, crumpled against one wall, was the daughter. Bridget's breath caught. She called out again, but the figure did not move. She climbed down the ladder quickly, the flashlight clutched in one hand. She reached the bottom and crossed the small space in 2 steps. The daughter lay on her side, knees drawn up, one arm flung out. Her eyes were open and empty. Her lips were blue. There was no blood and no visible injury, but she was not breathing. Bridget knelt and felt for a pulse at the throat. Nothing. The skin was cool, but not yet cold. She had died recently, within the last few hours. Bridget tilted the daughter's head back and checked her airway. Clear, no foam, no blood. She examined the body carefully, looking for any sign of violence. No bruising on the throat. No defensive wounds on the hands. The daughter's fingernails were clean, unbroken. Bridget sat back on her heels and forced herself to think like a nurse, not someone who was afraid. She looked around the small space, cataloging details. The walls were solid earth, reinforced with old timber beams. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet, supported by more beams. The floor was packed dirt, hard and dry. The shelves were built into the walls, sturdy construction. Everything was designed to be sealed, to keep outside air and temperature fluctuations from affecting the stored food. Airtight. The word arrived suddenly. Airtight. This cellar had been built to be airtight. That was the whole purpose. To maintain consistent cool temperature and humidity for root vegetables and canned goods. No ventilation, no airflow, just solid earth and timber. She looked up at the open hatch above, at the square of pale light. Then she looked back at the daughter's body, the blue lips, the open, empty eyes. No signs of struggle, no injuries. The daughter had been locked in here. The hatch had been closed and sealed. And she had used up all the oxygen in this small space, maybe over hours, until there was nothing left to breathe. Bridget touched the daughter's hand. It was cold now, stiffening. Something on the floor near the body caught her eye. A water glass, tipped on its side. She picked it up and held it to the flashlight beam. A thin residue clung to the bottom. She sniffed it. Water with something else beneath it. Faint chemical, like the bitter almond scent of sedatives. She set the glass down carefully. The daughter wouldn't have brought a water glass out to the barn in the middle of the night on her own, which meant she hadn't come here voluntarily. Bridget remembered the thump she had heard during the night, the single sound from the back of the house that had not repeated. Not a settling board, not the wind. The sound of weight being moved, of someone being carried or dragged. The daughter had been drugged in the house, in her bedroom probably. A glass of water she'd drunk before bed or been given, the sedative working fast. And then Caleb had moved her while Bridget slept, transported her unconscious body out to the barn, down into the cellar. The glass placed beside her to complete the staging. And then he had waited, listened through the hatch, made sure. He had locked her in to die. And then he had scratched the combination into the floorboards, leaving it there for Bridget to find, making certain that when the body was discovered, Bridget would be the one who opened the lock. Bridget climbed the ladder fast, her hands shaking on the rungs. She emerged into the barn just as she heard it. Sirens, faint but unmistakable. Growing louder, coming down the dirt road toward the house. Relief crashed over her so powerfully her knees nearly gave out. The police. Someone had called them. The daughter must have before she died, or maybe there was an automatic alarm Bridget hadn't found. She ran toward the barn door, toward the sound of salvation. The sirens were close now, pulling into the driveway at the front of the house. She burst out of the barn into the bright morning sunlight. The barn sat directly behind the house. To her left and right, the yard gave way to waist-high dried grass and Russian thistle, thick and impenetrable after years of neglect. The only clear path to the front driveway was straight ahead, through the back door and out the front. She could hear car doors slamming, voices calling out. The police were at the front door now. She ran for the back door, her notebook still clutched in one hand. She had to reach them, had to explain about the body in the cellar, about Caleb missing, about whoever had done this. She yanked the back door open and ran into the kitchen, her footsteps loud on the old floor. The front room was just ahead. She could hear knocking now, someone calling the sheriff's department through the front door. And then she stopped. Someone was at the kitchen sink. She had run past too quickly to register it at first, but now she turned back slowly, her breath catching in her throat. A man stood with his back to her, tall and thin, white hair catching the morning light from the window. He wore pajama pants and a white t-shirt. He was doing something at the counter. His movements were calm, unhurried, precise. Bridget watched, unable to speak, unable to move, as Caleb Tanner picked up a dish towel from the counter and folded it. Not carelessly, methodically, matching corner to corner with steady hands, smoothing the fabric flat, folding it again. He set it down on the counter next to the sink with the same deliberate care. Then he picked up something else. Bridget's car keys. They gleamed in his hand as he examined them, turning them over, considering them. He set them down next to the folded towel. His hands did not shake. His posture was straight. His movements were those of someone completely in control of his body, someone who had never trembled or drooled or slumped in a wheelchair. Bridget's throat closed. She tried to make a sound, but couldn't. And then Caleb turned around. Caleb Tanner looked at her with eyes that were perfectly clear, perfectly aware. His gaze was steady and intelligent, and utterly calm. He looked at her the way you would look at a stranger who had wandered into your house uninvited. Bridget could not move, could not breathe, could not make sense of what she was seeing. He had been in a wheelchair. He had been slumped and trembling and drooling and helpless. He had been dying for 10 years. He stood in front of her now, straight and strong, folding dish towels and examining car keys with perfectly steady hands. The sirens were louder, very close, in the driveway now. And Bridget understood. He had called them. Somehow he had called them. Her eyes went to the counter beside him. Next to the dish towel and her keys sat a cell phone. An old satellite phone with a thick external antenna folded against its side. The screen was still glowing. Bridget could read it from where she stood. A text message already sent, time-stamped from 20 minutes ago. Simple. Damning. Please help. Nurse hurting us. Can't move. Scared. Below it, the recipient. 911. He had typed it out. Sent it. Summoned them here with perfect calculation. And now they would find his daughter's body in the cellar, and Bridget standing in the kitchen, the only other person on the property, the only person who could have hurt anyone. She found her voice, barely. Mr. Tanner? He tilted his head slightly, as though considering whether to answer. Then something changed in his face. The blank expression she had seen for 2 days disappeared completely, replaced by something else. Intelligence, calculation, and beneath that something darker, satisfaction. He smiled. It was not a kind smile, not confused or helpless or vacant. It was sharp and deliberate and utterly sane. It was the smile of someone who had been waiting a very long time for this moment and was now watching it unfold exactly as he had planned. Bridget's legs went weak. She grabbed the doorframe to steady herself. Her mind tried to process what she was seeing but could not make it fit. 10 years. He had been like this for 10 years. The daughter had said so. The county file had confirmed it. Nonverbal, total care. Dying by degrees. But he was standing in front of her now, straight and strong, smiling that terrible smile. And the cell phone sat on the counter between them, proof that he had orchestrated everything. The sirens were right outside now, car doors slamming, footsteps on gravel. Caleb turned away from her. He walked slowly, steadily to the wheelchair that sat in the hallway just outside the kitchen doorway. She had not seen him bring it there. But it was there now, positioned perfectly, waiting for him. He lowered himself into it with practiced ease. He settled his weight, adjusted his position, gripped the armrests with both hands, and then, while Bridget watched frozen in the doorway, he began to transform. It started with his hands. The fingers that had been strong and steady curled slowly inward. A tremor began. Faint at first, then growing, the same rhythmic shake she had observed for 2 days. His spine curved. Not all at once, but vertebra by vertebra, as though invisible strings were being cut one by one. His shoulders rolled forward. His chest collapsed inward. His head tilted down. Oh, slowly. The movement looked almost rehearsed, like a marionette, lowering its head as the puppeteer relaxed the strings. His chin dropped toward his chest. The muscles in his neck went slack. His face was the worst. The intelligence did not disappear all at once. Instead, it drained away gradually, like water seeping from a vessel. His eyes, still fixed on hers, lost their sharp focus. The awareness behind them dimmed. The pupils stayed fixed, but the consciousness went somewhere else, somewhere deep and unreachable. His jaw went slack. His mouth hung open. Saliva began to pool at the corner of his lips. She could see his tongue move deliberately to create it, to complete the picture. In the space of perhaps 45 seconds, he transformed from a standing, walking, thinking man into the helpless dementia patient she had been caring for since Friday morning. But his eyes, even as they went unfocused, even as they took on that empty glaze, they stayed locked on her face. And in the instant before the final light went out of them, she saw it clearly. The intelligence, the satisfaction, the absolute, terrifying control. And then, while his eyes were still fixed on hers, while he maintained that unbroken eye contact, the only part of him that had not changed, he let out a sound. It was a weak, trembling whimper. The sound of someone confused and frightened and in pain. The sound of someone who needed help. The sirens were in the driveway now. She heard car doors opening. Footsteps on the gravel. Bridget stood frozen in the kitchen doorway. Her mind was screaming at her to run, to explain, to do something. But her body would not move. She could only stand there and watch Caleb Tanner sit slumped in his wheelchair, drooling and trembling and whimpering, his eyes locked on hers with that same clear, sharp awareness underneath the performance. He had trapped his daughter here for 10 years with this lie. And now he was going to trap Bridget with it too. Footsteps on the porch, a fist pounding on the front door, a voice calling out, "Sheriff's Department, is anyone home?" Caleb's eyes never left Bridget's face. The whimper continued, soft and helpless. The tremor in his hands never wavered. Bridget looked down at the notebook still clutched in her hand. The notebook where she had documented everything. The daughter's hostility, her rough handling of Caleb, her statement that she wished he would die, Bridget's concerns about neglect, about inappropriate medication withdrawal, and her observations of Caleb, the atypical responses, the inconsistent presentation, what she had logged as possible finger movements, possible eye tracking, possible retained awareness. Carefully qualified because she was a careful nurse, because she had learned not to trust what she could not confirm. She had written it all down, carefully, professionally, thinking she was building a case for better care, for protecting him. But the police wouldn't read it that way. The prosecutors wouldn't read it that way. They would see a nurse who arrived at an isolated farmhouse and immediately started documenting a pattern of abuse. A nurse who noticed the patient was more aware than his daughter claimed. A nurse who threatened to call the state, who confronted the daughter who made accusations. A nurse who was building a narrative to justify intervention. And when that intervention went wrong, when the daughter ended up dead in a locked cellar, this notebook would be the prosecution's roadmap. Every careful observation would become evidence of premeditation. Her own professional diligence had become part of the trap. And Bridget understood with cold certainty that there was nothing she could say that would make them believe her. Dead woman in the cellar. Healthy nurse standing over a helpless old man. No witnesses, no evidence, except her own damning notes. Just her word against the obvious truth of what they would see. The front door opened. Footsteps in the front room. The voice again, louder. Sheriff's Department. Caleb sat perfectly still in his wheelchair, maintaining his role. His eyes glazed over, unfocused now, looking past her shoulder at nothing. But in the instant before they went empty, Bridget saw it. That flash of intelligence, that satisfaction, that absolute, terrifying sanity. And then there was only the helpless old man in the wheelchair, alone and confused and waiting for someone to help him.